Happy Thursday, guys. We are on day 133 of this trial. It is the trial that just never ends. It never ever ends. So, what we're going to do, we're going to jump on in. We're going to start the court proceedings. They have started. The jury is scheduled to come in at 9:30. I checked in a few minutes ago and of course, somebody was late. Are we shocked at all? Why don't we jump on in and get into the trial? It looks like they're still on a break right now, but let's go ahead and get started. And let me know what y'all have in your cups this morning. I made myself a nice little latte. Nice little latte over here. Let me know what you guys have, and then we'll go from there. All right, here we go. We're gonna start it from the top. Wait, hang on. Yep. Wow, what is going on? This can't be right. This can't be right.
That
Here we go. Wow, they were sitting there for like an hour. This is why I love starting late, guys. All right, here we go.
Miss AS, who we've spoken about previously, Miss Smith.
All right, so we still need to resolve the issue of whether that person is going to be shown on film,
Why
Okay,
is it saying
yes,
right?
yes, Your Honor. And
am I not on?
depending on the one that we've been discussing all week, Your Honor, who has the condition. Yes, and lastly would be the, depending on the status of the
Understood.
witness.
We discussed yesterday the possibility that Mr. Zachary may or may not testify, depending upon.
Sorry, y'all. Can y'all hear me now? Sorry. I just had an audio engineer change some stuff this morning. Can you hear me now? And this is super embarrassing. Can y'all hear me now? If you can hear me, please put a, okay. God damn it. Sorry. Great way to start a stream. Let's get back to where we were.
You need to talk into the mic.
Yes, I'm talking into,
It is working. She's just not close enough to it and it's attached. So you're going to have to just pick one up and use that one. Or go to the podium. Either one.
regarding Ms. A. Smith, again, Your Honor, state is asking for her not to be shown on television. I believe she still lives in the community in which this incident occurred back in 2020, Your Honor. I believe she has voiced some concern. Ms. Love is the prosecutor who has been in the most communication with Ms. Smith, but my understanding is she has voiced some concern. I can't go into specifics regarding her safety in this case, Your Honor, given that she still lives there. I believe at one point she did communicate with one of our victim advocates that members of one of the defendants' family had approached her. And this was probably about a year ago. And so she was supposed to provide us more information about that particular individual. And so those are some of the things that I am aware of that she has discussed with us and with the state. And so given some of those factors, we would ask for her not to be shown on camera.
Congrats, Nans. Happy to
Alright.
help.
And is there any objection to just having her audio but not her face shown?
Yeah, Your Honor, I object to that. I don't believe that what you've heard from the state today rises to the level that was set by the previous court on the standard by which a witness would not be videoed while testifying. Of course, this is the first I've heard that maybe possibly she may have talked to a victim advocate. I know that when this came up in court the other day, that was not mentioned, but absent that, which it sounds a little bit loose at this point, I just don't believe it rises to the standard. And if this is what's established, then any witness could potentially just raise their hand and say, I don't want to be videoed.
Okay, well, obviously, this trial's been going on for a really long time and not that many people have done that. So that doesn't appear to be an actual legitimate concern.
Well, Your Honor, I would say that since these requests have started coming in, that approximately, I don't know, I'm making a guess, so don't hold me to it, but roughly 20% of the witnesses that have appeared on the list that we get at the end of the day on Friday for the next week, I would probably about 20% are highlighted as not to be shown. So it's not a one or two off thing in the history of this case.
Okay, so since I've been presiding over this case, which has been since what, mid-July or so, this is the second witness that has had anything raised. So that doesn't seem to be the percentage right now. That's not the determining factor anyway. It's whether there is a legitimate security concern that can be substantiated by either the witness
You
or
guys
the
hit the like
state.
button for me on your way in.
I mean, Ms. Hilton, are you representing that she has had threats made to her that she's brought to the state's attention?
She's communicated, I know for one specific incident that a family member of one of the defendants had approached her.
Okay,
But
and
not
what?
approached her, asking her not to testify in the trial. She did not say that that individual threatened to
All
harm
right,
her.
so maybe we find out a little bit more from her when she gets here. Is she here now? Okay, well, we'll maybe revisit that issue. And if the victim advocate has further information or you develop further information before then, let me know. Okay,
And Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
just to be clear, if she can show that there's been a threat made against her, or you believe there's a threat made against her, then I will not object to her not being shown on video.
all right, threat or intimidation?
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
turning the page from the video, on video, off video, with Ms. Smith, the information just recited by Ms. Hilton is the first I've heard of this. I don't know what this interaction is, but the state, am I correct that the state, regardless of whether she's shown on video or not, is not going to seek to admit any testimony about whatever this interaction was as part of her testimony, is it? Okay, all right, cool.
All right, thank you. Okay, is there anything else the state intends to present with regard to that particular 911 call with Ms. Latner's? Mr. Adkins had sort of left the door a little bit open to bring something else up.
Your Honor, we're going to hold on
Okay.
that call for right now. And so
All
we
right.
would just ask. to
Sounds
hold for
good.
that. In addition, Your Honor, the pictures that we intend to introduce today through some of our witnesses are on its way down so we can distribute to defense counsel so that they
Okay.
can have them. In
Go ahead and do
advance.
that.
Thank you guys for hitting the like button. We have a different court reporter today. Simone starting by herself, I see.
All right, and then I wanted also to go over the couple of motions in limine that were filed last night or yesterday afternoon that I referenced, but that we didn't review. 56 is sort of just a general, the defense position is that they don't think testimonial statements or hearsay should come in.
Got our
Inappropriate.
slime green
It's
on.
just kind of a general, here's the law. And so I agree. But we're gonna obviously have to see how that plays out.
Can I mention something?
Yeah.
And good morning, Your Honor. Good morning to everyone. Your Honor, the import of that obvious, I guess, motion is what happened. I tried to articulate yesterday with the blue flame.
Oh,
So
yes, this
it
blue
is
flame thing.
gone on before you or the court that a quote gang expert would say, and I'm paraphrasing, I'm not going to tell you who I spoke with. You don't have any of my notes. I did not do a report, although ordered by Judge Glanville to do a report. And I spoke with an unknown person, but we verified them and we find them to be credible. And they told me that, you know, Jeffrey Williams' stepfather's home had bullets driven into the home. And I always want to go back and interview everybody. So that is was my objection yesterday with the blue flame. I know you excluded it, and thank you, but it was argued by Prosecutor Love that people told us, the gang, whomever, that this was a retaliatory shooting done by YSL. And it's the same thing over and over. And that's really what I'm trying to get at. In this case, Miss Battle called me, the same witness, proposed witness who wrote to the Ensemble Court. And she was very upset. It's the same thing, nothing new. And I told her the same. I said, you know, courts are where we resolve issues, and she's been properly subpoenaed, and you know, she knows that. She's testified 50 times. She's a chemist.
Yeah.
But she said that the authorities, we're not doing anything wrong. There's nothing wrong, but we're trying to see whether she knew over and over again who lived next door and the name of the person. And she kept saying, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know. My point is, I just want to keep all that out. And I don't want somebody to lay some foundation that, hey, on this form, which came in yesterday, of tenants, this person rented the apartment, and then have a gang expert come in and say, well, we interview people and her boyfriend is this known gang member with IF. And that is really what this motion's about. It just shouldn't be circular and hidden. We should have the authority to go out and interview the people and have the same information the police are relying on to make those representations. And if they don't give it to us, then clearly to me, it's hearsay and confrontation clause. That's my issue.
Aaron, I think with many of our experts, they can rely on
Kick up the mic and use it.
with our experts, they can rely on reports or certain information to gather their conclusions. And what I believe happened during the course of this in 2015, from January to ultimately October, is all these shootings occurred. They received these reports, they gathered information, they interviewed witnesses, and they were able to get information to form opinions about what was happening during the course of.
Yes,
Yeah,
experts can rely on hearsay in forming their conclusions, but there's a difference between the expert coming in and saying, based on our whatever they do, our conclusion was this is a retaliatory shooting, which would be permitted under the rules of evidence. And we concluded that so-and-so's boyfriend was a rival gang member whose name was whatever, or even without whose name was whatever. That is clearly hearsay, and so obviously hearsay that the regular rules of evidence have to still apply to that.
Right, and so hence why we're here, bringing in officers who are responding to these scenes, gathering information, because now this information is before the court. This is what they've learned, and so that's why we're going through introducing all of the various retaliatory shootings now with officers and the information gathered, because when experts come, this is information that they relied on to form their ultimate opinions about.
Okay, do you understand? I mean, we
understand.
can't exactly, figure out all of the contours of what might come in beforehand, but an expert conclusion that this was a retaliatory shooting, even if based upon hearsay, would be admissible under the rules of evidence. Expert testimony that is just basically hearsay, that this is the person that lived in this apartment, or this is the person's boyfriend, it would still be excluded as hearsay, even if it was being offered through an expert.
We understand.
Clear? Okay. All right, that takes care of that one. The number 57 is essentially some further argument as to the contents of the text messages authentication issue. And I've looked at the case law and looked at the statute again, and the issue was that one column that had text message contents, but essentially on authentication, it's a prima facie case that it is what it purports to be, and that was shown that it is the Verizon record of that phone number. It has been established that everything about the contents is not 100% accurate, and it'll be for the jury ultimately to determine whether they want to believe that anything in that column is accurate. But the prima facie case has been made, and so it's not excludable on that basis. Yes, sir.
And can we just have a continuing objection to that issue?
Yes.
Because, I'm not going to belabor it. And can I just cite what I sent this honorable court into the record?
Sure.
Johnson, John, SON versus State. And it is cited at 348 Georgia Appeal 667. Your Honor, that's in 1B as in Barry, 824 Southeast 2D 561 2019 case. And it's our position, which you've articulated and respectfully rejected, that it has to be reliable. And I believe that the witness was clear that the records itself, she said she would not verify, but I've argued it and it's preserved, and thank you.
All right. Motion limiting number 58 covers a couple of different things. One, that on the two charts by agents Cunningham and Officer Kilgore, that one particular gun, the seizure of which has been determined to have been illegal, those charts need to be redacted so as not to include that. I think y'all said the state yesterday, yes, we'll make sure. I think there was only a mention maybe of one chart at the time, so just make sure that it's gone from both of those charts. Then there is a request that Mr. Zachary's recorded statement from March of 2017, where Detective Dennis asked Mr. Zachary how the assault rifle was located by police in Mr. Williams' home, be excluded because the search itself was illegal. Now, I don't know exactly what got said then, so do I need to listen to it or see a transcript of what was said?
We have a transcript where you
Okay.
can listen to it. I don't know if the state's position, they may agree. It's a 2017 statement, Your Honor, March
Mhm.
3rd, if it comes in. I'm just
Right.
preempting it. And the search that's been deemed illegal of Mr. Williams' home is July 15th, 2015. And it's simply the detective asking Mr. Zachary about this weapon that they would not have known about, and the derivative evidence has been
Oh, I
also
understand
suppressed.
what you are saying now. Okay. What's the state's position on that?
Your Honor, the state does not intend to introduce anything regarding the July 2015 search or the item seized from the search.
Okay, and so the reference to the assault rifle, which the state only knew about because of the search, I understand now what the argument is. Y'all won't have any reference to that. Okay, and then the third thing is that in that same transcript, Detective Dennis at one point states, or is her, what this says is heard state that Mr. Williams is the owner of the studio that was the subject of that search, and you want the statement that he was the owner of that studio to be excluded?
Yeah, I think we had an order previously, and please correct me, from the predecessor judge that on the same morning as July 15, 2015, law enforcement went to Mr. Williams' home.
Mm-hmm.
That's been deemed illegal as search, as well as to a recording studio. At their recording studio, they found, I believe, marijuana, $40,000, US currency. I'm going to say firearms with an S. It has been previously said that search of that studio is not related to Mr. Williams or anyone on trial directly. It was another person named Rico, and his last name is evading me. I can't remember, but it's a
Did we find Rico?
Richie, R-I-C-H-I-E. And that would be excluded, and I just want to make sure.
Did we
that
find a
doesn't get
person
mentioned
named Rico?
either. And the way it was said in the transcript is that that's Mr. Williams' studio, which is just not right. But Mr. Williams did have a connection to the studio because he would perform at many studios throughout.
So it's not true that he's the owner of the studio. Is that what you're saying?
He's not the owner of the studio.
Okay. Any issue with that piece
we
of
believe
that
it.
interview being excluded?
We believe that is in the order, and we will follow the court's order.
Okay, I don't understand what you're saying there. Are you conceding? Okay. All right, so that takes care of that.
Can I add one more thing to that, Your Honor, this motion?
Sure.
I think the court ordered it yesterday, but the blue flame shell
Uh-huh.
casings are on that same chart that is referenced by Agent Cunningham, according to the state, as an exhibit of hers, as well as Officer Kilgore. So I asked that blue flame mentioned on that chart be please removed. And that's the search by the firearms police database.
It will be removed.
All right, thank you. All right, and then the last one was a supplement to the big motion to exclude various pieces of evidence that we'll need to go through whenever we have our next non-jury day. So we won't deal with that one right now.
Your Honor,
Yes.
may I just add one thing? Again, I'm, like Mr. Steele said, not conceding the admissibility of any prior statements of Mr. Zachary, but I just wanted to remind the court that there were some matters that we took a wait and see approach. Your Honor, took a wait and see approach to see if a foundation could be laid by Mr. Zachary regarding one. I was reviewing in preparation of court today. One specifically was whether something counted as a tacit admission. And we just needed to hear from Mr. Zachary, a foundation on some of those matters. I just wanted to remind the court that we do have that issue out there, those issues out there. There's a few of them.
All right, so does the state recall what it is that Mr. Sharp's referencing?
Your Honor, I don't. I unfortunately do not, because I don't think I was here when the Quindarius Zachary statements were reviewed. Mr. Atkins and Ms. Love were here, and give me a moment, I can reach out to them to see.
All
if
right,
they can
well,
recall.
Where
I
are they
guess
at?
until he shows up here, it won't become an issue anyway, but maybe circle back on that when we've got a different prosecutor in the courtroom, when and if we get Mr. Zachary. All right, thank you. Okay, do we have the jury? Not everybody, okay. Yes, sir. Yes.
Before that's done.
We'll
can I-
wait.
Can I ask a quick question?
Okay.
Apologize, Mr. Weinstein. Your Honor, the state was kind enough to point me in the right direction for the witness list. And they said, I think the Honorable Court is on that email. So they said that Miss Bailey, Bailey, Miss Galloway, Galloway, and Miss Chavo, Chavo, or E rather, ES, Chaves, Chaves, we're not on any witness list. If we could get contact information and if the state could make them available for us to interview, that would be helpful. I'm not moving to exclude, the witness for not being on a witness list unless the court wants to do that. But I would like to speak with the witnesses.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, how soon can y'all do that? All right, it looks like these are all like APD employees.
Let me just reach out to my investigative team. We should be, hopefully if they still work with the department, we should be able to get that pretty quickly.
All right, anything else? All right. Will you?
Okay, it looks like they were waiting for some jurors. Of course, they're always late. So we're gonna skip ahead. Dang, look at how late this
To or
juror
want
was.
to use the restroom real fast. Hopefully we'll have all of the jurors in the next 5 minutes or so.
Okay, we used our TiVo time.
When we were talking about A. Smith, and I talked about an individual, a defendant's family member reached out to her. That was that witness, and I'm sorry, it was a different witness who relayed that to me. It was not Ms. Smith. It was another witness who
All
relayed
right.
that. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, so is there anything the state wants to present with regard to the request that AS not be shown on video?
Yes, Judge, and I believe she's on her way, but what she has relayed to the state is that since the time that this has been going on, her family has found out things that she had not alerted them to, that it is causing her, she says, distress. She does not say that she has been threatened. She said that it is a source of great concern for her. And she has asked that we not, she said she doesn't want to be here, but she certainly doesn't want to have her face publicized. She said that when when her name began being mentioned, that caused problems for her, and she does not want to have to endure that. Under those circumstances, and understanding counsel's arguments regarding sort of guidelines by the court's predecessor, we're asking that the court exercise the court's own discretion and allow, based on her concerns and the concerns of any lay witness to that extent. They're not asking to cover their faces in court behind a veil, but to not have their faces publicized nationally is.
People do not want to be
You know,
involved.
I mean, you say the court's discretion as though it is 100% up to the court. It's not up to the court. It's the case law that guides it. And in Georgia, it is very, very, very tilted towards showing everything all the time. And the court has very little discretion in stopping that from occurring, even if there are, probably none of the witnesses want to be blasted through.
So here we go, guys. Let me just give you some context and some color on what's going on here. So it seems like there is a witness that's coming in. It's a woman, and she doesn't want her face on the camera. She does not want her face shown at all. But here's the thing, what the judge is about to say, and what she's in the middle of saying, is this. Georgia is a state where they want to be very open with public proceedings. In fact, even right now, I'm looking at it to see if she shows up. But even with Fonnie Willis in this same courthouse, in a different courtroom, Ashley Merchant is in front of Judge Krause right now, actually discussing her, issue with Fonnie Willis. So we'll see if she shows up. But Georgia is a state where they do publicize everything. They, the cameras are in the courtrooms. They are, right? It is one of those states that's very transparent with how they do things. So that's what she's saying to Miss Love. Miss Love is just like, hey, the person does not want their face publicized. But at the same time, you guys saw yesterday, there was a detective that didn't want his face publicized. They did it anyway. So let's keep going and see what happens from here.
Throughout the world, understandably. So that's why the guideline and the determiner was, are there legitimate security concerns? And if there are legitimate security concerns, then detail what those are.
So, Your Honor, I do understand what the court is saying. And regarding the rights or guidelines of having the faces shown on camera, prior to today, and it was prior to this particular argument, I had researched when we were looking at it previously with Judge Glanville. My understanding, and the court has a vast amount of knowledge about what the particular laws in Georgia are, because the court has dealt with those. But my understanding was that there is no, and lot, just if it were such a right that anyone had to have the faces of every witness shown, then arguably speaking, any trial that's not publicized on camera, their rights are being violated because their faces are not being shown. But to the extent that the camera people decide where they want to put the camera, and if they're okay with not showing the faces, the only argument that I would have is that there's no defendant with any right to show the faces. And I would ask the court for, before we bring her in, that just the ability to, if we can find case law directly on point, to show it to the court regarding that particular issue, because
Of course you can do that. And if the media chooses not to show a witness's face because they know that that person has concerns, that's of course up to the media. I mean, frankly, this court is open. Anybody can walk in here anytime they want to and watch the proceedings. But that's just not really the way the Georgia courts overall have perceived the whole televising and videotaping of court proceedings. So sure, I'm happy to consider any kind of case law that you want to present.
thank you.
And obviously, if the media wants to focus on somebody else during that time, that is wonderful. But
She can't make
unless you present to me either case law that covers it or legitimate security concerns, I can't order them not to.
I do think that Love does not want this trial televised. Like I'm really starting to believe that, because now it's like, okay, the witnesses that we don't want their faces shown, things like that. Like I think the deeper we get into this trial, the more that it's televised, the more that it shows the embarrassing moments for the state. I think it's starting to bug her. It really is.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Thank you.
Okay, so are we now ready for the jury?
And huge shout out to Full Drinking and Half Thinking, who gifted 20 memberships. The names must be named. If you got a membership from Full Drinking and Half Thinking, please tell him thank you.
Okay, well, she's not going to be the first witness anyway, so. All right, let's get the jury.
Thug in a sweater today. I have some updates, guys. I was talking to Thugger Daily last night. Whew, oh my God, I got some tea. We'll talk about it on the break though. See if we got some TiVo time. Skip ahead. All right.
That is absolutely fine.
All right, first witness is up.
Thank you so much.
Your Honor, state calls crime scene tech Alfred Turner to the stand.
All right.
You swear first testimony, you give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. That's it. State, spell your first and last name, go down into the mic, please. People do.
Okay, it's Alfred Turner, ALFRED TURNER.
Is this the guy that was about to
Okay.
laugh?
Hey,
We
Yes.
just saw you yesterday. So.
He's
just not
back.
to go back, since you were here earlier this week. I just want to jump to.
Oh, this is
back in
gonna be good.
2015, Did you, excuse me, earlier this week, you discussed findings of 1428 Adele Avenue. Is that fair?
yes,
Okay. In 2015, did you respond to other shootings, other shooting calls?
yes,
All right. I want to specifically direct your attention to January 11th, 2015. Did you have the occasion to respond to 197 Hendricks Avenue in Atlanta, Georgia?
yes, I did.
And why did you respond to that?
He's already doing it. He's already doing it. You can start to see the smile forming. This is gonna be amazing. I can't wait.
That location?
We got a call that a shooting occurred.
And once you got to the location, what, if anything, were you asked to do?
We was asked to take photos and collect evidence.
And did you do that?
Yes, I did.
And have you had the opportunity to review your pictures from that particular incident in that location?
Yeah.
Okay. You have permission to approach?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as 1 triple DA through 17 triple DA. And where you sent those pictures yesterday evening.
Yes,
Okay. And as you're flipping through, were those pictures fairly accurately depict the scene at 197 Hendricks from January 11, 2015?
yes, they do.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 1 triple DA through 17 triple DA into evidence.
As you're admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Okay.
He put his spectacles on. Here goes page turning.
Now, first starting with 1 triple DA, if you can tell the jurors, where are we looking at, or what is depicted in 1 triple DA?
It was just an overall photo of Hendricks Avenue.
Going to 2 triple DA. Looking at 2 triple DA, was this the home that was the focus of your investigation?
Yes, it was.
All right. Looking at 3 triple DA and now 4 triple DA and 5 triple DA. What, if anything, is depicted on 5 triple DA?
That's for damage to the screen of the window of that residence.
Okay. Now looking at 6 triple DA. Is that a close-up of what you just referenced?
Yes,
All right. 7 triple DA and 8 triple DA. What's depicted in those 2 images?
those were gunshot holes to the residence, that same residence.
All right. Now looking at, we're going to skip to 10 triple DA. What are we looking at 10 triple DA?
Those were the 3 shell casings that were collected from the scene.
And did you take close-ups of those 3 shell casings?
Yes, I did.
And are they contained within the set of pictures that you have in front of you?
Yes,
Now looking at 13 triple DA. What is depicted in 13 triple DA?
that's a shell casing of number 4 that was located near the residence.
Okay. And were you able to determine what type of shell casing that those were?
I probably have to look through my notes to see which one it was.
You're on permission to approach?
You may.
And let me ask, will looking at a copy of your crime scene tech report assist you? Could look at you. No, I have it up here.
Oh.
Permission to approach.
You may.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as Stacy's Exhibit 18 triple DA. Is that your crime scene tech report?
Yes, it is.
And does looking at that copy help refresh your memory as to what size shell casings those were? If noted.
Blam, 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 a hairline like mine.
No, I don't have that on here.
Okay. Are you able to tell, from looking at the pictures, are you able to tell what size they are?
It,
And if not, that's okay too.
no.
Okay. Now, in that year, did you also have the occasion to respond to 198 Stanhope Drive on January 26, 2015?
Yes.
And do you recall why did you respond to that location?
We were dispatched that a shooting also occurred at that location, and it had damage to vehicles.
And when you were called out to that scene, what, if anything, did you do at that scene as well?
They also wanted me to photograph the scene and collect evidence at that scene as well.
Okay. And have you had the opportunity to review those photos as well?
Yes.
You want permission to approach again?
You may approach freely.
I'm showing you what's been marked as 1 triple D through 29, excuse me, 1 triple D subsection C through 29 triple D subsection C. Are those the items that you pictures that you previously reviewed?
Yes.
Okay. And did those fairly and accurately depict the scene from 198 Stanhope on January 26, 2015?
Yes, they do.
And let me ask you, regarding that particular scene, do you know if there was a victim involved in that scene?
I'll probably have to look on my notes to see.
Okay. You're on permission to approach. Oh, no, so I can approach. I'm showing you what's been marked as Stacy Exhibit 30 triple D C. Is that a copy of your crime scene tech report?
Yes, it is.
Will that help refresh your memory?
Yes.
You can take a moment and look, and if your memory's refreshed, you can let me know.
Yes, there was a victim.
And who was that victim?
Believe it was Trevante Turner.
All right. And I believe I admitted it, but if not, Your Honor, say what I like to tender Stacy's Exhibit 1 triple D C through 29 triple D C into evidence.
Okay. Do you mean, you haven't this morning, did you mean
Oh.
a different day?
No, I thought I may have said it earlier today. Okay, Your Honor, this time State would like to admit 1 triple D C through 29 triple D C into evidence.
Okay, those are admitted.
And permission to publish.
You may.
Now, first looking at 1 triple D C, tell the jurors, what are we looking at 1 triple D C?
That was the vehicle that they were that we were dispatched to take photos of multiple gunshots.
Looking at 2 triple D C? And 3 triple D C. are those what, if anything, are inside of the car vehicle?
Can you repeat that?
Are those bullet
The
defense?
car vehicle?
Yes, they are.
What?
And looking at 4 triple DC? And 5 triple DC? What is depicted in 5 triple DC?
Those were the actual location where the shell casings were from that scene.
And did you take individual pictures of all of those shell casings?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and are those included in the stack of pictures that you have before you?
Yes.
All right. I want to go to State's Exhibit 21 triple DC. What is depicted in 21 triple DC?
That's a photo of a vehicle parked at the residence, and it also had multiple shell gunshot damages to it.
Looking at 23 triple DC and 24 triple DC. Is that damage that you were referencing?
Yes.
And now looking at 25 triple DC. What are we looking at 25 triple DC?
That's a residence of 186 Stone Hope.
Okay. And
Damn,
did
the
that also
house.
sustain damage?
Yes, to the window.
All right. Looking at 27 triple DC and 28 triple DC.
Happy birthday, Troy.
Is that the damage to the window that you were just referencing?
Yes.
And then looking at 29 triple DC. Was that also a defect to the window?
Yes.
Right. And after taking pictures, did you collect those shell casings?
Yes, I did.
And when you collected those shell casings, what did you do with them?
They were put in our Atlanta Police evidence locker as evidence.
Okay. And I'll ask you the same question for the previous set of pictures with shell casings. Did you collect those shell casings from 197 Hendricks?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you do with those shell casings once collected?
Those were those were turned over to Officer Williams on the scene.
Now, as a crime scene tech, do you sometimes report to the APD homicide cage to take pictures?
Yes, I do.
And when would you respond to the homicide cage in order to take pictures?
It's usually after the vehicles has been moved from the scene and actually stored in the homicide cage.
I want to direct your attention to February 20th, 2015. Did you have the occasion to take pictures at the APD homicide cage?
Yes, I did.
And have you had an opportunity to review those pictures today, or excuse me, before your testimony today?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1 triple D to 11 triple D.
Why did she say D like that?
And do you recognize those pictures?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize those pictures?
These were the photos that, excuse me, that was taken at the homicide cage.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the picture that you took at the homicide cage on February 19, 2015?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender state's exhibits 1 triple D D through 11 triple D D into evidence.
Those are admitted.
And crime scene tech Turner, did you know the location of where that car derived from?
I believe it was 140 Maury Avenue.
Will looking at a copy of your police report, crime scene tech report, help refresh as to the exact address?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 12 triple D for identification purposes. Is that a copy of your crime scene tech report?
Yes, it is.
And does that help refresh your memory to the address of where the car was taken from?
Yes.
And what was the address?
It was 114 Maury Avenue.
And what is the date of the incident? When did the incident occur?
That was February the 2015.
Was that the date of the incident or the date that you took pictures?
That was the date I took pictures.
What was the incident date?
I'm sorry, 2020, 2019, 2015.
No, what was the incident date?
What was
Let me ask you,
incident
you see
date?
the incident date on the third line down?
Is that the 2019? I'm sorry, 219.
And what was the year?
2015.
All right. And Your Honor, now permission to publish 1 triple D E D. Triple D D.
You may.
What are we looking at 1 triple D?
So interesting, something coming up after we're done with Officer Smiley here. It is said, so Antravia Smith, I think it's Antravia Smith. It's the woman that Mook Toonk and Shell Kell were fighting over. Remember that love triangle? She's about to take the stand soon. So as soon as Miss Simone is done with Officer Smiley, I think that's what's coming up.
D D.
That's just a rear photo of the vehicle.
And 2 triple D D. And now we'll look at 3 triple D D. What was being depicted with the placard for number 1 and 3 triple D D?
That was a photo of a cell phone.
Now looking at 4 triple D D.
The triple D's.
What was being depicted with placards 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 and 4 triple D D?
But first, it was a photo of the back seat inside the vehicle, and I believe there were shell casings on all those.
Okay. And did you take individual pictures of those shell casings?
Yes.
Right. And is that reflected in 5 triple D?
Yes.
And 6 triple D D? You're on, can I borrow your stick?
Stapler?
Stick. Pointer. Thank you. And Investigator, are you able to show the jury where, if there are any shell casings depicted in 6 triple D D?
Yes.
Okay. And if you can just take this stick and point to where those shell casings are.
Right here, and the other one is like right there.
If you go to 7 triple D D, is that a close-up of the 2
Yes.
and then 8 triple D D?
There's actually 3 here. 1, 2,
non-triple DD? Or those showcases depicted in 5 and 6?
Yes.
And 10 triple DD? Were those showcases depicted for placards 7 and 8?
Yes.
All right, and 11 triple DD. Is there a showcasing depicted in 11 triple DD?
Thanks, here comes drama.
And where is that showcasing? All right, and then lastly, and that's it. Thank you so much. Now, crime scene tech, are you able to tell me, and we'll start with triple DD, the incident number for triple DD, which is on number 12. I'm sorry. Looking at the crime scene tech report, are you able to tell me the incident number for 114 Maury?
You wanted the incident number?
Yes, please.
That's 150503213.
All right. And then can you give us the incident number for 198 Stanhope?
That was 150262801.
And then lastly, could you give us the incident number for 197 Hendricks?
And that's 150110392.
All right. Now, with the showcasing that you collected from the homicide case, from the car in triple DD, what did you do with those showcasings?
They was processed for fingerprints, and after that, they were sent to APD property as evidence.
Okay. And do you know at any point those items were taken from APD property to the APD crime lab?
No, I don't.
Okay. Court's indulgence?
All right, Simone, come on. Let's go.
Use the mic if you don't mind.
When you collect crime scene, shell cases from the crime scene, how do you package your shell casings?
What we do is individually pack them, usually put them in a little envelope. We put the time we collected, the location, the case number, the address, and I have my initials on it.
And are each shell case in an individual envelope?
Yes, unless they really close to each other.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when you said the location, what did you mean by you put the location number on there?
Like if it's inside a vehicle, you usually put inside the vehicle in the seat or something like that.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, any defense questions for this witness?
Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Williams, we have no questions for this gentleman.
All right. Nope. Okay. All right, thank you for your time. You're excused. Call your next witness. Mr. Matthews. Is this a lawyer with you or somebody else?
Yeah, that is a different person at Mr. Matthews' table. I wonder if that's a paralegal, someone from the office. Bye, Officer Smiley. Wow, he was short compared to Love and Hilton. They are some tall women. Skipping ahead because we got TiVo time. Atkins is joining it. He's joining in on all the fun.
That was just Mr. Matthews is wanted in a different courtroom during our next break. That didn't have anything to do with this case.
Okay, so I don't think that this is the woman that they were fighting over. So this might be like another quick witness.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm testimony to give you the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth. State spelling your first and last name on the court. Mike, please.
Louise Jenkins, Louisejenkins. Excuse me.
Good morning, Ms. Jenkins. How are you doing?
Fine, and you?
Doing well, doing well. Are you currently employed?
No, I'm retired,
Happily?
happily.
What was your last job?
Atlanta Police, crime scene,
What year did you retire from APD?
2015,
What year did you start with APD?
1985.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about your experience when you started working for Atlanta Police Department?
I started at criminal records and I did dispositions. And I went to court to take dispositions and then I did warrants. And from there, I started crime scene in
She
1987.
actually does look like Angie
How did
Stone.
you end up working in crime scene?
It's all in the same department and I started taking notes and started studying fingerprinting. And I got interested in it and then I started in fingerprinting.
And did you ever become a crime scene technician?
Yes, I did.
Can you explain for the jury your experience as a crime scene technician?
We go to court, we had to go to take classes and we do collect evidence, process, fingerprint, photographs, go to court, and we take our crime labs to either GBI or Atlanta Police Crime Scene.
Now, did you have any law enforcement experience in any capacity before working with Atlanta Police Department?
Not in law enforcement, but I work for state revenue department and I also work Atlanta Braves security,
Okay. How long did you work with Atlanta Brave Security?
about 10 years.
Did any of that time overlap with it when you were with the Atlanta Police Department?
Yeah, some of it did.
Now,
Shout out to the Braves.
were you a crime scene technician from 1987 until you retired?
Yes,
And I want to turn your attention, Ms. Jenkins, to April 28th, 2015.
Mhm.
Did you ever have the opportunity to respond to 1903 Drew Drive?
yes, I did.
Can you tell the jury what you did in relation to that location?
It came up as a vandalism, shots fired. And I went and I took photographs of the scene on the outside and inside. And I collect evidence from the outside and I turn it over to the officer on the outside, on the scene. And I collect a projectile and 2 bullet fragments from inside. And I took it to our Atlanta Crime Lab and turned it into them.
Do you typically process the scene from the outside in?
Yes.
And I wanted just to show you one photograph that's already admitted to publish 62 Lima Lima.
Go with the Lima Limas. Triple D's, the Lima Limas, the Delta Deltas.
It's on here.
It's going to come up here and
Okay.
if technology works for us, machine. Do you recognize that photograph, 62 Lima Lima?
Yes,
And is that the 1903 Drew Drive we were just discussing?
yes, it is.
And why is it, or can you explain for the jury, the responding officer collected the shell casings that were outside and you collected the ones that were inside? Is there any reason behind that?
Well, it came up as a vandalism. So usually when we have a call like that, we can also turn it, the shell casings or whatever, to the investigator on the scene. Anything mostly on the inside, we collect and we'll turn it into our crime lab or the GBI crime lab.
And what protocols did you follow when you collected the shell casings?
I photograph, numbered, and collect them in envelopes, label each one of them, and I put them in a bag at the end of collecting everything, and I turn it over to the officer on the scene.
And for the projectiles, what that you collected from inside, what protocol did you follow with those?
We collect overall of the whole place first, and then we collect each items, and we number them, and then I collect them and dated them, and send and take them up, and then send them to our crime lab.
After you processed 1903 Drew Drive and collected those projectiles, did you have any other involvement with this specific crime scene?
I did not.
One brief moment, Your Honor.
All right, let's skip ahead. Atkins, what are you doing? Taking too much time.
Publishing State's Exhibit. Yep, previously admitted 22 Lima Lima. And Ms. Jenkins, I'm going to cycle through a couple of these photographs to specifically see if you recognize some of the projectiles that you collected from this scene.
Okay, Kid, it's possible that I can look at my notes.
Yeah, it's perfectly possible. Yes, ma'am. I'm going to, or is there anything that will refresh your memory in relation to this?
The notes that I took, the pictures that I took.
And is that in your crime scene
Yes.
record?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm approaching and handing the witness. And Ms. Jenkins, once you review that, if your memory's refreshed, just look up at me.
Okay.
Friendly reminder, hit the like button. I'm thinking about it. The issue with the Diddy trial, guys, is that it is in federal court and not going to be televised. Like, have y'all seen a crazy cartoon where the court drawings?
Ms. Jenkins, was your memory refreshed?
Yes.
And was the projectiles that you collected, what was that photograph that went off the screen, but with 22 Lima Lima, was that one of the projectiles that you collected at Drew Drive?
Yes, it is.
And Ms. Jenkins, when you collect these, can you describe, do you put them in one giant bag, individual bags? What do you do when you collect projectiles?
They're
like
collected in
this?
one individual bag and then they're put in one large bag once they're all labeled.
And when you collect them in single bags, do you have any markings on any of those bags?
You put the number of whatever you put it, the number, you have to put a number there and then you have to label the number on the bag. And then you put the evidence in there and you put the date, time, or whatever you put, collect the bags and put it in.
And is the number you use the same number as the Atlanta Police Department incident number?
No, it's the number that you put it in and you put that on there also.
When you said put what on there also, you mean the numbers of,
The complaint number, you put the complaint number and you put the number of the evidence that you have, whether it's 1, 2, 3, or whatever.
and in this case, did you put the numbers on the evidence bags that you collected?
On each individual bags. And the case number is on both bags.
And what was the Atlanta Police Department case number for this case? And if you have to refresh your memory, just let me know.
The case number is 151180588.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins. One brief moment.
I heard Intravia is giving love attitude. I can't wait to see it. Come on, Atkins, hurry up so we can get to the good part.
I'm going to, and for the record, I'm labeling as 62 Lima Lima what the witness, Ms. Jenkins, has been using to refresh her memory. And Ms. Jenkins, can you describe what it is that you have been using to refresh your memory?
My report that I made from the call that I had.
From the
Call.
1903 Drew Drive?
Yes,
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of the crime scene report that you made in relation to this case?
yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender 62 Lima Lima into evidence.
It's admitted.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins.
You're
No
welcome.
further questions by the state, Your Honor.
Any questions for this witness by?
All
the
right,
defense
let's
witness?
go, let's go, let's go.
No questions.
It's about to go down, y'all, and Travia's coming.
Mr. Williams, you with us? No. Okay. All right. Thank you for your time. You may be excused. Yes.
I'm so excited for Intravia. I don't know, I just have a good feeling about this. If she's giving love attitude, I just have a good feeling about this witness. As far as entertainment, let me clarify that. All right, so they approached for a little bit. Got some nice views of the ceiling. Skipping
Media
ahead.
can choose not to show her face, but I can't order them not to.
So Intravia doesn't want her
All
face
right,
shown,
So.
but they're gonna do it
Okay,
anyway.
on anything.
Your Honor, one other thing that we wanted to bring to the court's attention is that previously, the media did not have a problem with, let me specify, not showing their faces.
Okay.
It was never, they had no problem ever, it was only objections from counsel or defendants.
Okay. All right. Does the media have an issue with just voluntarily not showing her face? Okay.
I'll say this, and also what the media had agreed to is that if they had an objection to not showing the faces, they were gonna come on the Monday after Ms. Hilton provided them. So she provided this to them, I believe, last,
Understand that.
and no one has voiced an objection to not showing this witness's face, so we asked that.
Okay, let me hear from the other media representative who's taping right now. We can't really hear you. Speak up a little bit. I can't even hear what you're saying. Your Honor, may I also clarify something? Hang on just a second.
Yes.
So were you saying something about not having gotten the notice?
No, I didn't get a notice and I asked.
Shout out to Sylvia.
Ignored me and then she wasn't here.
Okay, so who sent the email last week?
So, Your Honor, I sent the email last week, and Sylvia was not on that email.
All right, we'll put her on all the future emails.
But
'cause
she
she's
did ask for it on Monday, and I forwarded to her on that
On
Monday,
Monday, okay.
and
Well,
she did receive.
if you'll go ahead and add her to the distribution list for all the future ones. And we will continue to follow the procedure that had been put in place previously, that the objections, if there are any, need to be made the Monday morning after the Friday emails.
Yeah, and Your Honor, I don't believe that representation made by the state is accurate, that the media are the only people that have the opportunity to object to
That's
this.
not what she was representing. I think what she was saying was that they had not objected before. Ms. Westmoreland, you wanted to say something?
Your Honor, I believe it's been clarified.
Okay.
Turning the page again. I just want to make sure that Ms. Smith has been instructed as a witness. My concern is that there's always rumors, and I just want to make sure that Ms. Smith knows that she's only to testify about things that she actually has personal knowledge of.
All right. Ms. Love, I think you know what Mr. Shart's referencing. Have y'all had a discussion about? All right. Okay, so does any defendant want to, I think in the future, the test is supposed to be, is it within the requirements of due process to cover or exclude? And a lot of these cases are about a defendant objecting to coverage or the media objecting to coverage. And so if the defendant or the media objects, I need to hear the basis for the objection, and then I'll make a determination based on all the different factors that are set forth in Rule 22. But anyway, I haven't really heard anything that would lead me to believe that the case law would support ordering that this witness not be videotaped. So Ms. Love, do you want to take just a few minutes to discuss with the witness what you need to? Okay.
Where should I do it? Right here?
If you want to step right outside, that's fine.
All right, we have TiVo time. Shout out to us. I'm going to skip ahead to about, here she is. There she is. Here. Come on and Travia. So Woody did not like her because she was dating Moontunk and Shell Kel at the same damn time. All right, guys, this is going to be good. I can just feel it.
She has not been sworn in. No. No.
She got neck tattoos.
That's fine with me.
Yes.
Oh, oh, this is going to be good. I can tell. Right, Dove? Law and crime is crazy. They're like, no, you ain't going to freedom of speech. Here's a beautiful view of her.
Right.
I will say, shout out to her eyebrows. They look great.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Love, go ahead. Can you stand up to be sworn, please?
I do.
I need you to state your first initial and your last name, spell your last name for the court.
A. Smith.
Would you spell is common spelling for Smith?
SIMTH.
Ooh.
Thank you. And good morning, Ms. Smith. It's still morning.
Good morning.
All right.
No.
Smith, would you tell the jury where it is that you're from?
Atlanta, Georgia. Born and raised.
Born and raised in Atlanta?
Yep.
All right. And on January the 28th of 2015, did you live in Atlanta?
Yes.
All right. What was your address?
I don't remember the address off Cleveland Avenue.
Do you recall during that time living on Springdale Road at 2905 Springdale Road?
Yes.
All right. Now, were you living there with anyone or were you living by yourself?
By myself.
And is that an apartment, a house? condo?
Townhome. A townhome.
All right. And you said that it was off Cleveland Avenue?
That's what I said.
Okay. Ms. Smith, were you living at that time in apartment P3?
I don't remember the address.
Okay. Do you recall having a neighbor by the name of Gilberti Mack?
I do.
And do you recall whether you asked Mr. Mack to put cameras on his house?
Can't tell nobody to put a camera in their house. That's their house.
It is. Do you recall whether you ever
I did
requested that
not.
of him?
I didn't.
Now, back on January the 28th of 2015, how long after that date did you live in those townhomes?
Left.
Did you leave on that particular
Left?
day or the next day or shortly afterwards?
I wasn't there before that.
Okay. Now, when you say you weren't there before that, what do you mean?
I just wasn't home.
Oh, you mean you were home on January 28th?
If that's the date, I wasn't there.
Okay. When did you move out of those apartments?
I don't remember the exact date. The day they said I had to leave.
Did anything precede your having to leave?
A shootout.
All right. Now, when you say a shootout, what do you mean? You weren't there, so what do you mean? And the jury hasn't heard this, so please tell them what you mean when you say a shootout.
I mean, I had to go there. I got a call from the rent office saying that my house got shot up.
Okay. And was that at night? Do you recall?
I think so.
All right. And so when you go on scene to see what's going on, what do you see?
Bullet holes.
Where do you see the bullet holes?
I don't remember exactly what a bullet holes was.
As far as not specifically remembering them, what I'm asking is, are they inside your home?
Correct.
All right. Do you recall whether the window or the door was hit or something different?
No.
All right. Now, when you got there, were there police inside your home?
No.
Did the police go inside your home with you?
With me, no.
Did they go inside your home?
I'm sure they did.
All right. Now, when you say a shootout happened and after that you left, do you know how long it was after that that you left?
No.
All right. At the time that you lived, and I don't want to get too much into your personal business, but at the time that you lived at that apartment complex off Springdale Road, did you know a person by the name of Kelvin Watts?
Of course.
Okay. And what did you call him?
Shell.
Okay. Shell, did you also call him Lil Kel?
No.
Okay. Did you ever call him by the short
No.
name Shell?
I just told you, Shell.
I understand. So at the time, around January 28th of 2015, or before, had Shell been hiding out in your house?
Sustained.
Had Shell been staying at your house at all?
We was dating
Okay. How long had you all been dating?
a few months.
Now, when you were dating, did Shell stay at your house sometimes?
He visit. He didn't stay.
Did he ever hide out at your house?
He visit. I just answered your question.
Did you ever tell police on January 28, 2015, that Shell had been hiding?
Objection, Your Honor.
I just
That
answered your
calls for
question.
speculation.
Overruled.
And Ms. Smith, I'm not going to keep you up here very long, but I'm going to ask you a specific question because Your Honor, if I may just be a little.
Overruled.
I'm going to ask you questions so that the jury who doesn't know the answers, so that you can answer for them, okay? Did you tell the police that night that your friend Kelvin had been hiding out at your place?
She's leaning back.
I did not.
Okay. Do you remember talking to police that night?
No.
Do you recall the name, or do you recall an Officer Collins being the officer that responded to your scene?
I do not.
Do you recall what the officers looked like?
I do not.
Okay. Do you recall talking to anyone about your friend Kel in the presence of officers?
No.
Do you recall telling them?
Look at how she's
anything
looking
about,
at her.
anyone that might have wanted harm to Kelvin?
No.
Okay. How long do you recall, if you recall at all, the police being on scene?
I don't know.
All right.
I wasn't there.
Were you there when you got called and you came out?
When I got there, nobody was there.
So you don't,
Next day, I went down the next day. They said I had to come the next day. You said when I got home, they wasn't there when I got home.
so the night that the rent office called you, it's your testimony?
The
that-
rent office, I know the person. She called me and told me. The next door neighbor called and told me my house got shot up.
And what was the name of the next door neighbor?
Just called his name. G Gregory, whatever his name is.
Gilberty Mack?
I know him as Gio.
So when Gio called you, it was that night that your house had just gotten shot up?
A few people called me. It wasn't a secret.
All right. And did you arrive on scene that night? Did you get back to your house that night?
I came, but it was there.
Do you know about how long after you called or you were called that you came back to your house?
No, I do not.
Did you know any members, and I know this sounds like it's obvious, but do you know any members of your friend Kelvin's family? Did you know Donovan Thomas?
I did.
Were you close with him?
Yes.
And were you able to observe Kelvin's interaction with him?
I wasn't.
Okay. Do you have any knowledge of whether Kelvin was
Nope.
close to him?
Nope. I do not.
At the time, did you know an Antonio Sledge?
Of course I did.
Why do you say, of course you did?
Because I dated him.
Were you dating him at the same time you were dating?
I wasn't.
Kelvin? How long before your house got shot up did you stop dating Antonio Sledge?
A couple of months. The same time I just told you when I started dating Kevin.
Okay. And what did you call Antonio Sledge?
Montun.
Montun?
Yeah.
All right. How long had you known Montun by that time?
Been on Montun since I was like 15, 16 years old.
Okay. How long had you known Kel or Shell Kel at that time?
Not that long.
Okay. Now, at what point do you now recall speaking to the police at all about shooting at your house?
I don't.
Do you recall ever communicating with the police in any way?
I just told you. I went down the next day. You just asked me that.
Okay. Who did you talk to when you went down?
I
the next
don't
day?
know.
Where did you go down to?
The headquarters.
Do you recall an investigator, Dennis?
I just told you. I don't remember nobody's name.
Do you recall providing a video to the police?
I don't.
Do you recall a video wherein Antonio Sledge was talking to the camera?
It's all on social media. Y'all play it. So of course I seen it.
All right. Could you speak into the?
It's on social media. Of course I seen it.
Now, when you say it's on social media, of course you've seen it. What are you talking about?
The video that you're talking about. The trial is on social media.
Okay.
So yes,
So-
I seen the video.
And describe the video that, since we've shown a lot of them, that you're talking about.
The video's a Mootsun calling Shell Kill out.
All right. Did you know at that time Lil D?
Of course I did.
All right. How long had you known Lil D?
I don't know.
Now, the video of Mootsun calling Shell Kel out, did you provide that video to the police?
I don't recall.
Do you recall emailing anything to the police?
I don't recall.
Do you recall an investigator Gaither?
I don't recall. I just told you I don't remember nobody's name.
All right. And to be fair, do you have any desire to be here today?
No.
Thank you. That's all that I have.
All right, do any defense counsel have questions for this witness?
Oh my God, that was good. That was good. I mean, look at the lean back. She does not want to be there. And this is what happens when the state is trying to force people to get on the stand. It was nice and quick, but at the same time, I think Love knew that was gonna go south real quick if she continued on asking questions and pressing her for specific answers, because we can see she's not going to give them. She doesn't remember anything, doesn't recall. And you know what Love was trying to achieve, what she was trying to get her to say in front of the jury was, did you send that video to law enforcement? That's the big part of her testimony. That's why her testimony mattered. But that was an epic failure. Let's go back and see if we get any cross. I don't think so, but let's see if there are any of the defense attorneys going to cross her.
Not on behalf of Mr. Stillwell.
Thank you. On behalf of Mr. Williams, no question.
None, none, none. All right. Thank you. You're excused. Call your next witness.
Best witness ever. Shout out to Intravia.
Your Honor, the state calls Ms. Latner to stand.
All right, Ms. Latner's
Right.
coming back. We need to be on alert. They dox people's personal information.
And she's already been sworn several times, so we'll just remind her that she's still under oath.
Your Honor, Ms. Latner was previously testifying, and so I understand that she was finished.
She was testifying. But I believe that she was.
Okay.
outside, so we'll verify.
Okay. So y'all are saying, don't get on you too much. Okay. Got it. Well, let me ask this. If she's not finished, do you have somebody else ready?
Oh my God. They never have their witnesses ready. Yeah, guys, what do y'all think? Do y'all think, let me do a poll. Do y'all think Intravia was a good witness? I think she was the most entertaining as so far, you know? But like, I think out of all people, Miss Love pressed all the guys. She pressed Woody. She pressed Moontunk, all these people. But Intravia was not letting it happen.
Your Honor, about 30 minutes ago, they said 20 minutes, so we are checking now.
Okay, well, you don't have another witness out there?
I believe we do it until.
Then let's just do another witness.
We got some TiVo time, so let me see if I can skip ahead. All right.
That witness, I was mistaken, and I asked for a 5-minute break so that we can confirm the availability of the person we thought was outside and should be outside. And if not, to see how long it will be before Ms. Latner's is.
Okay, so do
Done.
you have anybody other than Miss Latner's out there?
The person that I was under the impression was standing right outside is not right outside. Ms. Hilton is with them, and I just texted her to come over with that person. So I'm asking the court for 5 minutes for a break, just to get.
And you don't have another witness?
We had those three people.
Well, that was
lined
only
up.
2. Okay. So if you know that one witness is going to be testifying somewhere else, then make arrangements to have, I think that maybe Miss Hilton out there. So let's just get that next witness out. Is
Yes.
the next witness ready? Okay, bring the
Thank
next
you.
witness in.
Jeez, Love. Y'all, she's probably going to start scrambling and scraping soon because they're running out of people.
Coming up to the stand, don't mind.
Ryan McGovern.
Ryan looks like a sketch.
RYAN.
You got his shades out.
GOVERN.
Good morning, Mr. McGovern. How are you?
I'm doing well.
What type of work do you do?
I work at Consolidated Engineering Company.
And how long have you been with Consolidated Engineering Company?
About 5 years.
Prior to being with Consolidated Engineering Company, where did you work?
I had a few different jobs. I was doing rental property management and some construction work. And prior to that, I worked in law enforcement.
Okay. And when you worked in law enforcement, what law enforcement agency did you work for?
I worked for Atlanta Police in Sandy Springs,
Okay. When did you work for Atlanta Police Department?
roughly from about '09 to 2015.
And when you were working for the Atlanta Police Department, did you work in a specific zone?
Yes, Zone 3 primarily.
What year did you work in Zone 3?
Pretty much my whole career, but towards the beginning, I was on a crime suppression team that would bounce around from zone to zone.
When you were in Zone 3, did you serve solely as a patrol officer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And briefly, what were some of your job duties and responsibilities when you were working as a patrol officer in Zone 3?
Respond to 911 calls for service and do reports.
I want to take you to 2015, specifically January and September of 2015. Were you working in Zone 3 during that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Specifically, I want to take you to January 19th, 2015. Did you have the occasional response to 807 Prior Street Southeast?
Yes,
And why did you respond to that location?
there was a shooting.
And what happened once you arrived at that location?
I spoke with
And are you looking at something?
my police report.
Okay. Would looking at your police report help refresh your memory as to what occurred back January 19, 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
What I'm going to ask of you to do is if you does anyone want to see his report that he's looking at? Okay. What I'm going to ask of you to do is just look down at your report, and once your memory is refreshed, then testify from your memory, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you respond to?
807 Prior Street.
Okay. And do you recall if you respond to that location with any other officer?
Officer Fagan.
Okay. And was Officer Fagan a partner of yours, or was she just he or she someone that just responded with you to the scene?
At the time, he was just somebody that had responded to this particular call.
Okay. What occurred once you arrived?
I located the victim. He stated that he had been shot.
Was that immediate upon getting to the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he appear to be in distress from being shot?
Yes, he had said he had been shot.
All right,
And-
so overruled on that objection. Go ahead.
And he had been grazed back.
Okay. Do you recall what location he was at? Was he able to tell you where he was when he was shot?
I don't.
Okay. We'll take a look at your report, help refresh your memory as to where he was or where you interacted with him at. I'm sorry.
197 Hendricks.
And once you spoken with him, did you see that he was grazed on his back?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Once you spoke with him, what did you do?
I called for an ambulance.
Okay. And did the ambulance ever come?
Yes.
And when the ambulance came, what did you do?
Followed him to the hospital and then spoke with him there.
All right. And once speaking with him at the hospital, did you ever return to the scene? Did you ever return back to 807 prior?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Let me, as we're looking at anything, help refresh your memory as to whether or not you returned back to 807 prior.
Yes.
Permission to approach?
You may.
Friendly reminder to hit the like button, y'all.
I'm going to show you, I'm going to mark as statement 19 triple DE. And just take a moment, look at this report and tell me if it helps refresh your memory as to whether or not you can return back to the location.
Yes, I did return to the location.
And when you returned, what did you do?
I met back with Officer Fagan,
Okay.
and I gave him some new information regarding Terrence Reese.
All right. And was Officer Fagan the primary officer for the crime, for the actual incident location?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And after reporting back to Officer Fagan, what the information that you learned from Mr. Reese, did that conclude your involvement as it related to this case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I want to transition you to September 13th, 2015. Were you still working with Zone 3 in September of 2015?
Yes.
Okay. And in September 2015, did you have the occasion to respond to 322 Glen Street Southwest?
I don't recall.
Okay. I'm going to approach with State's Exhibit 18, Triple D. Tell me if you recognize State's Exhibit 18, Triple D.
Yes.
And why did you respond to that location?
There was a shots fired call.
And when you respond to that location, what, if anything, did you do?
I met with the caller. It was there'd been a green store that was struck in multiple places.
Okay. And had you ever been to that store previously?
Yes, we visited there frequently.
Okay. And were you familiar with the store itself?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State Exhibit 1, Triple DE to 5 Triple DE. Tell me if you recognize what's in 1 Triple DE to 5 Triple DE.
Yes, I remember responding to this location.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the green store that you responded to back in September of 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
You're on this time, the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 1 Triple DE to 5 Triple DE into evidence.
All right, those are admitted.
Okay, permission to publish.
You may.
Now, Windsor and Glen Street, what's depicted in 1 Triple DE, is that a location within Zone 3?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Looking at 2 Triple DE, what is depicted in 2 Triple DE?
That's the green store that was shot up.
Okay. And it's 3 Triple DE, 4 Triple DE, and 5 Triple DE, just different angles of the green store.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And once you arrived on scene, did you see any of the defects that were inside of the green store or outside the green store, excuse me?
Yeah, there were bullet holes.
All right. Was there any other damage to anything else at the store?
Yeah, I think look at my report, a vehicle was struck as well.
And what type of vehicle was struck?
A silver Chevy Malibu.
And once you observe both the building, the defects of the building and the car, what, if anything, did you do while on scene?
We roped off a crime scene and notified supervisors, and evidence was collected. Shell casings.
Without telling what anyone said, did you speak with any witnesses while you were on scene?
Yes, a Miss Arnold.
And was she able to provide you some information about a potential victim in this case?
Yes.
And did she give you a name of the potential victim?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Were you able to watch video surveillance of what occurred?
Yes, there was some video footage.
And were you shown the video surveillance footage?
Yes.
And did you put in your report what you saw in that video surveillance footage?
Yes, I did.
What was on the video surveillance footage that you saw?
It appeared to be a drive-by shooting with Shannon as the intended target. Suspect vehicle appeared to be a reddish maroon four-door sedan with tinted windows outlined with chrome or silver. Vehicle passed by once and then circled again and let off some shots. The video footage shows that Shannon.
Well, without saying any names.
It's fine.
Oh.
It's fine, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay.
Whoa.
Continue.
Because Max is going to cross him.
It shows that Shannon fled the scene and did not appear to have been shot, although it's possible could have been hit with debris of the broken windows.
Okay. And at any point, did you try to determine if anyone had gone to the hospital, if there were any victims that went to the hospital?
Great Hospital was notified of the incident, but there was no shooting victims that came around at about that time.
Did you ever call out any crime scene techs to come and collect the evidence from that scene?
Yes.
And who was the crime scene tech that you had come out to the scene to collect evidence?
Unit Pebbles and Unit Moore, 7324 and 7340.
And after calling out crime scene, would that have concluded your involvement in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Court's indulgence. Oh. What was the case number assigned to, I'll first ask you about the case that we're on, the September 13th, 2015 case. What is that case number? And I'm sorry, the incident.
Hi, Duchess.
Oh,
Good to see you.
15256-2008-00.
Oh, thank you. And then for the incident from January 19th, 2015, what is that incident date?
150192400.
All right. Court's indulgence.
All right, thank you. Any defense questions? All right.
Maybe Max, let's see, objected. So, let's see. Yeah, I was right. Shout out to me.
Good morning.
Can't hear you, Max.
Sounds like
Correct.
And the green store is located on Glen Street, a couple hundred yards from McGovern, correct?
Correct.
Now, you spoke to some witnesses about shots fired, and you learned that there was a car that drove by, and someone had shot at a shin, correct?
Correct.
All right. Shin did not, from your understanding, Shannon did not do anything except get shot at, correct?
I don't recall. Sorry.
Well, does your report indicate that Shannon had done anything other than get shot at?
Nope.
So, did you look for witnesses?
Yeah.
And you spoke to Ms. Arnold, correct?
Correct.
You also, and this green store is also known as Mommy's Neighborhood Grocery, is that correct?
Sorry, I don't remember.
Could you look at the pictures of that green store? Is there a sign? Is there signage that indicates the name of the store?
It says, well, it's partially busted out, but neighborhood grocery, I assume is what it says. at
Okay.
322 Glen.
All right, great. And did you, after speaking to Ms. Arnold, did you, or surveillance video at this green store?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And why did you look for surveillance video?
I assume it would just be standard procedure to gather as much evidence as possible.
Okay. Surveillance video doesn't lie, does it?
No, sir.
All right. You thought it was very important as part of your investigation into this incident to obtain that surveillance video, correct?
Mhm.
Okay. And you spoke to a Maricelis Ayuso, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know her as Mommy?
No.
Okay, but she was the owner of the store?
Yes.
Okay. And you asked her if they had surveillance video, correct?
Yes.
She, in fact, showed you the surveillance video of this incident, correct?
Yes.
The surveillance video was working on 9/13/2015, correct?
Correct.
It was available, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Ayuso was cooperative with you, correct? She didn't make you go get a search warrant or go through any legal process. She showed you the video, correct?
That's correct.
And you watched the video.
I assume so.
Well, in your report, do you describe the video?
Yes.
Okay. Well, you wouldn't have described what was on the video if you didn't watch it, would you?
Probably not.
Okay. And while you don't know anyone's name from the video, right, you don't know anyone's name from the video, you confirmed that there was a man that appeared to be getting shot at that ran away from the scene.
Mm-hmm.
And you weren't sure if that person was shot or not.
Correct.
Did it appear to you that people were shooting at him? From reviewing the video, did it appear that people were shooting at him?
Yeah, overruled.
The video footage. The video footage led me to believe at the time that Shannon was the intended target.
Okay, and the video footage, it didn't show Shannon committing any crimes.
No.
Okay.
That's the score. Good job, Max.
Didn't show Shannon shooting any weapons.
Mm-mm.
That's a no for the record?
Yes. No, sir.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Good job, Max. That was great.
Anybody else? Vince?
That's why Max
Did you
wanted
hear
his, that's why the name, you know, when he heard the name, he's like, nope, let that rock. I'm gonna
You
clean
had
that
just
up.
asked about the surveillance video. Do you know, sitting here today, how long that store had surveillance video footage?
No.
Do you know, sitting here today, how long that camera kept surveillance video footage?
No, ma'am.
Do you know if the Green Store had surveillance footage back in January of 2015?
I don't think so. I'm not sure.
You're not sure?
I'm not sure.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Okay.
Do you have any recollection of visiting the Green Store in January of 2015?
I actually do. The pictures kind of jog my memory. I just remember there being a shooting there, and I remember roping off some crime scene tape and going around asking questions to people. It was, 9 years ago, I believe.
Who was the target of that shooting? Did that report with you?
Which report are you referring to?
This thing 9 years ago, January 2015.
Well, I mean,
Simone's face.
they were both a long time ago. I guess. I mean,
But do you have a report from January 2015 with you?
yeah, there's one report I have from January.
Could I see it?
Sure. And there's another report from September of 2015.
Okay, this report from January 2015 is at 807 Pryor Street, correct? It says, I, Officer McGovern, was dispatched shooting call at 807 Pryor Street.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's not the Green Store.
No. They're both 9 years ago. I'm just saying it was a long time ago. That's all I'm saying.
I understand it's a long time ago, but you're not this. I visited a location in January 2015. As you're recalling, you're just referring to this document that the DA's office gave you, correct?
Yeah, that's my police report.
Okay, and but you visiting 807 Pryor Street, not the Green Store.
No, the Green Store was this one.
Right. And that was September 13th, 2015, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm asking, just to clear this up, do you have any recollection of, you don't have any recollection of visiting the Green Store in January 2015? You're referring to Pryor Street.
No, I have a recollection of visiting the Green Store for a shooting, whatever month or date it was. I don't recall.
Okay, so you have no idea. As a police officer, you visited the Green Store before, other than September 13th, 2015.
Well, I remember more than just visiting. I mean, we visited it quite frequently, but I remember that particular store had gotten shot up, and I remember roping off some crime scene tape and interviewing some people.
Okay, all right. I'm going back to September 13th, 2015.
Mhm.
When you sought out the surveillance and obtained the surveillance, you thought it was important enough to put that information in your report, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you did put it in your report, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. May I approach this?
You may.
Thank you.
Good job, Max.
All right. You are excused. Thank you for your time.
All right, Ryan.
This witness can be.
About 50 minutes from now.
Okay.
Oh,
And is that Ms. Latner's?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
wow.
Is there a shorter witness that's available right now? It's fine if there's, okay. Well, let's go ahead and have her then.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Miss Latner is back. I think they're trying to get Little D for the afternoon. We'll see. He's supposed to be released from the hospital today. Shout out to the Black Law student on Twitter. I have a letter to show you guys. So when we're done with Miss Latner, we will review that letter, go through some super chats while they're on break.
So you've already been sworn probably several times. I'll just remind you that you are still under oath. Go ahead and have a seat.
And I gotta be on alert. They dox people's addresses and stuff.
Good morning, Ms. Latner.
Good morning.
Is this the second courtroom you've had to testify in today?
I haven't testified yet in the first one yet.
Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that, Ms. Latner. With that said, Ms. Latner, before your testimony today, did you and me meet and go over some of the physical discs for you to mark?
I did.
And
We
did
did.
we review a number of CAD reports associated with those 911 calls?
Yes.
Now, Your Honor, I'm going to approach Ms. Latner's with 124 Charlie, 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 124 Charlie, 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 Alpha, 1 Golf, Golf, Alpha, 1 Juliet, Juliet, Charlie, and 1 Juliet, Juliet, Delta. 2 Tango.
If you guys remember, Miss Latner is, she, I believe, is a 911 dispatcher. We saw her last Thursday, I believe, and she is, about a week ago. She's back today.
Tango, Tango, 2 Tango, Tango, Alpha, 1 Oscar, Oscar, 2 Papa, Papa, and 2 Papa, Papa, Alpha, and 1 Romeo, Romeo, 1 Romeo, Romeo, Alpha, for the record.
All right.
I hope you have the letters all memorized, Ms. Latner's, like we practiced. Now, Ms. Latner's, once you can take a minute to review those, and if and when you recognize those, just look up at me. Thank you, Ms. Latner's.
Right, so he's going to go through a series of reports with her. Let me see if we can skip this.
Have you had time to review those, Ms. Latner's?
Yes.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the various CAD reports and 911 calls that you reviewed prior to testifying here today?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state is going to tender into evidence 124 Charlie, 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 and as well as Alpha, 2 Tango, Tango, along with Alpha, 1 Oscar, Oscar, 1 Papa, Papa, Alpha, or excuse me, 2 Papa, Papa, and 2 Papa, Papa, Alpha, 1 Romeo, Romeo, and the accompanying Alpha, 1 Juliet, Juliet, Charlie, and 1 Juliet, Juliet, Delta, and 1 Golf, Golf, Alpha.
All right, there's your minute.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Ms. Latner's, I'm going to.
Hang on a second. That Yes.
Tu papá, Nathaniel.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Right.
And publishing State's Exhibit 124 Triple Charlie. Now, Ms. Latners, what is the date of 124 Triple Charlie?
January 28th, 2015.
What is the call type that this call came in as?
Shot fired.
And what was the location?
2905 Springdale Road, Southwest, apartment Peepaw 2.
What zone and beat in the city of Atlanta was this call?
In zone 3, 3 is 11B.
And for the record, what is the APD incident number associated with this call?
150280046.
Was this officer generated or 911 call?
911 call.
What time was the call received? Orion was the sick primary officer who responded to this call.
Christopher Collins.
Now, Ms. Latner's turning to the bottom of page 2 on the CAD narrative at 12:16:14. Can you tell the jury or explain what that indicates?
It has what the caller told the operator, call advised someone just shot up a home. Call advised rapid fire is going on.
And what is the third stanza of 12:16:14 as depicted in the CAD narrative?
Repeat that.
Right beneath what you just read, Ms. Latners,
Mhm.
what is the last call out after what you just read?
Bullets coming through her home.
And after bullets coming through home, what does it read?
Caller possible has a recording of the continuing bullets.
Now, Ms. Latners, I'm going to publish for you, you have before you 124 Triple Charlie Alpha. Is this also January 28th, 2015?
Yes.
What's the call type for this CAD?
Shot fired.
Is the address different or the same from what we just discussed?
Same address for different apartments. Number.
On what time did this call come in?
12:17 a.m. hours.
Is that close or far in time from the CAD report we just discussed?
It's close.
What time was this call cleared and reflected in the CAD?
It was cleared at 12:19 a.m. hours.
If you turn to the CAD narrative, this second line from the bottom at 12:19:13.
Yeah, I'm on alert, guys. As soon as I see a phone number, I'm going to skip it. Okay. So if you see me, paying attention to that, that's what I'm doing because these are risky on YouTube.
13 a.m. What does that indicate?
It advised that the call advised the 911 operator heard about 5 shots in the area, no further.
And Ms. Latners, what was the disposition on this CAD report?
The operator stored the incident because she found an incident before that, so she just relayed the calls to that incident.
Is that a possible explanation for why this CAD reflects such a short, cleared call
Yeah.
time?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Latners, I'm going to publish 1 Golf Alpha. What is the date for what zone and beat?
It shows 21:33 p.m. hours.
Is that
Allison Leduc, right?
LEDUC?
Yes.
What are on the left under that, Ms. Latners? all of those section units, what do those indicate?
You indicate the different units that went out of the location.
Now, Ms. Latner, if you can turn to the CAD narrative on page 3, what is the first remark at 9:33:51?
Female advised they shot up her house and she was shot in the leg.
And Ms. Latner, if you can flip back one page to the CAD narrative, page 2, or excuse me, the CAD report, page 2, do you see the time or the call out? It says LC 10:20:43 p.m. It's almost right in the middle of that page to help orient you.
10:20 what?
10:20:43 p.m.
Okay.
What does the LC indicate?
Location change.
And what at 10:20:43 p.m., where was that location changed to?
Greater Hospital.
And Ms. Latner's turning back to page 1, what was the disposition for this case or this CAD?
17.
Is that indicate a report?
A report was made.
Now, Ms. Latner's, I'm going to publish for you what's already been admitted as 1 Juliet Juliet Charlie. What is the call type that this came in as?
Suspicious person.
What's the APD case number for this CAD report?
15-127-0278.
And what was the date?
May 7, 2015.
On this call, what location did officers respond to?
151 Cleveland Avenue Southwest.
And with this CAD report, was it a 911 call or officer generated?
911 call.
What time was that call received?
It received at 2:05 a.m. hours.
What time were officers dispatched?
2:08 a.m. hours.
And how quickly did they arrive? What time did they arrive?
0:10 a.m. hours.
And what officer was the primary unit that arrived on the scene?
It shows 1312 Baker.
What time was this CAD report cleared?
07:09 a.m. hours.
And Ms. Latner, if you turn to page 2 of this CAD narrative, 20803, can you explain for the jury what that indicates?
The caller advised the operator, 911 operator, he's at the BP station, black male, approximately 16 to 17 years old, white shirt, red shorts with a machine gun, driving a black Chevy tag, gave the tag number. Gun is
Weird,
still
Benji.
inside vehicle.
Weird.
And does that tag, Ms. Latner, end in 880?
Yes.
That's
Now,
very
Ms.
strange,
Latner, is
Benji.
one of those discs before you that we admitted 1 Juliet Juliet Delta?
Yes.
Is that the 911 call that corresponds with the CAD report we just discussed?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state's is publishing 1 Juliet Juliet Delta.
All right.
Atlanta 911, operator 6587. What is the address of your emergency?
Hey, I'm up here, Chef at the BP gas station. The address is 151 Cleveland Avenue. got a black, four-door Chevrolet. I was walking out the store.
Okay,
This
is
guy
that,
got out like with a
sir, is that Cleveland
Uh-huh.
Avenue Southwest or Northwest? I mean, Southeast or
Southwest.
Southwest? Okay,
Southwest.
okay. 151 Cleveland Avenue Southwest, and you said it's a BP gas station?
Yes,
Okay, do you need police, fire, or ambulance?
police.
Okay, what's going on now?
It's a young guy with a white T-shirt on. His short just got cut like with a machine gun for no reason. I'm walking out the store. He on a black four-door Chevrolet. Tag number is Peephole S-Ray Lincoln 8880. I don't know what he's trying to do, but he walked to the store, then he put the gun back inside the car, like the female is driving, but he got the gun laying on the back seat.
Okay.
And I felt like I was about to get shot down coming
I
out
think
the
this
store.
is
He had
about Lil
down.
D.
Okay, you said he was driving a Chevrolet?
Yes, ma'am.
What color?
Black.
All right, and is it a truck or a car?
It's a car, and it looked like he was about 16, 17 years old. A big old gun. In the store talking to somebody, we can get somebody out here on ASAP. You know, they can catch him before he pull off.
Okay.
But that's a big old gun. I want my call to be anonymous because I don't know him and he don't know me.
All right.
I mean, but that's a big old gun he got.
And is he still inside of the store?
Yes, ma'am. As we speak, he's still inside the store.
Okay. All right, and the machine gun is still inside of the front?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and what does the female look like?
I think it looked big and I just saw wild hair on her head. It looked like a
All right.
female from behind.
And is he,
Like, we got a,
is she black or, is she black, white, Hispanic?
both on black.
Okay.
But he like he about to walk in the store with it. He goes sticking it down in his shorts and stuff. Then he saw me when I turned around. He jumped in the back seat and put it down on the back seat.
I love Atlanta, I swear.
All right, hold on 1 second, sir. And you said he had on a white shirt and red pants, right? Red
Yes,
shorts.
ma'am. White shirt, red shorts.
All right, okay. And he's still inside the store at this time as well?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
All right. And you said when he saw you, he put the gun in the backseat of the car, but at first he was sticking it in his pants, like he was taking it inside the car.
Right,
Okay.
right. And me and another guy had said, man, what the, excuse my language, but both of us had said, man, what the hell he got himself to do?
Okay. All right. And he's still in the store now, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And the car's still sitting out there.
All right. What is the female doing? Is she just sitting in the car?
She just sitting on the wheel, yes. I don't know whether a machine gun or a chopper, but whatever it was, they have a big old banana clip on it.
And you said he looked about 16 or 17 years old? Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Did we lose him?
Stopping at 412. Ms. Latner, did we also, or do you also have before you a 2 Tango Tango CAD report?
Yes.
With 2 Tango Tango, the state's publishing 2 Tango Tango for the jury. What is the date for that CAD report?
May 10th, 2019.
And what did that CAD report come in as in terms of the call type or description?
Person shot.
What is the APD incident number associated with this case?
191302224.
And what was the location for this May 10, 2019 CAD?
1600 Prime Road, Southwest Atlanta.
What zone and beat is that location?
Zone 3, 305 beat.
And was this a 911 call or officer generated?
911 call.
What time was the call placed?
9:35 p.m. hours.
How quickly were officers able to get dispatched to that location?
Maybe a minute.
And when did they ultimately arrive?
9:40 p.m. hours.
What type of response time was this person shot call?
10 minutes.
What time was this call cleared?
12:29 a.m. hours.
Now, at the top, Ms. Latner, what is the disposition and code number for this incident?
You have code 10, which they impound the vehicle. 17 and 23, they did a report and they arrested someone.
Is 23 the arrest?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Latner, if you look at the bottom of page 1 in the column, is that, as you had discussed, all of the different units that responded to this call?
Yes.
You turn to page 2, Ms. Latner. At the bottom, at timestamp 10:03:38 p.m., what is indicated at that time?
Advised 3304 location change en route to Grady.
And if you turn to page 3, Ms. Latner, towards the top at 10:19:09 p.m., what is indicated at that time?
Advised 3304 at Grady Memorial Hospital in trauma room number 4.
And at the bottom, Ms. Latner, of page 3 at 12:29:26 a.m., what does that indicate?
Advised 3306 cleared the call on the 50. His pull-in was code 10-17-23.
Which is the impound arrest and report.
Yes.
Now, Ms. Latner, turning to page 4 of the CAD narrative, what is the note at 9:36:21 p.m.?
Male possible shot. Subject got into a green sedan, green Audi sedan.
And immediately below that, what is indicated?
Black male, gray Kia, doors open, gray Kia sedan, license plate, Charlie John Baker 1950.
And a few minutes later, Ms. Latner, at 9:38 p.m., what, can you explain for the jury what occurs at that time frame?
Now, the 7300 unit advised a person on fleet on foot towards the apartment complex.
What does it, do you see no further 78 Sierra?
No further 78 on the subject.
And what does that mean in CAD parlance?
They have no more description of the person.
Now, 1 minute later, Ms. Latner, at 9:39, what is the CAD call out at that time frame?
Advised left vehicle on Park near three-way grocery store.
And about 4 minutes later, a couple lines down, Ms. Latner, at 9:43 p.m., what occurs at that time?
Vehicle is shot up.
And do you see the unit number 7171 also at 9:43?
Yes.
What does that unit advise at that time?
3303 advised shot in the neck. Someone shot in the neck, alert, conscious, and breathing.
And 3 minutes later at 9:46 p.m., what occurs at that time?
3303 advised suspect is a vehicle possible towards Amer Drive.
And Ms. Latner's 4 minutes later at 9:50 p.m., can you explain what occurs at that time frame?
3309, which is overtime unit, advised Pride and Thornton shut down. They're trying to shut down an intersection.
And when it says MARTA notified, is that MARTA police or something else?
That's the MARTA bus line. When we shut down a location, we advise the MARTA bus station that we're shutting down the locations.
Now, Ms. Latner's, about 9 minutes later at 10:01 p.m., unit number 6180, what occurs at that time?
They request K-9 units out to the location, to do a search with the dogs.
Does, at 10:08, what does it indicate when it says GAT on scene?
That's a specialized unit that's doing a search with the dogs and it's more like an undercover units.
Understood. And about 6 minutes later, Ms. Latner's at 10:14 from unit number 6181, what occurs at 10:14?
One of the unit 6181 advised at least 3 people fled from Grayford Fusion and at 10:14 hours.
And 6 minutes later, Ms. Latner's at 10:20 PM, what occurs at that time frame?
Unit 3304 advised victim has 2 gunshot wounds to the left shoulder.
And 4 minutes later, where it starts with the word tracked, what does that indicate?
1892, which is a red dot unit. He advised they tracked someone running at the fence line in the back of the apartment.
And 1 minute later, what is the updated CAD report indicate at that time?
He advised that Gibbon Road, subject possible jump the fence.
Now, Ms. Latner's also before you, do you have 2 Tango Tango Alpha, which is a CD?
Yes.
Is that the 911 call that corresponds with the CAD report we just discussed?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state is publishing 2 Tango Tango Alpha for the jury.
Yes, but I'm not sure what you're asking.
One brief moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
The computer just froze, Your Honor. So we had to back up and run.
Okay.
Operator 7300. Yes, there's some boys that just ran out of the car and they just shot fires. They just shot someone. What's the location? Got out of the car and ran. Okay, they shot someone or they were shooting? Already shooting someone. Okay, what's the location? I'm right here by the freeway grocery store. And they're running back right now to the car. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm trying to get the location. What 2 cross streets are you at? I'm at Pryor Road in Clare, and just as we turn out Clare, right by the Pryor Road in Clare. Yeah, they're running right now. Okay, was someone shot, or are they just shooting? They just and it looks like they shot at some boy. I don't know. I just ran past it. I'm by the car right now. What's the color, make, and model of the vehicle? It's an Audi, but I'm like away from it because it. What color is it? Like a gray or blue. They got into a gray Audi sedan. Yep, 4 doors. It's like the light coming. Do you have a license plate number? I can drive back around. How many boys are there? It was like 3. I don't know if anybody's in the car. Like the door is open. Black male, black, white, Hispanic, or Asian? Probably black. Yeah. Oh, that's a Kia. It's C. Hold on. Let me turn around. It's like a 3-way. I'll show you. Give me 1 second. It's CJBL 1950. A CJB, I mean CB 1950.
Okay, that's Charlie John Bravo 1950, and it's a gray Kia sedan.
Yeah.
And you said the males left. What direction did they run in?
Oh shit! They went. I guess what is this? North, south? I mean, on Prior.
Okay, they went on.
Forks off, right?
Okay, did they went on
Prior.
towards what? Like, give me somewhere where they went towards a place or a street.
To the right, there's apartments over here. There's just a fence. There's a three-way grocery store right here. And
give me 1 second. I'm still here. Bear with me 1 second.
They ran toward these apartments. And there's a shoe. Little boy's shoes. They only took off the shoes right here.
Okay, give me a description of some of the males. You said they're black males. What are they wearing?
They hoodie and regular clothes. I mean, I was far away. I couldn't identify them.
Okay.
But we're by the park place.
They left the vehicle near. They left the vehicle near the grocery store.
Yep, right here on Prior Street, like went forked off to the right.
And what was that grocery store name?
Freeway Grocery Store.
Did you want to meet with police when they get there?
Excuse me?
Did you want to meet with police when they get there?
No, I'm gone.
Okay.
I didn't see anybody.
Thank you so.
I didn't go by the car anymore.
Okay, thank you so much for calling. If anything changes or you see anything more, can you?
Your Honor, publishing one Oscar already admitted.
All right.
Ms. Latner, do you have before you a CAD report marked one Oscar?
Yes,
What is the date for that CAD report?
April the 26th, 2019.
What was the location that officers responded?
741 Morosco Drive, Northeast Atlanta.
Now, was this a 911 or officer generated call?
Officer generated call.
What was the zone and beat for that 751 Morosco Drive?
Zone 2, 211 speed.
What time did the officer generate this call?
12:39 a.m. hours.
And is the dispatch time the same time as when it was received?
Yes,
What time was this call cleared?
05:06 a.m. hours.
Who was the primary, or who was the officer for this CAD report?
Unit 1211, Ralph Shock.
Is this a 10-minute response call?
Yes,
And what was the call type and description for this?
on page 3, he advised he was flagged down for this call.
And Ms. Latner's, what was the disposition ultimately for this CAD report?
17, report made.
And did additional officers ever arrive with officers?
Yes,
Roughly how many?
I see 5.
And Ms.
Officer
Latner,
Stuck?
if you turn to the CAD narrative on page 3, do you see the time at 12:39:33?
Yes,
Can you explain for the jury what happens after you had just mentioned he was flagged down?
unit was flagged down, 12 named assistant supervisor. He copied the call. Officer advised his dispatch at the time possible person was shot in the parking lot, in the parking garage.
And was it does it give any description of what level of that parking garage they are at?
The bottom level of the parking garage.
And Ms. Latner's at 12:45 a.m., What do those code changes indicate?
Well, the unit investigated the call, found out the person was not shot, the person was robbed.
And what is 44 Papa?
44 is a person robbed.
And at 12:45, when it says victim not signal 50,
He's not shot.
and at 12:52 a.m., what is indicated at that time?
Perk left in a black Ford Mustang.
Ms. Latner, do you also have before you two Papa? What type of, or let me ask you this, what is the date for this CAT report and publishing to Papa at this time?
October the 1st, 2020.
What is the incident number for this case?
202752065.
What did this call come in as?
The call came in as a 44B, which a vehicle being carjacked.
Okay, so right now they're talking about a series of different events that are somehow tied to YSL, and the state is trying to paint that picture. So that's why they brought Ms. Latner's back. Right now, we're going to talk about a carjacking. And this carjacking is important because Defendant Huey, all the way in the back corner of the courthouse or the courtroom, represented by Bruce Harvey, this is his client. So they're about to get into that right now.
What did the call end as?
As a 39 information for the officer.
Can you explain for the jury what that means? Or
Where call came in as a 44V. The operator only can go by what the caller tells the operator. Once the officer get out there and investigate the call, he has the choice to change the signals. So he changed the signals to a 39 information for officer.
now, Ms. Latner, what zone and beat was this call in?
Zone 3, 303 speed.
And what was the address?
250 Fulton Street, Southwest Atlanta.
Was this a 911 call or officer generated?
911 call.
And what was
My
the
bad.
caller's name?
I said that wrong. Thanks, Breezy.
Gary.
Does it only have a first name listed?
Only first name with AT&T Mobile. That's it.
Do some other providers give first and last names?
It depends on the caller, yes.
Now, Ms. Latner, what time did Gary make this 911 call?
10:50 p.m. hours.
And what time were officers dispatched to respond to this 911 call?
10:52 p.m. hours.
What time did officers arrive to this call?
10:59 p.m. hours.
Who was the officer that arrived?
What is this, Rico? I don't know how his last name, Ravilus.
That's fair, Ms. Ladders. And what is his unit number?
It is Matthews. Sorry, guys. I said that wrong.
Now, if you look a little bit below at the unit time 11:14:12, what does that indicate?
44V vehicle contract.
And then at 11:26:25.
They changed it from a 44V to a dispatch to a 12, which is information to the office.
Now, if you turn to the CAD narrative on page 2 at 10:51:46, what happens at that time, Ms. Latners?
The operator put on here just occurred, the incident just occurred, a 2016 Gold Buick LaSalle paper tag.
Is that a gold Buick LaCrosse, Ms. Latners?
Gold Buick LaCrosse. Then it has a paper tag.
And after it lists that it has a paper tag, what is the next update in this CAD report?
It advised a black male, dark skin, tall, 69, which is 69 is a gun, AK, and 1395, which is supervisor, copied the call, took all money, and his iPhone 11.
Now, right beneath that at 10:54 p.m., what is DOT on Fulton towards I-75?
That means DOT, they have DOTs out all times of night. They already out there on the location of 75. That's where DOT handle their stuff on the highway.
Understood. Is that direction of travel?
Yeah, it could be direction of travel.
Now, what was the other DOT you were just talking about?
The DOT units.
Understood. Which one do you think this CAD report is reflecting?
Excuse me?
Do you think what on this CAD report, is it direction of travel or the units you were just describing?
Direction of travel on Fulton towards I-75.
And after that direction of travel is provided, what is the next update 1 minute later at 10:55 p.m.?
It has pink Auto Nation tags on the back around the temporary tag. It's a temporary tag.
And Ms. Latner's a little bit later at 11:12 p.m. Was any other units raised?
The robbery units.
And can you explain for the jury what it means when you raise the robbery unit?
City of Atlanta have different departments, different officers in different units. We have robbery units, we have red dot units. So since this was a 44 vehicle, they raised the robbery units to handle this call.
And Ms. Latner's a little while later at 11:26 p.m., what does the unit advise at that time?
That the caller not cooperating with the unit.
And 4 seconds after that update, is that when it changes from a 44V to a vehicle theft to a 39?
Yes.
Do you also have before you, Ms. Latner's, the accompanying 911 call that is to Papa Alpha?
Yes.
Tu
And
papá.
is this the 911 call from what we just described, the gentleman with AT&T known as Gary?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, going to publish to Papa Alpha.
All right.
All right, let's listen to this call. Important.
Atlanta 911. Yes, I got Raw. Where are you? What's the address right here? 250, who? 250 40th Street. What happened to you? Okay, everybody coming to you. What happened? I pulled up to meet my nephew homeboy, and him and his homeboy robbed me. Your nephew robbed you too? No, his homeboy. My nephew.
What?
Well, give his homeboy some money to put on his book, and he robbed me. I got you. What was it by gunpoint? Yeah. Okay, what's the apartment? They got my car and everything. They took my car and everything. Okay, so you were carjacked? Yeah. Okay, listen to me. What's your name? My name is Gerald Holland. Gerald? Gary, G-A-R-Y. Gary, what kind of car you got? 2015 Buick LaCrosse. 2016? Yes, Buick LaCrosse. What color? It's gold. Okay, gold Buick LaCrosse. Anything hanging from the rearview mirror? Any special tires? No, it's brand new. I just got it a month ago. We got a digital tag on it. What's the tag number? It's a digital tag. It's a paper tag. Okay, but that's tell me. I gotta know. Hold on. I'm gonna be looking for it. Anything else when you hang from your rearview mirror? No. Okay. The guy, now, since you came up to pay him, right? This is what I'm asking you. What did he look like? So I know who's in that car. He's short, black male. Who jumped in my car? The one that jumped in my car was dark and tall, like about 5'8". Black male? Yes, hoodie on. Dark skin? Yes. Okay, he's tall? Yes. What's he got on? I don't know, man. That's okay. No, you're doing good. You're doing good. So he had on a hoodie. Okay. Yes. You're doing really good. No. What about my phone? Oh, good. Okay, that's good too. He took my other phone. He don't know I had my other phone in my pocket. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, Gary. You're doing good. As long as they didn't hurt you. He had a weapon, correct? Yes, they had an AK and the other one had a handgun. You serious? The one that got in your car got an AK because I didn't know when the police pulled him over. The one that got in your car, does he have an AK or a handgun?
AK, one got an AK, one had a handgun.
Both in the car with you, right? Both guys are in the car?
No, one is in my car, the other was in the other car.
Now, the one that is in your car, does he have the AK?
I don't know, man. They told me to
That's
go. I
okay.
don't know.
No, listen, you're doing good. No, I'm doing a lookout. So we're giving everybody, telling everybody on the radio what's going on, okay? Because we're coming to you. Don't worry about that. But I want to try to find him. Okay.
I know I have my phone good. I got to know me. I took my phone.
Okay, I just need you. You're doing really good, Gary. I need you on the recording line. Okay. All right. So you came to pay. Well, how much did you give him?
They said I want money.
Okay.
I won.
Okay, gotcha. I haven't even given. You know what I meant. Okay. Now, what kind of phone did they take from you?
An iPhone.
Okay, iPhone.
iPhone 11.
iPhone 11. That's good. That helps me a lot. I have to explain it. Okay.
6, 7, 8.
Do you know which way they went?
They went down 4th Street, like towards 75. 6, 7, 8, 7, 8, 8.
Okay, on towards 75 north or south?
7, 8, 8. 5, 7, 5, 4.
Don't worry about the phone number. I need you to pull towards 75.
Yes.
All right, you doing good. Are you hurt or anything? You need an ambulance or anything? You all right?
No, man. Yeah, I'm good.
That's okay. You know, your object is to go home. Okay. All right. And I got you on here. It's going to be a 2016 gold Buick LaCrosse with a paper tag, correct? Let me ask you something. Where'd you buy your car from?
Auto Nation.
So is
Auto Nation.
Is Auto Nation on the back?
Yes.
Good. Okay. It says.
What? No.
Who is that behind you? Hold on, baby.
It's a female right here.
Okay, tell her, hold on for me. It says Auto Nation on the rear bumper.
It's a pink.
Okay, so a pink Auto Nation tag, that helps. Okay. Yeah, okay. They are already rolling to you, and they're looking too. Pink. Okay, then your nephew, does he know them, or did they just call you on the phone and tell you that lie that he was in jail?
No, I know you locked up. So he called me like, no, I said give him some money on his book. I pull up, give some money put on my nephew's book.
Gotcha. Wow, sorry about that. All right, we're on the way. I'm going to look out for your vehicle. We'll be in a minute. Okay? I want you to stay where you are, Gary, okay? Gary?
Yes.
We're coming to you. Stay where you are, okay?
Okay.
All right.
It's sad because Gary has passed. He has passed away. I'm hearing.
One final CAD report and accompanying 911 call. That is 1 Romeo Romeo.
Yes.
Ms. Latner, starting with and publishing 1 Romeo Romeo, what is the date for that CAD report?
October the 12th, 2021.
And Ms. Latner's, what is the call type or description for that October 21st, 2021 call?
44P, pedestrian robbery.
What is the incident number that accompanies this pedestrian robbery?
21-285-1437.
What is the location for that call?
47 Cleveland Avenue Southwest, apartment 47,
Is that zone 3?
zone 3.
Was this a 911 call or a officer generated call?
911 call.
And what was the caller's name?
Demarcus Smith.
Darius Smith?
Smith, yes.
And Ms. Latner's, what time did Mr. Smith make this call? Or sorry, yes. What time did dispatch receive the call, I should say?
They received the call at 5:10 p.m. hours.
What time did officers first arrive to this location?
5:11 p.m. hours. I'm sorry, they arrived at 5:14 p.m. hours.
What time was this case ultimately closed?
6:47 p.m. out. Well, no, it's 6:47 p.m. hours.
What is the date and time, or can you explain at 17:10:40.
You want me to explain the 911 call?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, call advised happened at above location. Subject had two guns taken. Two guns took caller's money and vehicle. Gave description of the vehicle, a white van, 2003 GMC Savannah with the tag number, Georgia plate tag, X-ray Paul, Lincoln 2301. Direction of travel, he advised towards the highway. Two black males, unknown clothing, 69 gun. Caller will be waiting at 349 Cleveland Avenue at the Crystals.
And Ms. Ladders, is there any rhyme or reason why this CAD report looks different than some others we've discussed?
Well, it all depends who print the CAD report out.
Understood. If you were printing CAD reports, which do you like, this version or the ones we've discussed earlier this morning?
Sustained.
Your Honor, the state is going to publish 1 Romeo Romeo Alpha. Is that the 911 call, Ms. Latner, that goes with this pedestrian robbery?
Yes.
Atlanta 911, operator 7663, what's the address for the emergency?
Yes, I had just been carjacked at Cleveland Avenue Park. They put guns on me, robbed me for my jewelry, my wallet, my
Is that,
phone.
I'm sorry that happened to you, is that Harper Park?
No, it's Cleveland Avenue Park. The one on Cleveland Avenue by the library. That's where it happened at.
Cleveland.
They took my van. I have a white 2003 GMC high top van. They took tag number X.
Hold on, sir, I don't mean to be, sounding like I don't care, but you're actually talking a little too fast for me to type it, okay? I'm still trying to get the address to where you are, okay?
Yes, I left from there, ma'am. I left there.
Okay. Where are you now?
I'm right here on Ruby Harbor. I'm in the car.
Got it.
I'm looking for,
Well, y'all need to stay put for the police, okay? Are you able to, if it's safe for you to go back to where it occurred at?
No, ma'am, I'm not going back there, ma'am.
Okay. Do anyone know the address? Because I'm trying to pull it up and I'm having a
It's the same address as Cleveland. It's the same address as Cleveland Avenue Library, ma'am.
All right, hold on.
And they got my van, my wallet, everything that from
Yeah, but you don't need to follow them, okay? It's not worth your life.
I know I'm not trying to follow them. I'm not. I'm just trying to get back to this location.
When you say I'm trying to get back to this location, what
I'm in the car
location?
with I had to go back to Forest Park to get in the car with my brother, ma'am, so I can come back on this side to call you all because it was calling Clayton County Police. Can you just put a note in that they'll be on the lookout for my van, ma'am?
Okay, and you said, what's the name of the park again? Hello? Caller, are you there? Hello?
Yes.
Okay, listen, what's the name of the library?
Cleveland Avenue Library. Cleveland Avenue.
All right, I'm showing on Google Maps, it's going to be 47 Cleveland Avenue. Does that sound about right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, yes, yes.
All right, and you advise you do not need an ambulance, is that correct?
Correct, ma'am.
All right, we're going to get you help, okay? Were you in your car when this happened to you?
No, I was standing outside of my car talking to somebody. They ran up with masks on, put two guns to my head and made me take out my jewelry, took my wallet out my pocket and my phone, and took my keys and jumped in my van, ma'am. They somewhere around my van right now.
And, okay, and your vehicle's a white van?
Yes, it was a 2003 GMC Savannah. Tag number, X-ray, plate.
Okay,
Larry.
don't say it like that, okay? Wait a minute.
X as in,
Wait a minute. Is it the state of Georgia?
yes.
All right, and go ahead with the tag number.
X as in X-ray,
Uh-huh.
P as in Paul,
Okay.
L as in Larry. They went, when they came out the park, they went to the right towards the highway. So I don't know if they went for, jumped
That's
on
all
the
right.
highway or whether.
Yeah, I get it. And are these people black, white, or Hispanic, the guys with the guns?
Two black males.
Do you recall
One
what they,
time-
go ahead.
No, I don't remember what they had on. One of them about 5'11", 5'10", 5'11". The other was probably 5'5", 5'6" at the most.
Where are you right now? Are you gonna be on Ruby, Harper, and Simon Street or McCoy? Because they need to talk with you to get your report going.
I'm going up Cleveland Avenue, ma'am. I'm going to
To the library?
No, ma'am.
Okay, because this is like a lights and sirens call. They need to know where you're gonna be at. You understand? Like the officer needs to come to you. You don't want to meet with an officer? Hello?
Yeah, I could meet them at the Kroger parking lot right there by the Papa John's.
No, I don't think you can go there because that's gonna be on South Fulton, I believe. What's
The
your
Burger
name?
King on Cleveland Avenue.
What's your name?
Darius Smith. Darius Smith. Smith.
What's your phone number?
The phone number.
An officer, because now I gotta Google the address to the Burger King, unless you know it.
You can just yeah, the Crystals on Cleveland Avenue.
So you want to change it now to the Crystals on Cleveland?
Yeah.
Hold on, let me Google that address.
It's long for y'all to keep the system.
Well,
Serious.
do you have an address for 911?
Yeah, 349 Cleveland Avenue, man. 349 Cleveland Avenue.
Cleveland Avenue, southeast or southwest?
I'm not sure if it's southeast or southwest, ma'am. It's just Crystals on.
At this point, they've almost been on the phone for 5 minutes, and he's like, "I need help right now." And she's like, going back and forth with him to get an address. But 911 is like that in Atlanta. I think I told you guys when I was living in Buckhead, somebody broke in and stole all my luxury stuff. But I remember calling, and like the 911 person was so rude, like extremely rude. They're like, "What did they take? Where you at?" Like, it was like, I couldn't even understand the person, but that's what it's like. This is not typical. It happens. It's kind of normal in Atlanta.
Cleveland Avenue. The police been right across the street.
All right, sir, we're gonna get the officer out. It's an emergency call. Like I said, they're coming to you, okay?
All right.
All right, bye-bye.
Thank you, Ms. Latner. Your Honor, no further questions by the state.
Thank you. Defense attorneys have questions for this witness? Go ahead.
All right. So because Huey allegedly did some of these crimes, Matthews up. Shout out to Zaddy Matthews.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Latners. Ms. Latners, I want to ask you some questions concerning various matters here this afternoon. I'd like to begin, Ms. Latners, with and October 1st, 2020. That's going to be a CAD report that's been put into evidence as 2 Papa Papa. Do you have that one before you? October 1, 2020.
Yes,
Okay. Now, you've testified numerous of times in this case this year, correct?
correct.
And we have heard today numerous 911 calls, right?
Yes,
We've heard numerous 911 calls throughout this trial, correct?
yes,
And the callers that are calling in, they are giving information to the 911 dispatcher, right?
911 operator.
The 911 operator, correct?
Correct.
They're giving a story. They're telling a certain story of what they say happened, right?
Correct.
Sometimes it's true, correct?
Correct.
Sometimes it's not true, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I want to direct you to October 1st, 2020. That call began at 22:50 hours. That would have been around 10:50 in the evening, correct?
Correct.
Nighttime in the state of Georgia, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I want to direct you to page 2 of that CAD report. Specifically at 10:120 at 10:51, it says 44V. You've testified that that would be a robbery or carjacking or something of that nature. Is that correct?
44 is a vehicle robbery, right?
A vehicle robbery of a gold Buick LaCrosse, according to the report, right?
Correct.
The caller indicated that his name was Gary, correct?
Correct.
This caller says that the person involved was a dark-skinned, tall black male. Is that right? According to the CAD report
Yes.
and according to the information that was given to the 911 operator, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, during the course of this CAD report and the officers being out there, there was an officer who responded, right?
Correct.
And according to the report, the officer that responded was a Officer Revillis. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. This CAD report documents a time frame from 22:50, 10:50 hours to 23:26 when it says it's clear, correct?
Correct.
Little under an hour, right?
Correct.
So that tells us that the officer is with the caller, Gary, during this period of time. Clear, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Now, Ms. Latner, let's talk about the entry where it has on page 2, 10/120, 11/12. It says raised robbery, correct?
Yes.
That means that Officer Revillis is raising up or calling a robbery detective. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. Now, when that's happening, there's an entry in the CAD report that then tells us on 10/120 at 11:26, look at the jury and tell them what it says with regard to that particular entry.
Unit advised, caller not being cooperative at 11:26 p.m. hours.
Ms. Latner, tell the jury, how long have you been doing this work?
34 years.
You are set to retire this year, correct?
Again, yes.
Until we let you go.
No, I'm retiring.
Okay, that's right. Now, tell this jury, you've seen this entry on numerous CAD reports, is that right?
Correct.
Tell this jury, based upon your experience, your 34 plus years of doing this kind of work, coming into a courtroom and talking to a jury and giving us information, caller not cooperating. Tell this jury what that means.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance and compound.
Sustained.
I'll break it up. Ms. Latner, can you tell this jury, based upon your experience as a 34-year employee with the City of Atlanta Police Department as a custodian of 911 calls and CAD reports, when this particular entry is in there, what does it mean?
It means 911 operator only can receive what they get from the caller. Once the officer get out on the scene, he investigates and he advised his dispatcher to change the call to a different incident.
Okay.
And she does what he asked him to do.
Okay. Now, the responding officer, he raises up robbery, right?
Correct.
So he's talking to a robbery detective, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, when he's talking to a robbery detective, the officer of Villas then goes to a code of a 44V. Tell the jury one more time what 44V means.
44V is vehicle carjack.
Now, we have gone then on this report within that hour from a vehicle robbery. Tell this jury what 39 means.
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Overruled. I mean, it may have been, but I'm gonna permit it.
Tell this jury what 39 means.
Information for the officer. That means he gathered the information that he needed and he changed it to a 39.
So the officer who's on scene, correct?
Correct.
On the scene with Gary, correct?
Correct.
On the scene getting information, correct?
Correct.
It starts out as a robbery of a vehicle, right?
Correct.
On the scene at that location, the officer and the raised robbery detective, they change it from an armed robbery to an information. Is that correct?
Correct.
And information is not a crime, correct?
Correct.
Now, we heard a call, a 911 call associated with the same 10-120 incident, correct?
Correct.
We heard it for the various number of minutes that it took place. We did not hear at any time the name Delmisha Coppage, did we?
No.
We did not hear that she was robbed, did we?
No.
We did not hear that her vehicle was stolen or carjacked or robbed, did we?
No.
Did we hear any description of any vehicle other than a 2016 Buick LaCrosse?
No.
Did we hear any description in the 911 call other than strike that? Ms. Latner, let's move to a different report. Ms. Latner, let's move to April 26, 2019. That's going to be one Oscar. You tell me when you have it.
Okay.
You have it, Ms. Latner?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't prepare the report, right?
Yes,
You didn't make any of the entries, correct?
correct.
The report started out as a possible person shot, correct?
Correct.
It was downgraded to no one being shot, correct?
Correct.
Now, there was no description of a perpetrator on the report, correct?
Correct.
It stated that there was no information or a tag number given to this vehicle that is alleged to have been involved, correct?
Correct.
And this entire time frame was from 12:39 a.m. to 5:06 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Now, I want to direct your attention to page 3 on the CAD narrative. I wanted you to go down to April 26, 2019, 12:49 a.m., 7:07:08. You see that entry, Ms. Latners?
That says gate code 478.
Gate code 478.
Correct.
Can you tell this jury gate code 478? Tell this jury what that means.
It means the department held a gate around it with a code.
So that tells us that in order to get into this particular garage, it requires a gate code to enter, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Based on your training and experience and doing these particular CAD reports and testifying about them, have you seen gate codes in other CAD reports?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Ms. Latners, you can
You
answer
asked me,
the
have I
question.
seen it in other CADs?
Yes, have you seen gate codes in other CAD reports?
Well, it all depends on where you live and if the apartment have gates and have a code for it.
Okay. The 478, does is that an internal number that's used for CAD reports? Or is that the code to this particular gate in this garage?
That's the code for this garage.
Okay. So the person, so if you punch 478, you will gain access to this particular, according to this CAD report.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Did you see gate code in the CAD report that we talked about for the 10/1/2020 CAD report?
No.
And this was are you familiar with 741 Morocco Drive, Ms. Latners?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, thank you.
All right. Do any other defense counsel have questions for this witness? Nope. All right. Any redirect?
Very brief,
right.
Your Honor. Ms. Lanners, just a few seconds ago, we were talking a lot about this gate code on 1 Oscar Oscar. Is that at 12:49 a.m.?
Yes.
What is the line 3 minutes after that gate code line?
Person left in a black Ford Mustang.
Does it say perp or person?
Perp left in a black Ford Mustang.
Now, Ms. Latner's going back to or was there more than one person identified in a robbery? In the robbery?
This call right here?
Yes, Miss. Yes, ma'am.
I don't see any.
Does the caller indicate, is there anywhere in this CAD report that has any information about how someone entered a parking garage or location on that CAD report?
No.
Is there any information at all about, is there anything else other than just that line of the gate code 478?
That's it.
Is there any information about whether you need a gate code to walk in?
Well, no, if there's any information overruled.
Is there any information about whether that gate is broken?
No.
Is there anything in this CAD report that indicates whether the robber was visiting someone in the complex?
No.
And Ms. Latner's going back to Papa. When a call comes in on cross-examination, you were asked about some information's true, some information's false. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Is there any way to know when someone, before officers arrive, what's true or not true about what a 911 caller is stating?
No.
And from the 911 dispatcher's perspective, do you try to determine if what is being said is true or not true before you respond?
It's not their job.
And is the initial officer's perspective of an on-scene victim the end of any further investigation?
You can answer that if you know that from your personal knowledge.
Repeat the question.
If an officer, do you remember on cross, you have discussed about the 44V being changed to 39 info for officers?
Correct.
In Atlanta Police Department protocol or procedure, if you know it, does that stop a case? Can no for
Overruled. Based on your own knowledge.
Can you complete the question, please?
Yeah. Can further investigation by the Atlanta Police Department be done on a case where the initial officer changes the call to 39 info for officers?
Overruled.
Yes.
She is so over it. She's like, how many times do y'all want to talk about this CAD report? Because you've had me here like 3 or 4 times.
When the call is changed to a 39 for investigation, does that mean that the 39 for information? I misspoke, Your Honor. My apologies. When a call is changed to 39 information for officers, I misspoke and said investigation, which I believe is 12. But all that aside, Your Honor, and Ms. Latner, more importantly, does the investigation stop? Does that mean the investigation is over?
Objection, Your Honor, has been asked and answered.
Sustained.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right.
Okay. Thank God.
All right. Thank you for your time, and you are excused.
So who's next?
All right. It is time for us to break for our lunch. So we will do that, and we'll plan to be back here. It's almost 1 already. So let's say 2:15.
Do we have an update on Little D?
See you then.
right, so the jury's leaving, but sometimes they stick around and chat. It's 1:10 right now. They're coming back at 2:15, but I have some stuff to go over with you guys during the break. Oh, there's Lil D's attorney.
All right, Sarah, you're back in a little over an hour and 15. Yes.
I think Mr. Shot is here.
Is it, can we take it up after? I'm trying to get somewhere.
Okay.
All right, see you at 2:15.
Well then, interesting. So they are now on their lunch break. They've been there for they've been gone for about 20 minutes so far. So they're coming back at 2:15. That's okay, because what I wanted to show you guys, and huge shout out to the Black law student on Twitter. He actually, I talked to a lot of these people from time to time. He actually hit me up and sent over something that is important, since we're on the topic of Lil D, that I want to show you guys. So we're going to go ahead and do that. So real quick, we're going to share this tab and we're going to look at this letter. And if you guys remember, I think it was on Monday, we shared another letter from the Black law student, and we shared that. It had some concerns about Lil D's arrest from the weekend. We learned more about the medical condition, things of the like. So the letter reads, concerns regarding the material witness warrant in the state versus Quindarius Zachary. Dear Judge Whitaker, I hope this message finds you well. I've been following the case of Quindarius Zachary with great interest. After reviewing the order for a material witness warrant issued under OCGA Section 17790, I feel compelled to express my concerns regarding its legal validity and implications. Upon careful examination, it appears that the warrant may have been signed inartfully. This looks like a statute, specifically provides for material witness warrants in the context of out-of-state witnesses, which is a critical distinction that shapes the application of this statute. Georgia courts have consistently emphasized that the intent of this provision is to facilitate the appearance of witnesses whose absence could impede justice, particularly those who do not reside within the state. In Smith v. State, the Court of Appeals elucidated that material witness warrants are to secure the attendance of out-of-state witnesses. This was further reinforced in Bennett v. State in 2011, where the court clarified that such warrants are not applicable to witnesses residing within Georgia. The rationale behind this is grounded in the understanding that in-state witnesses can be compelled to testify through other legal mechanisms, such as subpoenas, thus negating the need for more stringent measure of a material witness warrant. Moreover, in State v. Jacobs in 1984, the Georgia Supreme Court noted that the material witness statute was not intended to serve as a tool for detaining local witnesses, highlighting the necessity for judicial caution when extending its application. This principle was echoed in Walker v. State in 2011, where the court ruled against the use of such material witness warrant for an in-state individual, emphasizing that the statute is limited to witnesses outside the jurisdiction. Given this body of case law, it is my assertion that the application for the warrant in Mr. Zachary's case is void on its face. The incorrect extension to OCGA 17790 not only contravenes established legal precedent, but also poses significant risks to the rights of individuals within the state. The implications of such warrant, if left unchallenged, could lead to unwarranted detention and potential violations of due process. The integrity of our legal system relies on adherence to established statutes and all rights of individuals involved in legal proceedings. I respectfully urge the court to reconsider the validity of this warrant in light of the pertinent case law and the specific circumstances surrounding Mr. Zachary's status as an in-state witness. Thank you for your time and consideration. I hope my insights contribute positively to the ongoing deliberations in this important case. Signed, the Black law student. Shout out to the Black law student. Seriously, the Black law student is, if this person is a student, they are an exceptional legal writer. I can tell you guys that right now. Just kind of, completing law school myself recently, I can see the style in which they're writing. And this is actually really, really good, a good argument. And also just standing on his conclusion. You could tell, you could tell this person is like recently been through law school. This is bringing me back to my legal writing classes. So shout out to the Black law student for bringing this to my attention and sharing it with you guys. Why did I bring this up? Well, we know that there is a lot going on with Lil D and his almost being forced to testify. This was actually floating around last night on the Twitter interwebs, because even Ashley Merchant, she had weighed in on this thread as well, because Ashley was saying that the way that the application is applied is wrong. So the Black law student actually went and did further research, and we can see that what they are using doesn't apply to if they're using it for out-of-state witnesses, like that's what the statute mentions, but he's an in-state witness, right? So that is interesting. Now, the other thing that we have here as well is looking at the order for a material witness that Judge Whitaker had signed. And this is for Quindarius Zachary, Lil D. Let me just zoom in a little bit so y'all could follow along with me. Here we go. So the order for a material witness, I really appreciate the Black law student, because I actually did not show this to you guys the other day because the address was on here, and y'all know we need to be extremely careful with that. But here's the order. It says the state is applying for an arrest warrant for a material witness with the criminal offense of OCGA 17790. That's the statute that the Black law student looked up, and that's the statute in which they're using. So you guys see how that doesn't apply? The state put this together, right? So it has their address. Mr. Zachary is a necessary and material witness regarding testimony related to count 1, RICO Acts 16 through 20, Acts 39 through 47, and count 2, murder. Mr. Zachary received an in-person admission by defendants Stillwell and Kendricks to the murder and of the facts and circumstances before, during, after its commission. Furthermore, Mr. Zachary has personal information related to his participation on April 28th of 2015, the retaliatory shootings of related to count 1, Acts 41 through 46. To support such a warrant, the state has provided the court with an affidavit provided by Assistant Chief Michael Green, Fulton County District Attorney's Office, demonstrating that the witness has demonstrated that they will not appear in court when needed to testify in this above captioned case. Upon application by the state to obtain a material witness warrant for material witness Quindarius Zachary, and having considered this motion, it is the order of this court that the person of Quindarius Zachary be placed under arrest and held until he can testify at the trial of this case. So ordered this 9th day of September, and then we could see that the judge signed the order. So really, really interesting stuff, guys. Really, really interesting. But I just wanted to make sure that y'all were able to see this, and we were able to see what that's looking like. So they are on break right now. They're back in about an hour. So I'm going to go ahead and read our super chats, and then I'll bring you guys up to speed on the other thing we're working on with Rich Homie Quan, because that is a lot deeper than people know. And I was chatting with Thugger Daily about it last night. Is my team, you guys know that right now we're working on a Rich Homie Quan video. It was 95% done, but I just wanted to make sure that we did not miss anything. So I got in touch with Thugger Daily, and stay tuned because I'll give you guys the tea on that one. Going to our supers, let's see who we have. Shout out to E Capone with the $4.99. Thank you so much, E Capone. First super of the day says we're gonna get some chicken wings at the Blue Flame AV. I can't wait. I haven't been to the Blue Flame, but I want to check it out. Thank you so much, E. Capone. Shout out to Here Comes Drama, who gifted 5 AV memberships. Here Comes Drama. Thank you so much. You're always supportive. You guys see her. She's newly minted mod in my chat, is always here. Sometimes if we make mistakes with scheduling and things like my team did last night, she will let us know and then we'll quickly make those changes. So Here Comes Drama. I wanted to thank you for hitting us up and letting us know. Really appreciate you, sis. Shout out to D with the 199. D says, so every crime APD can't solve, blame it on YSL. Pretty much. That's what they do. I mean, like even with the Blue Flame thing, like that was not even related to this case. But did you guys remember yesterday, Love with the shell casings from the Blue Flame incident, match it coming up in some other investigation? And she was like trying to scramble and scrape and hold on to that. She wanted to keep it. She wanted to bring it in so bad. And the judge was like, is it related? Did one of these defendants commit those crimes? Answer, no. So she lost on that front. Shout out to Hickman Montisha. Thank you so much. I believe it's probably the other way around. Montisha, welcome to the community. Really, really appreciate you. Shout out to Full Drinking and Half Thinking, who gifted 20 AV memberships. That is a tremendous amount of support. Guys, if you haven't checked out Full Drinking and Half Thinking, give it a chance, give them a shot. They are excellent content creators, always supporting me, always supporting the lead attorney. And we try to give back as much as we can to other content creators. So thank you so much. If any of the mods are around, you can drop the link to their channel. Check it out when you have some time. I think it'll be nice. It's a panel of 3 brothers. They talk about men-centric topics and everyday life stuff. So you might want to check that out if you're interested. Thank you so much. Full Drinking and Half Thinking. Shout out to our favorite Aussie, Nene. She drops the 5 Australian bucks in a super sticker. Thank you so much, Nene. Good to see you. Hope you're having a great Thursday. Shout out to Jones with the 5. Jones says, Hilton and the officer got something going on, if you ask me. Yeah, we had quite a bit of witnesses this morning. We had that officer that always looks like he's about to, not even officer. I was calling him Officer Smiley, but he is a crime scene technician. And he was back today to review a few more things. And Simone had him on direct examination, no cross-examination. But that is an interesting theory, Jones. Thank you so much for the super chat. Shout out to Lynn. I haven't seen you in a few days, Lynn. Good to see you. She became a member. You saw Matthews. And we have found out, guys, that Matthews is married. He was wearing a wedding band. So sorry, ladies. Looks like he is taken. Shout out to that Virgo who became a member. Welcome, welcome, that Virgo. That Virgo has also been a member for a month. And she says, I love this community. Well, we love you right back, that Virgo. Thank you so much. And if you're a Virgo, maybe you have a birthday coming up. Or maybe it's past. It is Virgo season, right? Thank you so much. Shout out to Jojo with the 2. Jojo says, morning from Cali. Good morning, my friend. And you dropped that at 10:51 a.m. my time. So it was probably 7 a.m. on your side. Very, very early for those on the West Coast. But thank you for joining us and thank you for the super chat. Shout out to Miss L Boogie. She sends 10. It says, AV, why is this questioning important? Unless the shells collected from this the scene of the shooting from a gun found ties to the. Well, yeah. So there's a few things that they have to do. There is because you guys remember, like they're talking about this witness list. And a lot of times you want to set up your witnesses where it helps you tell the story. So you want to do it in a specific order. So if you notice, like some of these crime scene technicians today, they were referring to things that, some crimes that involved Lil D directly. And the reason why you want to keep all the things centered around Lil D is because he's about to testify. Same thing. So, Antravia this morning, which is like the star of the day, she was not doing it with Miss Love. Like she was not. We can, if we have some spare time, we might actually go back and watch that again because it was hilarious. Like she kind of like owned Miss Love on the stand. But I bring her up to say, remember, we just had Moon Toonk on the stand. So you have to kind of paint the picture and tell the story in a specific way. I mean, obviously the state's not doing a good job at that, but that's why these testimonies feel a little bit redundant. We're seeing some of the same people come back over and over, but at the same time, you can tell like they're just not very organized. So I hope that answers the question, Miss L Boogie. Thank you so much for the super chat. Shout out to Cindy who sent a super sticker. Thank you so much, Cindy. Really appreciate you. Shout out to Anthony with the 2. Says, is Lima crime scenes yesterday's Delta scene? Oh my gosh, yeah, that LL, the Lima, the DD, the Delta. This morning we got triple D's. Shout out to the triple D's, right? So we heard a little bit about that. Thank you so much, Anthony. Shout out to the Little Gaming Channel with the 5. Says, lady, no one cares about your face. Get on the stand. Yeah, this is when Antravia was going to take the stand, and she didn't want her face to be shown. Law and Crime is one of the, I think there's a few people that have a Rule 22 or permission, especially in the state of Georgia, that has open proceedings for the public. Like anybody can go to the courtroom. They want to keep it open. So unless that there is like a stipulation or a security concern or, something that impacts somebody's safety, the judge is not going to limit that. And, not for nothing, Law and Crime, they're a news, pretty much like a news network. They're paying people. These are their employees. They're paying their employees to go there and televise the trial. So of course they're going to be like, hey, no, show that. Unless it's something that's not going to, like, with me, like we've seen this, unless it's something that's not going to dox people or whatever the case may be, they're going to show it because Law and Crime is a business at the end of the day. 11 Alive is in there. Atlanta News First is in there. So all these networks, these media networks have an opportunity to choose to show somebody's face or not. What did Law and Crime do? They zoomed in to the screen. They zoomed in on her. So it was pretty crazy. But thank you so much, Little Gaming Channel. Shout out to D with the 5. Says, after turning ancient yesterday, 53, and gaining profound wisdom, I've noticed in Fulton County, you don't need evidence, just accusations of a crime. Apparently, and if y'all could do me a huge favor, D is one of my #1 supporters, always here, like literally almost every stream. If y'all could do me a huge favor and type happy belated birthday to D. We celebrate birthdays over here, right? Happy birthday, D. I didn't realize that it was your birthday yesterday, so happy belated. Shout out to Anthony with another 2. Says, sent infamous Sylvia to the New York Diddy trial. I mean, it's interesting. I wonder if she would go because I know she went to the Tory Lanez one out in LA. But the Diddy trial, it's not going to be televised. So we won't be able to trial stream it. I would have loved to. And, New York's not that far from Boston. Around that time, we'll see what happens. But there's a lot coming in the next few months. We're obviously going to be on this case until well over into like March. But the Karen Reed case is coming. That's down the street for me. So I could go check that out for you guys. And then the Diddy one, that's going to probably require some traveling. So we will see. Thank you so much, Anthony. Anthony's back with another 2. Says, sweatsuit establishes Gotti Rico. Yeah, she was in there with the sweatsuit, giving it to Miss Love. She was not letting her trip her up or anything. And that was the nicest we've ever seen Miss Love be to anybody on the stand. She's typically yelling at witnesses, getting upset and flustered with things. That was the nicest I've ever seen her. So that was pretty interesting. Thank you so much, Anthony. Shout out to Trucker T, Brooklyn, gifting 5 memberships. You just did this yesterday. How nice of you. Thank you so much, Trucker T, for growing the community and giving out memberships. Very, very nice. Of course, guys, if anybody ever gives you a membership, we have manners. And in the words of the lead attorney, what does he say? What's his line? He's like, oh, we're in the South. We have home training. The names must be named. Say thank you to Trucker T if you received a membership. Thank you so much, Trucker T. Shout out to Michelle with the 2. Says, good morning, chat. Hit the like button, please. Thank you. And you guys are doing fantastic with the likes. I really appreciate you guys doing that. Shout out to Audrey with the 5. Says, may she match Love's energy. Yeah, she was not having it with Love. And good for her. I mean, she obviously did not want to be there. It's being forced to testify. And, with some people, you can't really hold, jail time over their heads, but at the same time, we know that they're going to put Lil D with sickle cell and pneumonia on the stand, which could be today, could be. they would do anything for this case. It's crazy work. Thank you so much, Audrey. Shout out to Dell, the hater with the 5 says, I know I'm not the sharpest knife in the drawer, but I always thought Smith would smell. She did spell her last name wrong. Smith, not how she spelled it, Simth. Yeah, she just didn't want to be there. She totally didn't. Thank you so much, Dell. Really appreciate you, brother. Shout out to CEO with the 2 says she cheated on Moontung and took his voice to go. Yeah, she does have she has like that, definitely like a deeper tone to her voice. Thank you so much, CEO. Shout out to Red Bunny Classic with the Canadian bucks. I didn't realize you were in Canada, Red Bunny. It says her, don't show my face on camera. Cameraman. All right, bet. That's exactly what happened, Red Bunny. Shout out to Queen of Hearts, KS. Thank you so much with the 2 says, not sure who gave the membership, but thank you. Thank you so much, Queen of Hearts, KS. You see it? Everybody's super, super chill and nice over here. Shout out to the Little Gaming Channel with the 5 says, pretty girl, but that attitude got to go. Blame yourself for your horrible decisions. Little Gaming Channel with the shade, a little bit of shade today. I love it. Thank you so much, TLGC. Shout out to Facts Only with the 2 says, she's my type. Have y'all ever saw that show, Pop the Balloon? A brother to this channel and a good friend of mine, MTR, is he's been covering that on his channel. I stopped by late last night while he was live streaming, and it's an interesting concept. Like, you know, it's like a dating show, but like, I guess people ask each other's questions and see if they're gonna date each other or whatever. And if the dude's not interested, he has to pop his balloon. I don't know. It's an interesting show. But I didn't realize that it was so popular, you know? But maybe one day, Facts Only, like if it would be awesome to see y'all on that type of show, you know? Thank you so much, Facts Only. Shout out to Bam with the 5. Bam says they let Lil Woody set the tone for every younger witness that comes after him. Pretty much, because we saw some of this with Moontunk, and I did do this poll with y'all to see who was a better witness. And hands down, you got to give the crown to Woody. You know, I think you guys were at 70% that Woody was a great witness. I thought Intravia did amazing. Like every day we're sitting here watching Love scramble and scrape and pretty much, you know, have these abuse in my mind. And maybe that's a harsh word. Let me not use that word. But she has some interesting tactics with her own witnesses. Like, be nice to them. They're yours. They're there to help you. You're calling them. Don't badger the witnesses on the stand, you know? So I never understand why she does it. Shout out to CEO with 5. So CEO says Miss Love really acted like she had a reliable me witness. And why does Miss Love have a parking spot on the back of her neck? Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Interesting. Thank you, CEO. Shout out to Kelly with the 10 says she's my favorite so far, y'all. Good morning from Washington State. Thank you so much, Kelly. Hope you're having a great day so far. Shout out to Anthony with the 2 says, Lady J, Love made Woody famous. Who's next? Yeah, she did. She did. Well, Love made Woody. Well, she did make Woody famous. I was looking at Lil Woody's YouTube page. He has like 45,000 subscribers. He has videos that he just posted that have gotten over like 500,000 views. You know, he goes live over there. He was live with his daughter yesterday, you know, at like literally just at the aquarium walking around. And like, he doesn't really talk. Like he's just living his life, you know, and good for him. I mean, live your life after this crazy case, you know? Thank you so much, Anthony. Shout out to Miss Crow T. Jetty with the 5 says, hey, AV, did we ever hear from a gang unit expert in this trial who confirmed YSL as one? They have been talking about that. You got to remember, me and Lead stopped. We started with opening statements and then we just have not focused on the case until June. So we've really missed a lot. It is likely that maybe they had one during that time. I can go and look and verify that. Thugger Daily is a really, really good resource for this. But I'm not sure if it was done in the past, but I have heard them talk about bringing some of these folks in the future. So thank you so much, Miss Crow T. Shetty. Great, great question. Shout out to Kelly again with the $2 super sticker. Thank you so much, Kelly. Really appreciate you. Shout out to Anthony again with the 5 says, AV, I liked Ryan's monotonous testimony. Well, he says, AV, I liked Ryan's monotonous testimony is putting me to sleep. Here's a shirt. Can you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? Directed to love. Pretty much. That's what you have to do with her, you know? Thank you so much, Anthony. Shout out to TLGC with another 5 says, if you have insomnia, call this dude. I dozed off at my computer. Yeah, Ryan had an interesting look to him. And Ryan, you know, kind of had a little back and forth with Max Shard, because Ryan was one of the officers that responded to one of the scenes where Shannon was alleged to be, should have been implicated or was implicated. His name came up. So he questioned him on cross for that one. Thank you so much, TLGC. Shout out to Anthony with a $1 super sticker. Appreciate you, Anthony. You are the best. He comes back with another super chat here with a 5 says, can log be read onto the record with defense stipulating as material evidence? That may remove drudgery of trial. The log, which log? The witness log? The call log? I'm not sure which log, but typically logs are entered in, graphs are entered in, but sometimes for effect, they will go through pieces of evidence one by one individually. So, and they do that really because they want the jury to see it and have the effect. But you guys know that jury is extremely bored. They're not going to retain all this information. It's too much. And that's why they shouldn't have bought this as a RICO case. They should have tried these defendants individually for these alleged crimes, right? But thank you so much, Anthony. Great, great super chat. Shout out to the Quiet Storm with the 5 says, AV for the win. Hit that like button and stop typing in all caps. Unbig y'all's keyboards. That's true. I mean, we do have a thing for all caps, but some of y'all, that's a part of your like chat personality. Like Freddie always types in caps. He's a caps man. He's a caps man. And hey, I mean, for a majority of you guys, we do like lowercase, you know? Thank you so much, International Quiet Storm. Shout out to a girl from Texas gifting a membership. Very sweet of you, my dear. Hope you are having a great day out there in the great state of Texas. Shout out to a girl from Texas again with the 2 says, for AV, Lima, who got the keys to my Beamer? That was hilarious the other day. That took me out. It was so funny. Thank you so much. Anthony's back with the 5 says, concurrent writ I was looking for. Great job. AV, bring Black law student in for his merit badge. Yeah, you know, I can tell he's a fantastic writer. You know, when you take these legal writing class, there is like a mechanical way that they teach us how to write. And I can tell he's going to be a great lawyer because specifically when you take the bar exam, you have these essays, and I forget, I haven't looked at these books in so long, but there are a series of essays in 7 bodies of law, and you have 30 minutes to articulate your argument and type your argument, right? It's funny because if you break it down, the way my school taught us how to do it, and every school does it differently, is a 4-letter acronym, and it's called IRAC. And what that means is the way that you write is you start off with the issue, you bring in the rule to support your issue, right? You apply that rule, and then you end with the conclusion, right? So it could be 1 paragraph, it could be 3, but you have to think like that on the spot, and you don't have a lot of time to retrieve the law in the back of your brain. Understand what the rule is, recognize what those rules are, and quickly apply it to the fact pattern. Because what they'll do is they'll make up legal scenarios, they'll tell you what's going on, and you have to determine, okay, is this a business law question? Is this a constitutional law question? Oh, let me remind myself what the 5th Amendment is, right? Is it a criminal law, right? And if it is criminal law, then sometimes it'll mix bodies of law. It could be an evidentiary question mixed with the criminal law question. And so you have to really, really be sharp. You know, when people study for the bar exam, they do it like 8 hours a day. It's like a job. It is like a job. But that legal writing, I was actually super, super impressed with the way Black law student is, writing and applying those skills. You can tell that they're going to be a great attorney. So really, really excited for the Black law student. Thank you so much, Anthony. And yes, I will see if I can grab him one day. That'd be great to grab him on the show. Shout out to Chi-Town, gifted 5 membership. Chi-Town, you do this every day. Very, very sweet and generous of you. If you guys got a membership from Chi-Town, please say thank you. The names must be names. Thank you so much, Chi-Town. Shout out to Rockin' Robin LA with the 10, says it's called Southern Hospitality. I love your channel. Yeah, you guys are mentioning that you mislead. I mislead too. And it's just so much easier to stream with 2 people. 2 people. Always a great time. But thank you so much, Rockin' Robin LA. Shout out to E. Capone with the 5, says shout out to lead, right? Shout out to the lead attorney. Thank you so much. Shout out to Natalie with the 2. Natalie has no comment, no question, pure love. Thank you, Natalie. Hope you're having a great day. Shout out to Try Denny with the 5, says I received a membership as well. Thank you. Can't say who, don't know. Love you, AV. Yeah. So when the memberships are distributed, obviously YouTube does it randomly. So, you can't really pick a person per se, but you will see that from time to time. So thank you so much, Try Denny. Shout out to Kelly Kell with the 5, says AV, you're triggering me to talk about Iraq. Don't even start with yes. So some schools do it differently, and they might try track or crack, right? Kelly knows what I'm talking about because she's in law school right now. Some people do crack, where they start with their conclusion, the rule, the application, and the conclusion again. And I think, sometimes when we were in legal writing, we were checking out like different schools and their styles of writing as well. So we would look at students that had like really excellent answers. So we would look at like Harvard law grads to see how they were writing their essays and really analyzing them. So you would write yours, and then, in this class, they would say, okay, here's the answer to the question. And then they'd be like, here's what this Harvard student who will have like 17 paragraphs in 30 minutes. It's like, what the hell? Here's what they did. And it's like, how did you retain that much information? It's crazy. It's a lot of memorization, and Kelly can tell you, Iraq is the way to go, but every school does it differently. They totally do. They totally do. And sometimes you can't even remember these rules word for word. It takes a lot of memorization. So much about taking the bar exam is about that. And then, you become an attorney, you never look back. It's like the most excruciating thing ever. It's like it's 2 days back to back, 200 multiple choice questions, and lots of essays. And then they have that freaking practice little kit thing where they give you a case folder and you have to like prepare. They'll give you like a bunch of things. They'll give you like pieces of evidence, stuff like that. And it's like in a little folder. You have to read everything super quickly. And the MPTs, that's what they're called. You have to read all of those, retain the information, and then come up with they'll give you a task to do. Like, okay, write a letter to your client and give them a breakdown of their case in layman's terms or something like that. Anyway, enough of me rambling. Let us review Antravia's testimony, because that was hilarious. And it is 1:43 right now. So they're coming back at 2:15. We have about a half hour to kill. This is actually, guys, why I like starting later, because we get to skip through the entire lunch. But when that happens, if I'm not on, people will go to other streams, and it's like, which is fine because there are plenty of people streaming this. But sometimes people are like, damn it, I didn't know you were going to be on today. So I was watching somewhere else, right? And it happens all the time. It happens all the time. But we love our trial streamers over here. All right, so let us come back here. I want to see Antravia again, because if you really look at this, like, she is not letting up on love at all. Let's rewind that and give that another shot.
She has not been sworn in. No. Is it okay if she uses her first initial?
That's fine with me.
Yes.
Right.
Jury present, counsel.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Love, go ahead. Stand up to be sworn, please.
You swear affirm testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Now, I need you to state your first initial and your last name, and spell your last name for the court.
A. Smith.
Would you spell is common spelling for Smith?
Simth.
Thank you, and good morning, Ms. Smith. It's still morning.
Good morning.
All right. Ms. Smith, would you tell the jury where it is that you're from?
Atlanta, Georgia. Born and raised.
Born and raised in Atlanta?
Yep.
All right. And on January the 28th of 2015, did you live in Atlanta?
Yes.
All right. What was your address?
I don't remember the address off Cleveland Avenue.
Do you recall during that time living on Springdale Road at 2905 Springdale Road?
Yes.
All right. Now, were you living there with anyone or were you living by yourself?
By myself.
And is that an apartment, a house? condo?
Townhome. A townhome.
All right. And you said that it was off Cleveland Avenue?
That's what I said.
Okay. Ms. Smith, were you living at that time in apartment P3?
I don't remember the address.
Okay. Do you recall having a neighbor by the name of Gilberti Mack?
I do.
And do you recall whether you asked Mr. Mack to put cameras on his house?
Can't tell nobody put a camera in their house. That's their house.
It is. Do you recall whether you ever requested
not.
by him?
I
Okay.
didn't.
All right. Now, back on January the 28th of 2015, how long after that date did you live in those townhomes?
Left.
Did you leave on that particular day or the next day or shortly afterwards?
I wasn't there before that.
Okay. Now, when you say you weren't there before that, what do you mean?
I just wasn't home.
Oh, you mean you were home on January 28th?
If that's the date, I wasn't there.
Okay. When did you move out of those apartments?
I don't remember the exact date. The day they said I had to leave.
Did anything precede your having to leave?
A shootout.
All right. Now, when you say a shootout.
So that is interesting. So that indicates that she was likely evicted after this shootout, right? Because, you know, when we have residential leases, like if you're renting an apartment or whatever the case may be, obviously that caused damage, right? We were looking at a lot of these crime scene photos, things of the like, and we're seeing like, you know, ovens with busted windows, you know, windows themselves, you know, bullets going through walls. For a property owner, that is a lot that you need to fix. So it's likely that some of those conditions were written in the lease. And that's a dangerous situation for the other people that have other units, you know? So it is likely that she probably got evicted.
What do you mean? You weren't there. So what do you mean? And the jury hasn't heard this. So please tell them what you mean when you say a shootout.
I mean, I had to go there. I got a call from the rent office saying that my house got shot up.
Okay. And was that at night? Do you recall?
I think so.
All right. And so when you go on scene to see what's going on, what do you see?
Bullet holes.
Where do you see the bullet holes?
I don't remember exactly what a bullet holes was.
As far as not specifically remembering them, what I'm asking is, are they inside your home?
Correct.
All right. Do you recall whether the window or the door was hit or something different?
No.
All right. Now, when you got there, were there police inside your home?
No,
Did the police go inside your home with you?
with me, no.
Did they go inside your home?
I'm sure they did.
All right. Now, when you say a shootout happened and after that you left, do you know how long it was after that that you left?
No,
All right. At the time that you lived, and I don't want to get too much into your personal business, but at the time that you lived at that apartment complex off Springdale Road, did you know a person by the name of Kelvin Watts?
of course.
Okay. And what did you call him?
Shell,
Shell, did you also call him Lil Kel?
no.
Okay. Did you ever call him by the short
No.
name Kel?
I just told you, Shell.
I understand. So at the time.
Let's think about this for a second too, because there's a couple of reasons why Entravia may not be wanting to testify. Because think about it. What is they're bringing these witnesses in there pretty much against their will, right? Now think about this. Entravia is being put on the stand because her home was shot up. But also at the same time, there's this love triangle between Shell Kel and Moongtunk. And as a female, we have to think about that. Maybe it's kind of embarrassing to have to get on a stand and talk about how your past relationships, like, let's really think about her standpoint. You know, she's got to sit there and answer for dealing with two guys at the same time. I just thought about that. That is an interesting observation, but let's keep going.
And around January 28th of 2015, or before, had Shell been hiding out in your house?
Sustained.
Had Shell been staying at your house at all?
We was dating
Okay. How long had you all been dating?
a few months.
Now, when you were dating, did Shell stay at your house sometimes?
He visit, he didn't stay.
Did he ever hide out at your house?
He visit. I just answered your question.
I understand. Did you ever tell police on January 28, 2015, that Shell had been hiding?
Objection, Your Honor.
I just answered
That
your
calls for
question.
speculation.
Overruled.
And Ms. Smith, I'm not going to keep you up here very long, but I'm going to ask you a specific question because the jury, Your Honor, if I may just be a little.
Overruled.
I'm going to ask you questions so that the jury who doesn't know the answers, so that you can answer for them, okay? Did you tell the police that night that your friend Kelvin had been hiding out at your place?
I did not.
Okay. Do you remember talking to police that night?
No,
Do you recall the name, or do you recall an Officer Collins being the officer that responded to your scene?
I do not.
Do you recall what the officers looked like?
I do not.
Okay. Do you recall talking to anyone about your friend Kel in the presence of officers?
No,
Do you recall telling them anything about anyone that might have wanted harm, Kelvin?
no.
Okay. How long do you recall, if you recall at all, the police being on scene?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
Were you there when you got called and you came out?
When I got there, nobody was there.
So you don't.
Next day, I went down the next day. They said I had to come the next day. You said when I got home, they wasn't there.
That she caught her. That was actually brilliant. So here's what Entravia is saying right there, right? She was not home the day that her apartment was shot up, right? And Love is trying to get the reaction of, okay, you know, when you got home, what happened? And she's just like, I was not there when the house was shot up. I came to the next, I came into the apartment the next day. So think about that too. You know, her apartment is getting shot at and you're not even home. Like, luckily, that's good because, she could have gotten hurt with that. But like, think about what love is dragging her into the courtroom to talk about, you know? Interesting.
I got home.
So the night that the rent office called you, it's your testimony.
The
that-
rent office I know the person. She called me and told me. The next door neighbor called and told me my house got shot up.
And what was the name of the next door neighbor?
Just called his name. G. Gregory, whatever his name is.
Gilberty Mack?
I know him as Gio.
Okay. So when Gio called you, it was that night that your house had just gotten shot up?
A few people called me. It wasn't a secret.
All right. And did you arrive on scene that night? Did you get back to your house that night?
I came, nobody was there.
Do you know about how long after you called or you were called that you came back to your house?
No, I do not.
It is a replay, guys. We're killing time.
Did you know any members, and I know this sounds like it's obvious, but do you know any members of your friend Kelvin's family? Did you know Donovan Thomas?
I did.
Were you close with him?
Yes.
And were you able to observe Kelvin's interaction with him?
I wasn't.
Okay. Do you have any knowledge of whether Kelvin was
Nope.
close to him?
Nope. I do not.
At the time, did you know an Antonio Sledge?
Of course I did.
Why do you say, of course you did?
Because I dated him.
All right. Were you dating him at the same time you were dating?
I wasn't.
Kelvin? How long before your house got shot up did you stop dating Antonio Sledge?
A couple of months. The same time I just told you when I started dating Kevin.
Okay. And what did you call Antonio Sledge?
Monktoon.
Monktoon?
Yeah.
All right. How long had you known Monktoon by that time?
Been on Monktoon since I was like 15, 16 years old.
Okay.
That is interesting because Moontoon, like, I don't know if y'all remember, Moontoon has 8 kids. 8. I was checking out his Instagram the other day and like there's pictures of him and his large family. He's surrounded from kids ranging from the age of 2 to like teens. Like, I'm like, wow, Moontoon, he's got all these kids. He was like, I don't know. Anyway, let me not comment on that.
How long had you known Kel or Shell Kel at that time?
Not that long.
Okay. Now, at what point do you now recall speaking to the police at all about shooting at your house?
I don't.
Do you recall ever communicating with the police in any way?
I just told you. I went down the next day. You just asked me that.
Okay. Who did you talk to when you went down?
I don't know.
Where did you go down to?
The headquarters.
Do you recall an investigator, Dennis?
I just told you. I don't remember nobody's name.
Do you recall providing a video to the police?
I don't.
Do you recall a video wherein Antonio Sledge was talking to the camera?
It's all on social media. I play it, so of course I seen it.
Okay, so remember this part? So this is that that Instagram video, right? Where Moontoon was like flashing some guns or whatever around. I think what Love is trying to get her to say is that she was the one that provided that to law enforcement. Just a theory, but let's keep going.
All right. Could you speak into the...
It's on social media. Of course I seen it.
Now, when you say it's on social media, of course you've seen it. What are you talking about that
The
you've
video
seen?
that you're talking about. The trial is on social media.
Okay.
So yes,
So-
I seen the video.
What, and describe the video that, since we've shown a lot of them, that you're talking about.
The video of Moontoon calling Shell Kill out.
All right. Did you know at that time Lil D?
Of course I did.
All right. How long had you known Lil D?
I don't know.
Now, the video of Moontoon calling Shell Kel out, did you provide that video to the police?
I don't recall.
Do you recall emailing anything to the police?
I don't recall.
Do you recall an investigator Gaither?
I don't recall. I just told you I don't remember nobody's name.
And to be fair, do you have any desire to be here today?
No.
Thank you. That's all that I have.
All right, do any defense counsel have questions for this witness?
Not on behalf of Mr. Stillwell.
Thank you. On behalf of Mr. Williams, no question.
None, none. None. All right. Thank you. You're excused. Call your next witness.
All right, court is back in, it's 2:00 now. They're due back at 2:15. So we'll just keep this up. I'm gonna read a few supers, but before we do that, I want to show you guys one other thing here. So this is that very long PowerPoint, PowerPoint presentation that the state put together, right? And it kind of just dictates the entire story. I was talking to Thugger Daily yesterday about this. There were several incidents between two gangs that started in 2015 after the split of Rich Homie Quan and Young Thug, right? And I've gotten some tea on that. But it really started with the split of these two guys, right? And we know that Rich Homie Quan passed away. We know that his funeral took place this week. Allegedly, Nut here, because we know that this whole thing is really centered on Nut's murder. Nut was advising Rich Homie Quan, right? And the state is trying to use this theory that the reason that Thug is in jail is because Thug set it up so that Nut would be murdered because Nut didn't like Birdman or something like that. My team is working on that deep dive video, but we broke down what that controversy is centered on and what the state's theory is. So we're breaking that down in a very clean way. I'm just kind of giving you guys the Cliff Notes version of it, but it's something along those lines. Now, there is this big beef between Lil Woody, Shell Kel. This is Shell Kel here. And Travia was dating Shell Kel and Moontunk at the same time. And apparently Little Woody was not a fan of that. So we have all of these drive-by shootings, all of these situations, all of these social media posts, all of these things that we see. I wanted to go back to the page where it indicates that Travia's place got shot up. Because there's so many drive-bys that we have to keep in mind, because a lot of this is back and forth, right? And Travia's is here. So her drive-by took place, even though she was not in the home, it took place on January 28th of 2015. So the ballistics shows that this incident has matching shell casings to two other shootings. So allegedly someone, whoever committed this crime, right? The shell casings match other shootings as well, right? So Travia was dating Shell Kel in late 2014, but she was also dating Moontung since she was 17. So she's known Moontung for a really long time. It says that Little Woody had an issue with the love triangle. And Travia stated that Watts was inside the apartment at the time of the shooting. So Shell Kel was at the apartment. Now, what did Travia just say on the stand? She was not there, right? And if you remember, Miss Love kept trying to get her to say certain things. Because remember, this document, just because we have it, the state put it together. Does it mean that all of this is true? No. This is their narrative. This is what they're putting together. This is the narrative that they're trying to sell to the jury. But remember, the state's job is to prove that these crimes happen beyond a reasonable doubt. There has to be no doubt in the jury's mind. It can't be a possibility. It needs to be this happened, and the state has proved that. The investigation, the investigators have proven that. All of those things. So remember, this is a theory at this point, right? And so even this statement right here, Little Woody had an issue with the love triangle. Well, how do we know that? What evidence, what proof do you have that Little Woody had an issue with the love triangle, right? And at the same time, and Travia has to be like, she did not want her face on camera. Anywho, this is a little graphic, but this was the next shooting after that. But there's a lot of these back and forth shootings. So the day before Travia's house got shot up, another place got shot up, and that was the day before. and Trevante Turner was shot, he was an associate of YSL. So what the state is trying to say is that on the 28th, the next day, that YSL retaliated and came after Shell Kell, right? So when you think about this gang war and the back and forth, it's just interesting to look at. I like having this on my desktop to remind myself and keep track of all of these things. But I think it's a nice reminder of, you know, what we're looking at and keeping track of all of this stuff. So we are still on courtroom watch. It looks like they might be back in about a second or two. I see some heads moving around in there. In the meantime, let's grab a few more supers while we have some time, because I think a few more of them have come in. Shout out to JJ with the 5, says, I don't feel sorry for the jury. If they are smart, they will get paid after the trial, interviews, and movies. Oh, yeah. They can write books, all those things. Yeah, people can absolutely cash in on that sort of thing. So great point, JJ. I never thought about that. Like, they're getting $25 a day right now. This is a nationally televised trial. So many people are thinking of writing documentaries. So I'm pretty sure they're going to want to get in touch with the jurors after this case concludes. Shout out to Howell, who gifted 1 membership. Thank you, Howell. Howell from across the pond is watching. Our cousins across the pond are interested in this trial as well. Thank you so much for gifting a membership, Howell. Very, very thoughtful of you, and really appreciate your investment in growing the community. Shout out to Diamond with the 2. Diamond says, imagine having to recall how you cheated in court. Well, that's what I'm saying. You know, I didn't realize it in the moment because, you know, I was just thinking, because we didn't know which witness this was at first. You know, they're always the worst with letting us know who's on the witness list for the day, who they have lined up, if the people are in the hallway, if they're waiting to testify. Half the time they're scrambling and scraping, they're running to go and look for them and find them. Right. It's all crazy. But as far as like looking at it a second time, I just thought about that. I'm like, wow, she's having to say this nationally, publicly, you know, and it is open court. And yeah, Law and Crime zoomed in, but at the same time, like she's having to, you know, talk about that. And that could be tough. That could be tough. You know, we saw that with Ms. Bell, that witness from last week, you know, that crazy stream I had where somebody reported it. But Ms. Bell, you know, she got shot and had to get on the stand and talk about that. And she did say that she was nervous. You know, so many of us, a lot of people, and it's actually quite common, a lot of people have fears of public speaking, and it's intimidating. You know, you're in a courtroom, there's all these people around you, you don't want to mess up, you know. Some people don't care, like obviously, and Travia was not nervous at all. She's like, I don't want to be here. I'm just going to say what, you know, answer your questions and I'm out. That's it. You know, but at the same time, it could be intimidating for a few folks. So that's what she had to go through. But thank you so much, Diamond. Shout out to the Little Gaming Channel with the 5, says, it's hilarious when snitches are confronted on the stand about what they said and they act tough. Yeah, it may be uncomfortable. It is. It totally is. You know, because it's interesting. You know, there's a few people that like cooperated with police. You know, we know about the whole Moontung thing and signing the plea deal. At the same time, you know, some of everybody's motives for getting out of jail are going to be different, right? And as we were digging into the best of Max Shard, because we're working on that video too, we found those moments where he was able to get the motives of what Moongtung's motivation was to get out of jail, right? It's very different from Woody's motivation to get out of jail. You know, we hear the conditions about what's happening at Rice Street and nut juice everywhere, right? So super, super interesting. Thank you so much, Little Gaming Channel. Shout out to Aaron Matthews with the 5, says, I wonder if this trial now puts any gang in a position to be tried for RICO. You know, this trial has a lot of implications. There's so many complexities to it. Number one, lyrics used as evidence. A little strange, right? Number two, looking for RICO, because it should be established before you can even issue an indictment, right? Was the evidence strong enough to show that? The state says that it was. Personally, I haven't seen anything jarring to prove, because let's picture this. With Diddy stuff, you see that level of RICO. Now, I will tell you guys this, just because we often use different tools to help us analyze comments and, look at the data and the statistics to really understand our audience and understand how you guys think. Diddy has actual supporters that think that he shouldn't be charged with RICO, right? We were pulling comments yesterday and we saw that. We're like, some people think, it's not that they think that he's innocent, but he has some support where people are like, okay, like he's being charged for having baby oil and guns. That's RICO. Some people even think that level of RICO is different. But the difference is with Diddy, he's the leader of his businesses, the organizations. How many lawsuits have come out that connect him back to the aiding and abetting and the directing of having these freak offs and things of the like, and breaking the law. I mean, he's involved with all types of crimes. I've done a timeline on Diddy, on all the crimes, every single, I think it was a lawsuit timeline, every single lawsuit he's been in, we've covered that, right? But he's got some supporters. Now, that's a leader of an enterprise. That's a leader that is directing people to actually commit crimes, right? Now, can you say with absolute certainty, can the state say with absolute certainty that Young Thug is a leader of a criminal organization and doing the same thing? I don't believe it. He didn't have time. He was on tour. Brian Steele has been yelling this off of mountaintops for months. He's like, my client travels the world and has been on tour. You can even hear members of Young Thug's family when they were talking about little Woody, like, hey, get out of Mechanicsville, get off of the streets, stop hanging around in the streets, get it together, right? So can we say with absolute certainty that these leaders, just as a comparison, and you know what, I'm gonna poll y'all. I'm gonna poll you guys just to see what y'all think. Would you call Diddy a leader of a criminal organization? Or would you say that Thug is a leader of an organization, just as a comparison? And I will put a neither in there too, because y'all always like the third option, which is easy. But let's do this. Who is a RICO leader of a criminal organization? Option A, Diddy. Option B, Thug. Option C, neither. I'm really curious about this. Vote it up. Let me know, guys. Let me know. Thank you so much, Aaron. But interesting super chat there. Shout out to Anthony with the 10 says, what's the relevance of all of Smith's testimony? Should be a trial for killing time. Love. How is Love asking, do you recall? Facts and evidence. AV, thanks for answering this. Good job. It's speculating by the state. It is. It's pure speculation. And that document that I showed you guys really shows how the state is putting together these theories, okay? Just because you can put it on a PowerPoint doesn't mean you've proven it. And that's the thing about this particular case. Looking at the poll, you guys, almost 70% of you guys are showing that that it's Diddy. But there's a good majority of y'all that are voting neither. Interesting. And that's the other thing too. This is state level, and the Diddy thing is on a federal level. That involves the Department of Homeland Security, and this is involving the Fulton County DA's office, right? Who allegedly they're being tough on crime. Look at that. Shout out to Michelle, who is gifted 5 memberships. Look at that. Look at that. If you guys are, if you just got given a membership from Michelle, please say thank you to her. It's very, very sweet. Does not have to prove it. And we'll go from there. Checking out some of y'all's comments over here. James says Diddy's abusing his power, Thug supporting his criminal friends. Good point, James. It really is an interesting contrast, and y'all are still sitting around 69, 70% on those votes. Going Hard says being freaky is not a crime, and beating up Cassie is an assault. Yeah, A and B, assault and battery, you know? Yeah, I think that's the thing with Diddy is he can't come back from that tape. That tape was just too much, and I wonder what other tapes there are out there. What else does he have on people? Because he was holding on to tapes. And there are other celebrities that were hanging around him all the time. Look at what Little Rod said. Little Rod, there's a really like menacing photo of Cuba Gooding Jr. with his arm around Little Rod. And he's just like looking at him like a piece of meat. And many men in the industry have mentioned the uncomfortability when it comes to Diddy, right? And some of the people that are with him and the odd behavior. What I want to know is what's up with the sons, right? Because that indictment document was for him, but I really want to see what they have on the sons. What is it? Justin and Dior, something along those lines. I don't know what their names are, but it's really, really interesting. Mental Chaos says all of facade. Shard says being freaky is a crime when you're drugging people and forcing them to do it. Interesting. Look at Golden. Golden, the Golden Lounge. Thank you so much. Gifted 5, 10 AV memberships. Really appreciate you growing the community, the Golden Lounge. If you just received a membership from Golden, please say thank you. And you know what? I am also going to come to our Cash App crew. I didn't see many over here. Let me see what we have. I think I only have one. Shout out to Freddie. Freddie sends me a 10. He says, caps don't mean I'm yelling, y'all. Hope Lead as well. Yeah, I check on Lead here and there. I did see him in the Law and Crime chat like 2 days ago. So he's fine. You know, you guys are so sweet to worry about him, but he is doing okay. He's just taking some time off of YouTube. We all need it from time to time. Like being a creator, it's tiring. I mean, we're doing a lot of work, you know, but it's a fun job. It's the absolute best job you can ever ask for. Everybody's always asking me like, when are you going to take the bar exam? When are you going to take the bar exam? They happen a few times a year. So you could sit for the October one, the February one, or the July one. So it's about 3 times a year. So people usually have ample time to study, get ready for it. But again, it's a job. Like it's 8 hours, just nonstop memorization. A lot of work. But at the same time, I prefer doing this. I mean, I love working for myself. I love actually using my degree to teach people things. You know, like before y'all started watching me, did you know about how like courtroom proceedings worked and this sort of thing? It's so cool. And, you know, I think it's important to have good representation in the legal community, because when Lee and I started doing this, it was mostly just, a specific amount of attorneys that were doing this on YouTube, right? And we're cool with all of them. We're cool with a majority of folks. Like we really got to know Nick Ricada, and I know he's kind of going through some stuff this year. Really got to get to know a lot of friends that I've made in this space. Legal Vices, brother to this channel, that I've done some work with him. I saw Natalie, the lawyer chick, on Law and Crime yesterday. So like a lot of attorneys are, you know, doing their thing on YouTube because it's fun.
Address the court. Does anybody know where he is? Okay.
Is it Lil D? Is he here?
Yeah, if you don't mind. Check this out. I can now see over the computer.
Okay, looks like they're gathering back in the courtroom on time today.
Is there anybody from the state? Okay. All right, Mr. Scheib, I know you had wanted to address the court, I believe, about something. So, yes,
Bench conference?
if you wanted to be, sure.
This doesn't have to be with everybody.
Well, yes, it does, as far as I'm concerned. We're not doing that again.
It's something personal.
Personal about you?
Okay, so that's Lil D's attorney.
Understand somebody, I'm not gonna go away, said I wasn't truthful about something. And at the doctor, I asked the doctor a question about my client's mental competency, and certain medication. I said, will it affect you? The doctor gave me an answer.
Right.
That's it. The phone was about 10 or 12 inches away from me, and I asked the question. And once I got that, and I relayed it to the court. I understand somebody came in here and said, what I said wasn't accurate. I don't lie to the court. I've never lied to the court. So that's all I'm saying.
Okay, I appreciate it. And so you're talking about when, and I don't know exactly who was on the conversation, but so the conversation was at your behest with Mr. Zachary's doctor, and I don't know if it was an ADA and an investigator, a body, and an investigator, and y'all were all on the phone together with the doctor.
The phone was right here. The doctor was someplace else. My client was here. I was about 12 inches from the phone. And actually,
So the doctor was on the phone, and the doctor was on the phone? Okay, and you and Mr. Abadi and the investigator were all talking with the doctor. Okay.
that was a conversation when I came in.
Okay.
Court. I understand. The ADA came in and said something different. Indicated I was not being truthful.
Okay.
I don't lie to people.
I don't believe that you do,
I
and
just wanted to put
I appreciate that, and I didn't take it, I mean, I don't think he said anything as strong as, you know, Mr. Scheib lied. I think it was just, that's not exactly what got said. And two people can hear the exact same words and take it two different ways anyway, but I appreciate that.
That being said, I talked to Zachary.
Okay.
About 3 minutes ago.
Okay.
He's at the hospital. He's had low blood pressure and blood scenario. They were gonna release him today. They didn't.
Okay.
They're gonna maybe release him in the morning.
Okay.
But he has to meet a criteria of blood pressure and blood volume.
Okay.
I don't know. So he may be released tomorrow, he may not. I've got 5 courts and 5 different jurisdictions tomorrow, so.
So have you filed a conflict?
Not with, well, all those are like trial calendars, cases 3 or 4 years old, trafficking and different things. This is, I'm an attorney for a witness.
Right. I know.
So I think they take precedent. I'm trying to work within.
I mean,
I know.
would be happy to, given the circumstance of your particular client and the request that, you know, he not be held anywhere and that he get this over as soon as he possibly can. I am happy to communicate with the courts if you'll
I'll see
let
what
me
we can do.
know and see if
Grant,
they can.
Spalding, Pike, and have one here. We'll see what we can do. I've been here all day, every day.
Yeah,
I
know.
wanna get it done.
I know.
I know everybody else does too.
I
And
know.
then what I was gonna ask for, under 601, is have a hearing to deal with his competency. I think it would be something short as to mental competency because he is on drugs. He is on Dilaudid. And so under 601, the court.
Well, I don't know what he's gonna be on when he gets released.
Can't read without, he's a painkiller. He's on Dilaudid.
Okay, lots of people, and I don't mean to interrupt you, but lots of people can take and do take painkillers every day, and depending upon what it is and the amount and what have you, it treats their pain. It doesn't necessarily make them incompetent or unable to do things. So I mean, if I am presented with something that makes me believe that there is an actual issue as to his competency, then certainly I can entertain that, but
That can only be from
Well, he may or may not, and he'll just have to say that on the stand. I mean,
And then also to deal with scenario of immunity. We want transactional immunity.
well, that's something between you and the state.
You can order him up there. Not arguing about that, but he's not gonna testify unless he gets immunity. Because he was an unindicted co-conspirator in reference to this stuff, and he did prison time.
Have you talked to the state about any of this?
If I may, Mr. Shire has talked to me, and what he has said has nothing to do with concerns about a legal exposure. What he has said has to do with fear and not fear. It has to do with fear and his client's desire to not testify, period.
You see, I didn't know until yesterday.
Excuse me, can y'all mic up? Can y'all use the microphones?
Yeah, we'll just walk back to the podium.
Thank
You'll
you,
move
Doug.
3 feet further away, and then they can hear.
This is actually pretty good, guys.
Okay.
I didn't know until yesterday he was part of this 10 years ago. I did not know, he did prison time, but I didn't know that he was part of this. And as far as immunity, he could be brought in, I mean, as far as conspiracy, and if he gets up and testifies and say, hey, I was involved in this and involved in that, they could prosecute him. I didn't know that until yesterday he was involved in this scenario.
Okay, I don't quite know what you mean by he was involved in this scenario, but.
He did time for some of these acts involved in this.
Well, he certainly can't be prosecuted for anything he's already done time for. I mean, that's double jeopardy.
Well,
And yeah,
I don't know if, as far as conspiracy to commit murder and everything, I don't know what he was prosecuted for entirely.
All
I
right.
just found out, and the family has told me more today. I thought I was getting involved in, I'm fine on it, getting involved in a scenario where I was going to help him, give him information, whether testify or not testify. But it turned out to be, and that's fine. I like this. It's a lot more to it. So I have to protect him.
I understand. So, I mean,
Judge, I don't have any problem doing that, but I just do want to make the record very clear for a couple of things. I don't believe that Mr. Shive has, and I don't think the court entertained it, so it may be worth nothing, but the competency Mr. Shive doesn't have, I don't believe, maybe I'm wrong, standing to assert regarding competency, a hearing regarding competency as far as this person as a witness. But second, given, I don't know what all Mr. Shive knew, but given the comment, given the communication between Mr. Zachary's father and our office,
right.
I don't know how, and given what I was told, not yesterday, but I think day before yesterday regarding what Mr. Zachary would and would not do and why, I don't know that I don't know how that there was no knowledge of what his involvement in this was. There was specific commentary, and I'm not saying that.
I don't know either. But I mean, Mr. Shive's right. Based on the way this case has been indicted, even, I mean, the RICO count seems to be something that if the state wanted to, they could indict anybody on who had any involvement in any of the crimes, even if they've already been, I mean, I don't know that, at least be indicted, whether it would hold up or not, I don't know, but.
So, Your Honor, as in as much as there is a concern, I assume that there is a concern regarding Mr. Zachary, I don't know, implicating himself in something that he could get indicted for. We don't have any problem asking the court to compel his testimony pursuant to the same statute that we have had to compel others. We don't have any problem doing that.
All right, well, it sounds like y'all might need to get some sort of an agreement in place between yourself and Mr. Shive.
Definitely like something in writing.
I mean, that's basically what you're saying, Mr. Shive, right? Is that he.
Part of the situation.
And also, I think I ought to make Mr. Shive aware, I just want to make sure he's aware that part of the requirement for that statute is that he not commit perjury on the stand. And Mr. Zachary is currently on probation for a long period of time. And so I'm gonna put that out there. That's it.
All righty. Well, Mr. Shive has been a defense attorney for more years than probably he can count anymore. and a good one, and a highly experienced one. And so he'll be able to advise his client as to all of the, potential drawbacks
Right.
and dangers and what have you of
It's-
such an
it's not a
agreement.
Easy, clear-cut scenario. We're going to wade through some things. Okay.
Okay, so
Thank you.
we'll draft up that document. And-
Okay, but considering that it sounds like it may be as early as tomorrow morning that, I don't know.
We'll have that.
Doesn't sound like anybody knows yet. It's a developing kind of thing about when he might be released, but y'all need to get on that.
So we'll have that drafted this afternoon for
All
Mr.
right.
Shive to review.
And
It's
Mr.
stay alert.
Shive, if you want to communicate with my office about wherever we might need to be able to talk to other courts about your presence
I
here.
have a simple way of doing it. If you issue an order me back into your court tomorrow, that'll.
You know
that'll
what? If you want to draft one up, I will
I will.
sign it. Okay,
I
that'll be
will. We'll
great.
send it over
And
to you
do
in a couple hours.
Great, you've got all of the addresses, right? Okay,
I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
all right. Do we need anything else from Mr. Shive? Anybody?
I don't need anything from him. If the court would indulge me, what I asked right before he came in, because I had the next. witness
Okay.
and I don't wanna-
Because during the whole entire lunch break.
What?
Okay, thank.
Oh my God. Love is so rude. Okay, anyway, let's break down what just happened. Okay, so the first thing is we just saw Quindarius Zachary, Lil D's lawyer, come in, right? We knew that he was possibly going to be released from the hospital today, but instead he is not going to be released. Now, what we saw was a bench conference. We saw him go up there because he did not want to say it on the microphone because he thought, this was personal, and it was, obviously we heard it, but him and Love approached. And the first thing that he mentioned was yesterday, and you guys were watching with me, yesterday, someone from the state's office, I think it was Adam Abadi, he had come in. We could not see him on the screen, but I recognized his voice from the Fannie proceedings. And he had mentioned that he was the person that went, that was involved with listening to Quindarius Zachary's doctor. So remember, he has sickle cell and he's been hospitalized because of pneumonia as well. So he's got this condition and pneumonia on top of it. He was arrested, put in jail, and then transferred to the hospital. And he's been in the hospital since Monday. Now, Love wants him to testify so goddamn bad that she is going to put him on the stand anyway. But the first thing that the court needed to do was make sure that he was clear to even stand or make it to the stand, meaning the drugs that he's on. Is he going to be competent while he's on the stand, right? Because a witness needs to be competent. They need to be in good shape and able to answer questions clearly and accurately for the jury. Can you do that if you're on medication and prescribed drugs? So they needed to determine if, his fitness to even make it to the stand, right? So they needed to do that. Now, somebody from the body was either on a call or there. And yesterday in court, I remember him saying it. He said that the doctor said that the drugs are not going to impact his ability to testify. Now, Lil D's attorney said, nope, that's not what was said. That is not what was said. And I like that he's going to the judge directly, because you could tell that there is a level of respect between Lil D's lawyer and Judge Whitaker, because she's just like, hey, you've been practicing for a really long time, your experience, you know what you're talking about. And he's just like, I would never lie to the court, because that is an ethical thing. You're not supposed to. Candor towards the tribunal. And he felt disrespected because he's just like, I don't know why they said that. And he wasn't in the room when they said that. So he wasn't here to defend himself. And he's like, what I told you was truthful. And if he's saying something different, that indicates a lie. And I'm not a liar. Right? So it's interesting, because the other thing is he lets us know when Love is not communicating with him. He has let us know when Love has withheld documents. He has let us know that the state, in addition to lying on this man, they need to have proper information. And he's trying to set the record straight by going directly to the judge. So another thing, we're hearing from Lil D's family that Lil D plans on pleading the fifth. He doesn't want to testify. Why? Because he's already done time for different crimes that he's already done. And then we find the real reason that Love has not been wanting to organize an immunity deal or plea agreement with Little D. The reason why is because it had something to do with prolonged probation. So I know that that was a lot. I'm just going to check to make sure I didn't miss anything else. His client is still sick at the end of the day, right? He has low blood pressure, so that's why he's staying in the hospital, and it's likely that he's going to be released tomorrow. Now, the other issue with this attorney is he was unprepared to have to be in the courtroom, and that's the thing. If you have other cases that you're working on, your caseload's pretty full. So you have that matter as well. And he's just like, hey, judge, if you want me to be here, I can be, but you need to write an order or sign an order so that those other judges and, you know, those other cases, we can handle all of that, right? I need to not be released from them, but, you know, maybe we reschedule all those other hearings that I have for the week. Clear me so I can be here for Little D, right? And then he also wants a competency hearing for Little D as well to see if he can testify under the influence of his meds. So that is a lot going on. Definitely wanted to make sure that you guys caught all that was happening. But at the same time, you see how it is with love. We have to dig and dig and dig until we get to the real root of the problem. And the real root of the problem, because I was thinking about that too. Like, why not just give him immunity? Why not just give him some type of plea deal? You've done it for other people. If you want his testimony that much, give him something. If you're going to put a patient on the stand, give him something. Give him some type of legal protection. And, you know, like Judge Whitaker kind of caught her on a few things too, because, you know, they were talking about double jeopardy. Or, you know, maybe some of the crimes is statute of limitation, whatever it is. If you're going to give Little Woody immunity, you need to do something for Little D. So that was a breakdown of what you guys all just witnessed. Let's see where we are in the courtroom right now. Looks like we'll see Little D tomorrow on the stand. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But let's jump back on in.
Well, go ahead. We've got Ms. Hilton now. All right. Anybody need to bring up anything before we get the jury in and start with our next witness? Anybody? No? Okay. So we got yet another motion in limine. The people at Mr. Steele's firm are working full time on filing motions in limine. It's very impressive. So motion in limine number 59 is about potentially excluding certain portions of a interview with Mr. Zachary from March 3rd, 2017. And I was trying to find, I've got 2 of his interviews and March 3rd doesn't seem to be one of them. Is this one that we went over?
Should have, and his 2 are August 5, 2015, Your Honor, and then March 3, 2017.
Okay, well, I don't know why I have April 13th, 2017 written down, but I do, but it's the other one from the only one from 2017 is March 3rd. Okay.
Yes, it might be the transcription date in April.
Okay. And is that something? So if it's the bottom of 124 through about halfway through 127, my notes say that the state, well, all my notes says is okay, but what that meant in my shorthand was that the state agreed that they weren't going to utilize that.
Perfect, so that's why I did that. Okay, that would be great.
Hey, Your Honor, is that the issue we talked about this morning or something?
No, this is yet another one.
I don't have Mr. Steele's email and because I was not present during.
So if you want to just, I mean, I printed it out because I'm old and you can just look at the highlighted portion and see what it is he's talking about. And got a copy of the transcript up here if you need quick access to that. But my notes at least say that I'll said okay on that one, meaning we won't use that one. Do you need to look at the transcript? Because at one point on 126, he says, that's what I assume, that's what I heard.
Correct, Your Honor. We're only going to play portions that we believe he was told as either a co-conspirator statement, which is probably not reflected as much in the March 2017.
Okay, but y'all agree that y'all don't intend to use that portion, correct? Just so
Yes.
we're all on the same page?
Yes.
All right. All right, we have our next witness lined up. Okay, let's go ahead and get the jury in.
All right, so they have muted the feed. See if we got a little bit of TiVo time. Miss Love went to the bathroom just now, was like really rude about it. And shout out to Angela. It looks like she's wearing a coat, y'all. It must be so cold in there. Angela is wearing a coat. Jeez. In Atlanta, it's like 80 degrees in ATL this week, and Angela is in the courtroom wearing a coat. It is that cold in there.
Thank you. Okay, call your next witness.
State calls Mr. Collins back to the seat.
Oh, right, we were in the middle of him.
Uh-oh. Love on direct. This is going to be fun.
Or no, we weren't. We weren't.
Was he
already
yesterday?
testified? Okay. Okay. All right, so we'll re-swear him, I guess, since he'd been released.
He was here yesterday. Why are they repeating people?
Sure. It's Christopher Collins. Spelling on that as CHRISTOPHERCOLLINS.
And good afternoon, Mr. Collins.
Good afternoon.
Welcome back and thank you for coming back.
Mhm.
I have a few follow-up questions for you regarding the incident that you responded to on January 28, 2015 at 2905 Springdale Road.
Okay.
Do you recall testifying about that yesterday?
Yes.
All right. And I'm going to show you what has been labeled as, and it states 1 Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. And it'll be put on the screen, but it will also be on that piece of paper in front of you. Is that the location at 2905 Springdale Road,
Yes, that's
Southwest?
That's
that
the
you
parking
responded
lot. Yes,
to? Okay. And did you testify already that whether or not that was in Fulton County?
I did.
Okay. On the date that you responded, do you recall reporting or testifying about one of the units that had been shot up, that the occupant of the unit was not inside at the time that police arrived?
Yes, I remember that one.
Do you recall which unit that was?
I'm pretty sure it's P3 without looking at my report.
All right. May I show you your report to refresh your recollection?
Sure.
All right. And Your Honor, this report, I think, had been previously labeled just for identification purposes as 666 Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's the wrong. I'm going to show him his report to refresh his memory. And for defense purposes, it will be page 8 of 8.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yep. Apartment P3 was the unoccupied apartment.
And when you say unoccupied, I'm going to this back. Okay? When you say unoccupied, do you mean it that it was not the resident was not there at the time that you all arrived, or it was an empty apartment that no one lived in?
Oh, no one was there at the time because the back door was open.
Okay. Now, do you recall at some point, and the occupant of the home coming back.
Yes.
All right. Do you recall what her name is?
No, not off the
Right.
top of my head.
If I show you your report, let me ask you this. Did you put that information in your report?
Yes, it's in my report.
And did you talk with her?
Yes, that's in my report.
All right. If I show you your report, will it refresh your recollection about what her name is?
Sure.
All right, I'm gonna show it to you. Page 8 of 8.
Okay.
And I'll just, for brevity's purposes, point you to that last.
Yeah. I've got the last name as Smith in here.
Now, on your report, do you, in the first part, I'll say, do you list the victims' names as you learn them to be?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall the occupant of apartment P2?
Okay, got you.
Do I recall their name? I believe that was,
His name, the occupant of P2.
I remember the last name from yesterday when I testified.
Okay, and was that Mac?
Yes.
Gilberti Mac?
Yes.
All right. And, excuse me. On the report, page 3 of 8, if I show you your report again, do you list not only the name, but phone number and address of the victims that you've identified?
Sure. If I could see it, I can.
I will show you page 3 of 8.
Okay.
Would you look at what you've written for unit P3 and tell me if it refreshes your memory?
Yep.
All right. What was the full name of the person who lived in unit P3?
That's, I'm just going to spell it. First name is ANTRIVIA. Last name is Smith.
All right.
And Travia's apartment.
And without saying what it was, did you also have a phone number for Ms. Smith?
Yes.
And did you get that phone number from Ms. Smith?
Yes.
Was it still nighttime when she arrived at her apartment?
Yes.
Were there still units besides yourself on scene?
Yes.
Were there still crime scene technicians processing the scene?
Most likely, without an accurate count, I would say probably.
All right. I'm going to now show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 38. $65, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. And I'm not going to publish all of these. I'm just going to ask you whether 65 Charlie, Charlie, Charlie through 108 Charlie, Charlie, Charlie pertain to the apartment that belonged to Ms. Smith that you dealt with.
Okay.
Did you publish the first one? If we could put up State's Exhibit 66, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie.
Yes, those do pertain to that. That's what you were asking, right?
Yes. if
Okay.
you would just
Yeah.
put it to the microphone.
Those do pertain to apartment P3.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so I'm gonna put up 66, Charlie, 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 and that on the screen behind you.
Okay.
Or in front of you. Is that the P3 that we're talking about that Ms. Smith lived in?
Yes.
And do you have any independent recollection of how long you spoke with Ms. Smith while she was on scene?
No.
Do you recall,
Your Honor?
and if you do, or yes,
May we approach?
Yes.
Okay, so Max has a problem with something, and you can, there's always an issue with the way she asks questions or these things. And again, one of you guys picked up on it before I did. This absolutely is a tactic right now because Antravia did not really give us much on the stand. She did not validate the information that needed to be validated. She didn't, like, Love was not able to get what she needed to get out. Kind of like what we saw with Woody, right? We knew that Woody was not going to be the best witness, right? So at the end of the day, what did Simone have to do? Simone had to play all of those pieces of footage of every time he spoke to the police. We needed to listen to all of the jail phone calls. But at the end of the day, like when you can't get what you need to get out of your witness, you have to shift and do other things. Now, here's the interesting thing about that. We saw that with Intravia this morning. I think Love actually has a bigger issue on her hands, and that is, what if Lil D doesn't cooperate with you? You better start preparing for that right now, you know? So it is interesting as far as like courtroom dynamics and shifting your strategy and things of the like. We might have a bit of TiVo time. Are they still on break? We have run out of TiVo time. Okay, they're back. Perfect.
All right. And Mr. Collins, in your report, did you reflect other officers or other unit numbers that were with you on scene?
Did I write them in there? Yes.
Yes. And do you recall, as you sit here today, who they were without refreshing your memory?
Yes.
Who were they?
Would have been Kenneth Robinson responded, and my lieutenant, one of the sergeants. I want to say it was Lieutenant Bruce, probably Sergeant Dawson.
And do you recall who would have been unit or 4380 and 6161?
4380 would most likely be a support person, like a crime scene tech, and the 6 number would be a detective.
Would looking at your report aid you in remembering who it was?
Yeah,
All right.
because I might have that backwards.
I'm going to give you the whole report, and you look wherever you need to in your report.
Okay, so 4380 and 6161 are listed in here. Most likely as investigators that would have shown up. There's a 7 number that's a crime scene tech.
Okay. Would you tell the jury what your responsibility as it related to those investigators that would have shown up were? And you can look through any part of your report to refresh your memory if you need to.
My responsibility on scene to them is to get there and like arrive to a scene and secure it, and then notify the proper authority or person to investigate the scene.
And as you're on scene, when you said, did I hear you earlier testify, or did you not, that you spoke with Ms. Smith?
Yes.
Okay. Now, were you present when she spoke with anyone else on scene that you could recall?
I mean, not that I can recall.
All right. If I give you your report, might it refresh your memory?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I read it.
And were you present when she spoke to these people? Or
I would have still been on scene, but I don't know if I was sitting in on their conversation.
okay.
But I did Yeah.
But you did what? You can say whatever it is.
I mean, I wrote down in my report that she had made
Don't-
statements.
Yes,
Yeah.
okay. Now, do you recall what statements she made to you or what statements you heard her make?
I do after I've just seen my report.
Okay, and so that I can be precise and we cannot be imprecise,
Yep.
did she tell you who was either staying
Your
at her?
Honor, I'm going to object on foundation. It's not been properly laid at this point.
Your Honor, the witness just stated that he recalled after reading the report, what he heard or what.
The witness recalled in response to Madam Prosecutor's question that he was present for a conversation between the witness and the other two, and he was there on the scene. It's not been clear who the statements were made to.
He just said he remembered what he recalled hearing, so overruled.
Do you recall hearing Ms. Smith talk about a friend of hers who had been at her place?
Yes.
And what was that friend's name?
I believe she gave a nickname.
What nickname was it? If you need to look at it again,
Yes. So I don't misspeak.
okay? And just the name.
I wrote in here Lil Kel,
And how did you spell Kel?
Kel.
All right. And without going into anything else beyond, let me be very specific here. What refreshes your memory, if it does, after locale, did she say what he was doing at her place?
She stated that he was like hiding out
Okay.
at her place.
Hiding out at her place?
Yes.
All right. Now, did Ms. Smith also tell you, did she also mention her boyfriend's brother?
Yes.
Would you tell the jury only what name of the boyfriend's brother that she gave?
She gave the name Peanut.
Okay. Was Miss Smith's unit the one that had the television shot and that sustained, would you say it sustained the least, the most, or the same amount of damage as the other units?
That one looked like it received more damage than the other units.
I'm sorry, could you say it a little bit
More. That one had more damage than the other units.
Okay. And do you recall whether Ms. Smith gave you any information about requests she had made of her neighbor, Mr. Mack? And if you don't, I'll let you read it. And if it still doesn't refresh your memory, that's fine.
Okay.
And starting counselors, I'd ask him to start at the second paragraph on page 8 of 8. Read to yourself and then look up after you've had a chance to read it.
Okay. Yeah, I wrote here in the report.
Don't
Okay.
say what you wrote in the report.
Yeah.
My question is, do you recall after reading your report, whether Ms. Smith relayed to you or within hearing of you anything about requests she made of Mr. Mack?
I don't remember
Okay,
that.
all right. Now, did you list in your report the names associated with those numbers that you mentioned, those unit numbers?
Yes.
And would you read or find that area in your report where you list the names associated with those unit numbers? Just, you can turn on any page that you
Sure.
need to.
Well, they're all written like in order of the
Okay.
apartments we went to in the narrative.
All right. And so in the last paragraph, where there is unit number 4380 and 6161, are you able to say which names are associated with 4380 and 6161? Did you write that in your report anywhere? And you can look on other pages.
Yep, I did. I did write it down.
So which names were associated with which name was associated with 4380?
That's Bacon. It's an investigator.
All right. And what kind of investigator is Bacon?
He would have been a general investigator.
And what does the general investigator do in relation to what you do?
They respond to any major incident that happens overnight when all the rest of the units are not in. They're kind of like a catch-all detective.
And 6161,
Yep.
who is that one?
That last name is Curry.
Okay. And is that investigator, officer?
That is a gangs unit.
Okay.
So
Now, how did the gangs unit get involved? Do you know? Without saying anything in particular? Just yes, if you don't, that's fine.
it's typical to notify them in a situation like this.
Okay. Without talking about what anyone said, when you say in a situation like this, are you able to explain what you mean?
We had responded to several of these in the same
Okay.
area,
In the same area?
in the same part of town. Yeah.
Okay. And when you say part of town, could you be any more specific?
In the southern part of Zone 3.
Okay. And in your report, do you indicate that Ms. Smith spoke with both Investigator Bacon and Investigator Curry?
I do. I
All right.
indicate that at the end.
Now, in your report, do you say specifically that she spoke with you?
The way that I wrote it, it would indicate that she spoke with me.
Okay.
And it would be reasonable to say that she would have had to speak to me to get to another investigator.
Say that for me one more time.
It would be like normal procedure. If somebody's arriving on scene, they don't just immediately speak to a detective. They would talk to a patrol officer first, who's manning the crime scene tape or
Okay.
doing some other kind of task.
And is it customary for you, when you're on scene, for you to either point victims or witnesses to the investigators, or even relay to them information that that victim or witness has shared with you?
Yes, that's
Okay.
normal.
All right. Just 1 second.
Yeah, we should move on, but it's because Intravia didn't cooperate. So. It is what it is.
Thank you. That's all that I have for now.
All right, defense questions for this witness?
Yeah.
There it goes. We're in a squeaky chair, huh?
Mr. Collins, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Name is Keith Adams. I represent Mr. Williams, who's sitting over here.
Okay.
And I've got a couple questions for you about what you just testified to, okay?
Sure.
All right. If I heard you correctly, you responded to this location on Springdale Road back in 2015, true?
I mean, without referencing my report, that sounds correct.
Right.
Could be.
Is that your report right there that you've been looking at?
Believe so.
Yes.
I'm gonna go ahead and leave this with you, so if you need to reference it.
Cool.
Please feel free to do so, okay?
Sure.
All right. 2015, I think I heard you testify yesterday when you were here previously that was a long time.
Let's get the objection counters out. Y'all ready?
A belief about what Mr. Adams.
All right, I think it's just trying to call the witness's attention back, so I'll permit that, and if that's not correct, then please correct that in your answer.
Did you testify previously, when you were here previously, that was about 9 years ago? That was a long time ago.
Yes.
It is fair to say that you don't have a clear, independent recollection of everything that happened in that investigation from 9 years ago.
Sure. Almost no one would.
Right. And because it was a long time ago and you need to refresh your recollection by looking at your report, true?
Okay. Yes.
Which is what you've been doing.
Yes.
Okay. You testified a little while ago about going to apartment P3 or unit P3. Remember that?
Okay. Yes.
And your testimony was that when you went to apartment P3, it was unoccupied. There was no one there.
Correct.
That is not the first place that you went to. You'd gone to other units first before you got to P3, correct?
That's the order I have it written down. I mean, sure.
Okay. Does that sound about right?
I mean, the way I kept it organized in my report, I just went 1, 2, 3, and 4. If you were to put a GPS tracker on me, I may have moved differently. I don't know.
You just don't really know for sure.
We're talking about something that happened 9 years ago at 1 a.m.
Right.
Yeah.
And of course, but we're relying upon your best memory, your best recollection from 9 years ago. True?
Yeah. That's.
And just to be clear, I heard you mention, or you were referenced to, I guess, badge numbers, 4380 and 6161. Remember that?
Yeah, those are radio numbers, not a badge number.
Okay, but those radio numbers are assigned to specific investigators.
Yes, but they're probably assigned to somebody else now.
Right.
It just changes.
Back then, it was Bacon and Curry, correct?
Correct.
And at some point, they arrived on the scene.
Correct.
Would they have arrived as a result of you calling for them?
Probably notifying the GI. So typically you would radio to notify a general investigator, and you would try and raise like either the general investigator would raise a gangs unit, or sometimes the lieutenant would request it. She might have done it as well.
Okay. You just don't know for sure. Could have been you, could have been someone else.
Sure. But it was done on scene. Yeah.
And although P3 was unoccupied when you got there, at some point, this woman by the name of Ms. Smith showed up, correct?
Correct.
Now, who got there first? Was it Ms. Smith or was it Curry and or Bacon?
I mean, I'm not sure. From the way it's written, it sounds like the investigators were on scene before she arrived.
Okay. And
Right.
so if the investigators, Curry and Bacon, are on scene before she arrives,
Okay.
right, they had conversations with her, right?
Objection, Your Honor, as
No.
to vagueness about they had conversations with her if she was on scene.
Overruled.
Isn't that true? Isn't that what you put in your report? That she spoke, Ms. Smith spoke to 4380 and 6161.
Yeah, I wrote that she spoke to them in the report.
And so do you have an independent recollection of you actually taking a statement from her before she spoke to those other two officers?
I remember speaking to a woman there. I remember her making statements and what this was about. And then I remember alerting the detectives and saying, you should probably speak to this lady who just showed up on scene. I do remember that.
So even though they came there before she got there, according to what you just testified,
Mhm.
you spoke to her first and then she spoke to them?
Your Honor, objection, just ask them, just answer.
Asked and answered, sustained.
Is it fair to say that You never interacted with anyone that night named Kel.
Is it fair to say I never interacted with somebody named Kel?
Yeah,
Yes, from the way it's written, I did not.
you didn't see anyone named Kel, right?
I mean, no.
If you had, you would have put that in your report.
I would have put what I did put in there, which was that there was somebody seen like running to a vehicle in surveillance footage, but I mean,
You didn't speak to anyone named
I
Kel
didn't
that
speak
night.
to anybody named Kel. That's correct.
All right. But let me ask you something. Officer Collins, who did you end up arresting anyone for shooting at any of these units that night?
No,
Is it fair to say that you were not in charge of any continued investigation after your initial appearance there at the scene?
correct.
You don't have any information about who may have been involved, who may have done this at all that you could share with this jury, do you?
Past what happened on scene, no.
Okay. All right. Ms. Collins, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, anybody else? Okay, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for your time. You're released, excused.
Released.
Yes.
Call your next witness.
Released.
Release.
Yeah, he's clarifying because he's like, you just had me in here yesterday.
Okay.
He was supposed to be released yesterday and then they brought him back. That's annoying. Who do we got next?
Raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to get according to the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, sir?
Yes.
You may be seated. Can you state your first and last name, spelling them both, please?
Vanna Kelly, VANNA KELLEY.
And good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good afternoon, good.
God bless you. Where are you employed?
I am employed with the ATF, which is the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco,
Ooh.
Firearms, and Explosives.
How
Whoa,
long have you been with the ATF?
feds are here.
I've been there for 4 years. It'll be 5 years in January.
Prior to working with the ATF, where did you work?
Before I went to the ATF, I was employed with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, which is the GBI.
And can you please tell the jurors, what were your job duties and responsibilities when you worked for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
At the GBI, I was a firearms examiner. And as a firearms examiner, I did the discipline of forensic science called firearms identification. And firearms identification is looking at ammunition components such as bullets and cartridge cases to try to determine if they were fired from a particular firearm or not fired from a particular firearm. Or if I don't have a firearm, then I can also look at those ammunition components to each other to determine if they came from same or different sources.
And can you tell the jury about your education and training in firearms and tool mark
Okay,
analysis?
she's an expert for sure.
Once I started training at the GBI as a firearms examiner, I underwent their 1-year training program. During that time, it included studying things such as the history of firearms, doing microscopic analysis, learning about serial number restorations, which is restoring numbers on a firearm if they've tried to be removed. Also, I did training and casework in muzzle to target distance determination, which is trying to determine the distance between the firearm and the object or the person that was shot. And also, I would have been trained in, I think it said microscopic analysis, which is using the microscope to make those comparisons of the ammunition components. And then also additionally, when I went to the ATF, they had an additional method for serial number restoration that I was trained in. And also I started training and completed my training at the ATF in what's called tool mark examination. So tool mark examination is just basically all the other tools, your screwdrivers, hammers, wire cutters, and trying to determine if those tools were used to, cut wires or, doing comparison with those type of tools.
And have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert in firearms and tool mark examination?
Yes, I have.
When?
When?
Or how many times, excuse me?
I think I'm close to 100 times now.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender Ms. Kelly as an expert in firearms and tool mark identification.
All right, she is so qualified and may testify as such.
Thank you. If you can tell the jurors briefly about what is a firearm?
So the definition of a firearm is the assembly of a barrel in an action that expels a projectile by means of combustion. So really what you should be thinking of in terms of, the word firearm, you're probably thinking, pistols, revolvers, rifles, shotguns. Those are your main types of firearms.
And tell the jury briefly about the parts of a firearm.
So for a pistol example, the top portion that would move back and forth is your slide. And then the slide is attached to the frame of the firearm. And then you have, some internal components such as the firing pin. The firing pin is what comes out and basically causes that combustion reaction that I talked about. There's several parts of a firearm, and the trigger obviously being a very important part, which is the catalyst of pulling the trigger that releases the firing pin that then fires the ammunition down the barrel of the firearm.
And then what is a cartridge?
May I use my demonstrative aid?
Can she use her demonstrative aid?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So this is a large scale, they're not this large, a plastic model of what a cartridge is. So a lot of people, when they see something like this, if you're familiar with firearms or ammunition at all, you'll think, oh, this is a bullet. But when I refer to this, it would be a cartridge, meaning that it's unfired. So then the cartridge is made up of the cartridge case, which if I use the term cartridge case, that means that it has been fired. And the bullet, which is the projectile. So the cartridge, when it's fired, those two things will separate. The bullet will go down the barrel of the firearm, and the cartridge case will move rearward, and then in sometimes firearms will also be ejected. So you have the cartridge case, which has the primer here on the head of the cartridge case, and that's where the firing pin will strike the primer, which ignites the gunpowder inside of the cartridge case. And as that gunpowder causes the pressures to build up inside the case, that's what pushes the bullet down the barrel of the firearm. So in review, cartridge case, 1 unit unfired, cartridge, 1 unit unfired, and then that separates into a fired cartridge case and a fired bullet.
Thank you. Now, when you receive firearms to be tested, please tell the jurors about the process used to test firearm evidence, specifically shell casings and projectile, or cartridge cases and projectiles.
So the process can, differ based on the type of evidence that I have. In general, so if I receive a firearm in the case, I will need to create test fires from that firearm. So at the forensic lab, we'll have a large metal water tank that's full of water. And then there's a port on the front of that box that I will stick the firearm at that port. And as I pull the trigger, the bullet is traveling into the water of that box, and the water helps to slow that bullet down. So after I'm done test firing, I can collect the bullets from the water tank. So now I have samples that are known to have come from that firearm I just shot. And also at the same time I'm shooting it, it's ejecting, or otherwise I can collect the cartridge cases as well. So I can take my firearm, test fire it, and then have known samples of the cartridge case and the bullet from that gun. And also then I can follow through with, looking on my microscope at 2 cartridge cases side by side, or 2 bullets side by side, to try to make a determination on whether they were fired from that gun or a different gun, or the same gun, maybe a second gun.
And tell you just briefly about that process of examining cartridge cases under the microscope to determine if they're fired from the same gun or different gun.
Mhm. So the first thing that I'm looking at when I start like cartridge case comparison is what's called class characteristics. Class characteristics are predetermined by the manufacturer and they indicate a restricted group source. So an example of a class characteristic would be if you go out to the parking lot and you're looking for a blue Ford F-150. So the color blue, that it's a truck, that it has the badging of the Ford F-150. Those are all class characteristics you're using to help narrow down what you're looking for. So you're not going to look at the red Chevy Corvettes because that's not within your class group. So for firearms, we can start with the same base level and say, okay, well, I can see these certain characteristics such as the caliber. If I have one caliber, there could be certain other calibers that I don't even need to look at because they're not the same class characteristics. And then the second level is called individual characteristics. So if I have a grouping now of class that are the same, I have to move on and say, okay, but within that class, are they fired from the same firearm? So those are individual characteristics. The individual characteristics from a firearm are created incidental to the manufacturing process. So that's the imperfections and irregularities on the surface of the gun that as this ammunition goes through the gun, it's picking up those microscopic details. So then that's what I'm looking at on the scope is the microscope to determine, is it an identification, which means same source, an elimination, different sources, or sometimes we don't have enough information and that's an inconclusive result.
Are you able to tell in your testing if a particular projectile and a particular shell casing were once one completed cartridge?
No, what we typically are doing is looking at cartridge case to cartridge case and bullet to bullet. So there wouldn't be a time that I would have looked at the cartridge case and the bullet together to try to determine if they were once one piece of ammunition.
Now, at the GBI, when you were working at the GBI, as a firearms examiner, did a firearms examiner have to have the results of their examinations verified?
Yes.
If you can tell the jurors about that process, that verification process.
So we had what I'll refer to as a primary examiner who is assigned to work the case. So the primary examiner would do their workup of all of the evidence, and then the person who is called the verifier has to then also take the evidence and microscopically look at it and reach their own conclusions about same source, different source firearms. So that's what the verifier would also additionally look at the evidence microscopically and then, if needed, discuss with the primary examiner.
Do y'all know what her testimony reminds me of? Do y'all remember the show Bones? I used to love Bones. Bones was my joint. Okay. There was, I think it was Agent Booth. He used to call scientific people like this squints. This lady is absolutely a squint.
And then move on with the case after that.
And as a verifier, do you have to come up with your own independent conclusion regarding the examination?
Yes.
And when you were at the GBI, could the primary examiner release a report without having their testing verified?
No. So for a case to be released, it would have to be verified and then peer reviewed. And once it passed those steps, then an official report could be released.
And what's the distinction between verification and being peer reviewed?
So verification would be, like I said, the microscopic looking at the evidence. And from what I recall, the peer review process was looking over the documentation of the case file to make sure that everything was aligned for the case file.
I want to draw your attention to DOFS case number 2015-1001545. Did you serve as the verifier of that DOFS case number?
Yes, I did.
And who was the firearms examiner or the primary firearms examiner?
The examiner's name was David Voss.
And did the GBI receive items to be tested?
Yes.
You're on permission to approach?
You may.
Sorry.
Not Simone putting on gloves. We got some evidence, y'all.
Admitted as State's Exhibit 318, Yankee Charlie, 318 Yankee Bravo, 318 Yankee Alpha, 294 Yankee Bravo 7, and 294 Yankee Bravo 5. Tell me if you recognize, if you're able to tell me if these are some of the items that you tested back in 2015.
May I also refer to my notes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Y'all are these troll accounts. We just saw Quez. Maybe
Yes,
Lil
I
Mike
can
is
recognize
coming.
these items as bearing the GBI case number, which is in my documentation, as well as the item number listed from the GBI as well.
And are those some of the items that you verified from what David Boston?
Yes.
I'm now going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 294, Yankee Bravo 11,
Y'all are awesome. Somebody told me to real quick, somebody told me to go check out Doug's Twitter. When Miss Latner, the 911 lady, was on the stand, two things happened. Miss Love says, she said earlier in the case, Miss Latner's is testifying in another case. When Miss Latner's was on the stand, she says, I haven't testified in another case today yet. And then Doug says, I am stunned. The lying is so bad here, but let's keep going.
294 Yankee Bravo 11, 294 Yankee Bravo 4, 294 Yankee Bravo 2, 294 Yankee Bravo 3, 294 Yankee Bravo 10, 294 Yankee Bravo 9, and 294 Yankee Bravo 1. Tell me if you recognize those items.
Yeah, Ashley is cooking in the same courthouse in a different courtroom. If Fanny walks in, we actually might have to switch, but we'll keep an eye on that.
Yes, these packages also bear the same GBI case number and item numbers associated with the verification that I did.
Now showing you what's been marked as 294 Yankee Bravo 8 and 294 Yankee Bravo 6. Some do you recognize those?
Yes, these packages also have the same GBI case number and item numbers associated with verification that I performed.
Now showing you what's been already admitted as exhibit 294 Yankee Alpha 24, 294 Yankee Alpha 25, 294 Yankee Alpha 26, and 294 Yankee Alpha 27. Some of you recognize those items.
So remember I was telling you guys about painting the narrative and telling the story. What have we seen? Crime scene photos. And then it's like not even just crime scene photos. We talked about shell casings, all types of bullets. So what they had to do is go through every single shooting, which they've done, and then go through the crime scene text and talk to them about how they processed the scene, things of the like. They talked to all the law enforcement officers that responded to the scene. Now you're talking to the person that's on the stand right now that likely performed the test to link some of these bullets to some of these shootings. So that's how it's relevant. I hope that answers the question.
Yes, each of these packages also labeled with the same GBI case number and item numbers associated with my verification.
I'm showing what's been admitted as 294 Yankee Alpha 23, 294 Yankee Alpha 22, 294 Yankee Alpha 21, and 294 Yankee Alpha 20. Some of you recognize those items.
Yes, these packages also all have the same GBI case number and item numbers associated with verification I performed.
And when we talk about the item number, what are you referencing?
So each of the packages have the item number that was assigned at the GBI. So that would be a different number than what she's calling off. It would be a GBI association number.
And in order to complete your testimony, is it easier to identify it using the GBI item number?
If that's possible, that'd be great.
Okay. What I would ask for you to do is, as you identify them, use both the GBI number and the state's exhibit number. Can you do that?
For every time I refer to it, or the first time?
The first time and when we group them together.
Okay.
All right. Now, I want to first start with.
And also, guys, I do have the Fani hearing up on another feed as well. If she hops on, if she actually is in the courtroom, then I will switch over and we'll watch a little bit of that during the break. But just letting you know that I'm keeping my eye on it.
Your GBI item number 2A, 2B, 2C, 5B06, and 5B08. Do you have those?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. If you can first identify 2A, what exhibit number is 2A?
GBI number 2A is State's Exhibit number 318 Yankee Bravo.
And are you able to open up that particular exhibit?
Yes.
And then I'll ask you to go to 2B. You can keep it open. I'll have you show it.
Yes,
every-
Logan, that's what I see.
All three of those.
GBI item number 2B is States Exhibit number 318 Yankee Alpha.
And looking at States Exhibit 2, GBI number 2C.
GBI item number 2C is States Exhibit number 318 Yankee Charlie.
And looking at GBI number 5B06.
GBI 5B.06 is States Exhibit number 294 Yankee Bravo 7.
And then last five, GBI 5B.08.
GBI item number 5B.08 is States Exhibit number 294 Yankee Bravo 5.
And are you able to open up the 294?
Oh, here's the scissors. Would you like me to?
Yes.
Okay.
Real quick, because we need to build some TiVo time. What is happening in the same courthouse in a different courtroom? Ashley Merchant is arguing right now on against Fonnie Willis, basically for an open records request. She put this open records request in at the start of the year. Why? Because at the start of the year, we uncovered all of these shenanigans that were happening between Fonnie Willis and Nathan Wade. Eventually, he ended up stepping down from his role as a special prosecutor in the Trump case. Ashley is representing one of her clients who is indicted on that Trump RICO indictment. And basically in that process, she also submitted an open records request. So she's in front of Judge Krause right now. And Judge Krause was actually the last judge weighing in on this case when it was assigned to from Judge Ingram to Judge Whitaker right now. So that's happening in the same courthouse in a different courtroom, but that is what is happening. So she is suing the office of Fonnie Willis because of this open records request. And that's a personal, it's a big attack on the office of the DA, but that is what's happening in a different room. Fonnie is under subpoena for a different matter. She's supposed to be going to a Georgia Senate hearing, and she has been dodging going to the Georgia Senate hearings. Okay, so she has not been going to that. I showed you guys a little bit of it on Friday and we watched it. It was a little dry because we keep expecting her to show up, but she is refusing to actually, comply with the subpoenas from the Georgia Senate and actually show up. So that's what's happening in the other room. It sounds like Ashley is doing an amazing job, as always, because she was the one that uncovered a lot of the corruption that was happening behind the scenes with Fonnie Willis and Nathan Wade. So I just wanted to bring you guys up to speed on that. But if she walks in, I will absolutely change the feed to that one. But she's making some excellent legal arguments. Let's keep going.
Now, looking at 2A, GBI 2A, 2B, and 2C, where did these items come from?
Each of those containers has a piece of paper with information indicating they are from the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office. Would you like me to read the rest of the label?
Yes, please.
Okay. And I can refer to it by GBI number now? Okay, thank you. So GBI item number 2A has a Fulton County Medical Examiner case number associated in an Atlanta PD case number written on this tag. as well as the name Donovan Thomas and the medical examiner's name. It has
Oh.
handwritten, maybe I shouldn't read it because it's doctor handwriting, but it appears to say right lateral, and the rest is
Oh my
to
God.
me.
Oof, that is tough. That's if you're squeamish, just letting you know right now, these are the bullets that were actually extracted from Nutt's body. And you know, the medical examiner that performed the autopsy or whatever the case may be, they removed these from his body. So this is actually heating up.
It also has a date of 1/11/2015 and says next to that 026 and then a B and an M.
And who was the
It does say the doctor's name was Michael M. Henninger.
And is that the same label consistent with all three of 2A, 2B, and 2C?
Yes, but the handwritten information as to locations within the body is handwritten, and that information varies per box.
And looking at GBI number 5B.06 and 5B.08, where were those two items recovered
I can only read from the GBI label that it was submitted by the Atlanta Police Department.
from? Is that the same for 5B.08 as well?
Yes, 5B08 was also submitted to the GBI by the Atlanta Police Department.
And were you able to do any testing regarding those 5 items?
Yes, I did.
And what was the testing and what were the results?
So for these, they are, I guess, varying degrees of fired bullets, meaning some of them appear to be portions of fired bullets or, because they can fragment and break off, etc. But for these, I did do a comparison to try to determine if they were fired from the same firearm. And I was able to determine that all 5 of these were fired from the same firearm.
And were you able to verify the types of firearms or potential list of firearms that those items could have been fired from?
I would have reviewed the work of the primary examiner on that, and he did provide a potential list of firearms.
And were you able to then verify his list that he placed?
I did note that I agreed with his what we called a DTW, which is a determined type weapon. So I did agree with that and noted it on my verification.
And what were the type of firearms that could fire those items?
So he listed the AK 47 variant SKS 7.62 by 39 millimeters.
All right. Now I want to go to our second round.
So again, these are the bullets that have been extracted from Nutt's body, and we're trying to see if it's going to connect to any firearms that were retrieved from any of the 6 defendants, if any, if they've done this. Remember, the jury's watching that these actually came out of Donovan Thomas Peanut. And notice how they're in these little baggies that are sealed. Remember yesterday we had a few witnesses mention that they would be in these little envelopes and sealed.
GBI is the state's exhibit number 294, Yankee Bravo 9.
Yes, it is.
And for 5B.03 is the GBI case, excuse me, the state's exhibit number 294, Yankee Bravo 10.
Yes, it is.
Five B.04 is the state's case number 294, Yankee Bravo 3.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Is this better? Okay. For 294 Yankee Bravo 1, is it 5B.01? Is that the GBI case number?
Is that a Bravo there? Yes, okay. Yes.
For GBI case number 5B.10, is it 294 Yankee Bravo 11?
Yes, it is.
And then for the last one, this grouping is 5B.07, 294 Yankee Bravo B4.
5B.07 GBI is, yes, 294 Yankee Bravo 4.
And then last, 5B.05, is that 294 Yankee Bravo 2?
Yes, it is.
And if you can tell Jory, what, if any, comparison analysis were you able to do for this group of exhibits?
Well, I mean, you see how loose those gloves are, Carrie. They're too big. They are so excessively large.
So again, these are also bullets or bullet jacket fragments. And I did a comparison of those, and I was able to determine that they were all fired from the same firearm.
And were you able to determine a list of potential firearms that that grouping could have come from?
Again, it would have been Examiner Voss that came up with the list, but I did note that I agreed with his DTW determining of the type of weapon. The list provided included Springfield, Ruger, and Llama 45 auto pistols. And I also want to say that those lists are based on those class characteristics that I spoke about. So the class characteristics are ran into a database that turns out what manufacturers of firearms use those specifications in their guns. So that's where that information is coming up about what type of firearm manufacturer could have produced the class characteristics from these items.
Now vote for the third group, that's the 5B.09 and 5B.11.
GBI 5B.09 is Stakes Exhibit 294 Yankee Bravo 6. And GBI item number 5B.11 is State's Exhibit number 294, Yankee Bravo 8.
And were you able to do any comparison testing with those two items?
I did compare these two items to each other. However, I was inconclusive and unable to determine if they were or were not fired from the same firearm.
And what's contained in those two exhibits?
It's a bullet jacket fragment and an additional metal jacketed bullet.
And looking at the GBI sickle, were these also submitted by the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, they were. It's exhibit number 294, Yankee Alpha 20, also submitted by the Atlanta Police Department.
And were you able to do comparison testing on these items?
Yes, I did.
And what were the results?
I determined that these cartridge cases were fired from the same firearm.
And what types of cartridge cases are those?
These are 45 auto caliber cartridge cases.
And were you able to determine from this group a potential list of firearms that these could have been fired from?
May I refer to Examiner Voss's report? Okay, thank you.
Look at them, look at the bullets.
His report indicates that they were consistent with being fired in a Springfield 45 auto pistol.
Shells, all right, shells, shell casings. So sorry, my friends. I make mistakes from time to
I'm going
time.
to hand you the group beginning with 5A.10.
GBI item number
Look at Quiz.
5A.10
Shout out to Quiz.
is State's Exhibit number 294, Yankee Alpha 24. It is labeled as from Atlanta Police Department.
All right, y'all, we might have to switch. Everybody's saying that Ashley is cooking this dude. Let's see, do we have TiVo time? Let's just pop in there for a
GBI
second.
item.
Let's pop in for a second and see what's going on in the other courtroom.
Attorneys with the date of hire that was hired by District Attorney Willis. I told you that on the 26th in response to the open records request. I told you that now. And I told you that previously.
One point of clarification, because you've said the same thing several times, and you're putting emphasis on a particular part that I'm curious about. Call it the rule of judge's interest. But I understand, and I think I started this hearing with this discussion about sometimes we know things that don't exist in a document. But you keep saying I don't have a list of attorneys with their hire date who were hired by Attorney Fonnie Willis, the DA Fonnie Willis. Weren't all the attorneys in the DA's office hired by Fonnie Willis?
Oh, no. When's the DA that was hired by District Attorney Paul Howard?
Well, I'm certain they have worked for the DA's office for a long, long time. But didn't she decide to hire them when she became the DA? And I'm not challenging you. I'm just asking to make sure I understand if there is or is not a distinction.
I see that. I can see that.
Okay. Okay, fair enough. I mean, but at least I understand better why you were drawing that distinction. Okay.
Well, I was drawing that distinction because that's what she asked for.
Okay. No,
I got you.
I wasn't challenging what it said. You were placing emphasis on it in a way that to me seemed to inform how you understood the request. And now I have a better understanding of how you understood the request.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. I will say this, based on this particular request, what I have done is to reach out to the chief, human resources of the county to see if I have a list of, hey, here are the list of attorneys hired by District Attorney Willis with their hiring date. And I can tell you right now, as I sit here, I don't have that.
When did you reach out and make that request?
Doing it to the county HR doing in the course of this litigation.
Okay. So not when I filed the open records request.
I didn't have to at that time because I know I didn't exist. So the answer to your question is no, I didn't feel the need to reach out at that time.
But then in response to the litigation, you did feel the need to reach out and actually ask the question?
Well, once litigation is, I'm like, okay, what can we do to resolve this matter? Is there anything extra? Let me do, I feel comfortable. Let's be very clear. Under the Open Records Act, I did what exactly is required to be a law. Now we're in litigation. Let's see if there's anything possible else that I can do. I did that extra, and guess what? The records still don't exist.
And I know we already verified that as the open records officer, you were charged with maintaining records under the State Records Management Act, correct? We already talked about that, right? Early on, that's part of your job.
The Office of the Fulton County District Attorneys seeks to maintain records inconsistent with the State Retention Act. Yes.
And that act requires that your office maintain records documenting an employee's work history in a case file, including the date they were hired, and if there's no hire decision. And you have to keep those records for 50 years or 7 years following the date of separation of the employee. And you're mandated to actually keep them in your own office. You can't delegate that responsibility to a central agency.
So you're reading the retention law, and I have not read, but I can tell you this. You started the sentence saying as it relates to personnel files. So you said case file data, right? In your open records request, you're looking for a list. I'm afraid you're misleading the court because you're convoluting a retention record that discusses personnel files, but you're seeking via the Open Records Act a list. Those are two different things. So let's not put the list into State Retention Act. They're two different things.
Did you have personnel files?
Go ahead.
Did you have personnel files?
Did I or do I? Yes.
Both. Did you?
Yes.
And you did?
Yes.
And do those include the date that someone was hired?
Yes. The personnel file should have the date that they was hired. The answer is yes. Do I have a list? No. I don't have a list. And if you think that it is reasonable for me to go look at find out who was hired by the DA, pull that HR file, scan that HR file to make a list, I don't think that the Open Records Act requires me to do so. So as I say, you know, I don't have it. And I told you what I did.
Did you have a question?
Yep.
Okay, sorry. Thank you. Your office also produces newsletters with lists of all of the employees of your office, is that correct?
Office morale, yes. We have bi-weekly newsletters, winter reports, we have quite a few.
And it's got something called a directory of attorneys?
Yes, that's a directive.
Okay. And so someone has to get this data somewhere with this list of attorneys, right?
I don't, unfortunately, what graphics does report to me, I don't know if they got a list of that, but I can't.
It does sound like her.
Can I take a look at it again?
Sure.
All right.
He does
While
sound
you're
like
looking
her.
at that, I need to do a sort of check-in with my attorneys. I understood that the court reporter had made arrangements to be available until 5. Mr. Bowman had indicated he had an issue. Do we need to adjourn? Can we carry on in your absence for an hour? Can you stay? Where are we on that, Mr. Bowman?
Yeah, I can push it for a few more minutes, but I mean.
Well, all right. I don't know what just happened, 11 Alive. Okay, is this just me? Huh. Well, 11 Alive cut their feed.
5.
Oh, there we go.
And so That's all I'm asking.
I think we're comfortable concluding by 5.
So we're just gonna
for-
continue on at 5 and understood that if you need to go for your prior issue, then you're free to leave and you don't need to ask my permission, by the way.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you for the interruption. While we were doing that, the witness had an opportunity to look at whatever it was that you were showing him. I saw it, but I don't know that it was ever identified for the record. I
Oh, I'm
apologize.
sorry, Judge. I am showing him what is base stamp. It's, exhibit 8, it's merchant 0303, and it goes until 0336.
Thank you.
Let me know when, if that refreshes your memory.
I have reviewed this directory. I don't understand the relevance, so I'm pretty sure you'll educate me, so. yeah.
This directory is published by your office, correct?
Yes.
And it contains, can you repeat that? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Sorry. This is a directory published by the district attorney's office, correct?
Yes.
And it contains a directory, which is a list of district attorneys, essentially.
This looks like my supervisor to me.
That,
So district attorneys, yeah, supervisors, yes.
okay. And you guys publish these pretty regularly. The district attorney's office publishes these regularly.
When you say publish, yes, I print out, I hand out, yes. I've learned that staff like to see their faces places, so yes.
And in this, you welcome new hires?
I'm pretty sure that there's a version of, hey, we have some new hires.
And someone gives that data to whomever makes this brochure with new hires, correct?
Yes.
So you're able to give a list of new hires to the promotional people?
I did not say I gave a list, ma'am.
Someone's able to give that data in some form, whatever form it's in, to this people.
We have new student orientation. They can be sitting there typing in the graphics saying, new hire Dexter Vaughn, Dexter Vaughn. So if you're telling me that a list exists, I'm telling you it does not. If you are trying to say that a list of attorneys hired by Fonnie T. Willis with the hiring date, which I don't see here, exists, I'm letting you know right now that it doesn't exist. I don't know what correlation you have, but I see your directory, I see it. I see this supervisory, just not a list of all attorneys, I see it.
Your office pays attorneys bar dues, correct?
Bar dues? Yes.
And they pay for continuing legal education?
So that's interesting. Do I pay for the training to go to the class? Typically, most cases, but you know, the $12 that you have to go to the bar to say that you have the 13 credits, now the bar, here's the $12.50 to make your account for the bar, I do not pay that. That was my inarticulate way of explaining it, but I have several different staff members who want both payments, and I really want.
Let me see if I can drill down on this for a moment. I don't think there's any dispute that the district attorney's office knows what attorneys work for it and probably knows somewhere when those attorneys were hired. Is that fair?
That's it.
Ms. Merchant? I would assume so.
Okay. As I understand, the disagreement here is that the DA's office understood you to be asking for a list. I think I've seen something indicating their position and some case law that says they're not required to create a record in order to respond. And so I understand that you're trying to inquire about where other lists might exist, but I do want to be clear that you're not suggesting that that the defendants should have produced the personnel records of every employee that worked for every attorney that worked for the DA in response. You were asking for a list, correct?
Yes, well, and so understanding open records and normally, so purchasing, finance, all of those divisions, when I ask for open records, if there's some confusion about this, they talk to me.
I understand all that. The only thing I'm trying to drill down on here is that you continue to ask questions about things that clearly indicate the DA knows who works for the DA.
Right.
I don't think that's really an issue. I understand you might be trying to get list adjacent. But I want to be clear that you're not saying they should have given you the personnel files. What you're trying to get to is you think there are things that might be a list that they could have produced. Is that correct?
Definitely. When I work with the public defender, there's a list for bar dues. There's a list for CLE.
Thank you.
That's what I'm asking for. Yes. Saying these lists, have existed. They have to exist to pay bar dues and things like that. So that's exactly what I'm asking. All right, so the next area was what I would consider rebranding and promotional materials. On January 17th, 2024, I requested, and this is at Merchant 0025, for the record. In that request, I requested any communications or correspondence between purchasing and the DA's office. And some of this was resolved and did not result in the lawsuit, but number two, the promotional materials. I requested any payments, requests for payments, hiring bids, paying vendors, promotional material, including promotional brochures.
All right, guys, sorry for the brief interruption. A few of you guys were interested in what was happening. We're in the same courthouse. This is just a different courtroom. Ashley Merchant is asking, she's actually suing the DA's office on an open records request. This is in front of Judge Krause in the same courthouse. We just wanted to take a peek and see what was happening because people were saying it was getting pretty heated in the courtroom next door. So that is what we're watching. There is a gentleman that looks like he is a records custodian in the DA's office saying that the records that Ashley Merchant is asking for do not exist. Apparently they don't have a listing of all of the employees that work for DA Fonnie Willis that she hired herself versus who Paul Howard had on board, who was her predecessor and the previous DA. So just wanted to take a peek in this courtroom to see what was going on. I am going to switch us back over here, but just wanted to give you a flavor of how busy it is behind the scenes in a courthouse. All of these things are happening at the same time. Now, coming back over here, we left off with this expert witness looking at the bullets that have been extracted from shell casings that have been extracted from Donovan Thomas, aka Nuts, body after his murder and after his death. So those are the bullets there. They are opening up these bullets. I keep saying that. These shell casings, they keep opening these up. And this expert witness is probably going to be our last witness of the day. About a little bit over an hour of court time left, but just wanted to give you guys a briefing of what was going on. Let's go back in.
Number 5A.13 is States Exhibit number 294, Yankee Alpha 25. Also labeled as from Atlanta Police Department.
All right. Some people, you guys are like tug of war. Which one do you want?
GBI item number 5A.15.
So I'm going to poll you. I'm going to poll you right now. Put a 1 in the chat if you want to continue watching the tail end, because that's just an hour. We can do an hour with Ashley and then come back and complete this. But I'm just, I'm seeing a lot of people getting confused if they're just coming in. So put a 1 in the chat if you want to look at the Ashley Merchant hearing, and then put a 2 in the chat if you want us to stay right here. Let us know. That's a little confusing. I mean, I'm seeing a majority of 1s. I see a majority of 1s. All right, listen, so we'll just do a quick hour. And for those that want to stay with the trial, we're going to continue it because remember, like, we have an hour to do anyway. So let's go back to this courtroom and just complete this because they're almost done. I think somebody needs to leave early anyway, so it's only going to be a few more minutes.
There's flyers or mailers, like this. Promotional material. Can we agree this is promotional material?
What about, no, because no, that is promotional.
Okay, for the record, you're holding up
I'm
something.
sorry,
Can you
I'm
say what it is?
so sorry.
That's okay.
I am holding up what was Merchant 0303, the front page of the Fulton County District Attorney's Office Winter Report 2024.
Help me to understand. Maybe I'm not trying to disagree with you, and I'm not trying to belabor a report, but what am I promoting in there? Why would that be promotional material? Promotional material to me is, our REACH program, helping the youth, let's promote that. Our records restriction program flyers, let's, those are things that could be considered promotional materials. I don't know. I wouldn't consider that promotional material. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so you considered REACH to be promotional material. Did you provide me that in response to this open records?
No, because you said in this particular open records request, any payment request process for hiring, bids, payment vendors, promotional material include. So no, I did not.
Rebranding. So when you walk in the district attorney's office and there's new, new advertisement type things, did you provide me any of that?
No, I don't know, because I do not even know what rebranding is. And for the record, remember, we just had a conversation about promotional material. As it relates to this open record request, you can agree. It's just like our first one, right? It's 5 different things. Of those 5 things, I responded. I think you told the court some of this has always been resolved because some of this did not come in. That's what you testified to the court. Hey, some of this stuff did not make it to litigation.
Great.
All right. So we also know once I gave you those responsive records, moved on. It was closed. So I gave you what I had as it relates to that. So if I did not give it to you when I responded to you, no, I did not give it to you.
Would you agree that this request was submitted on January 17th through the Fulton County Open Records portal?
It appears to be so, yes.
And it appears also that the request was received the same day?
It looks like I gave you a tracking number, and it was the 17th. That's impressive for my staff, so yes, kudos.
And it didn't say that whether or not responsive records exist or if they would be made available, anything like that, correct?
Well, on the same day, no, I certainly didn't think that you were gonna get a response on the same day. So it was acknowledgement of receipt, a description of your records, and a tracking number for you to find your record.
Then on January 25th, you put a response in the portal that says to review attached letter and that the request had been extended for research. Is that correct?
It does appear that that is the letter that I gave you in January, dated January.
Also, just an update, we just crossed about 2 seconds ago, 52,000 subscribers. Thank you guys for your subscription. If y'all could type 52K in the chat, that would be fantastic.
26, I believe, and it looks like I needed to do some research. So I agree with what's being presented to me.
What efforts specifically did you do to locate these records?
Well, I think that as it relates to these particular records, I gave you, number one, I guess this starts with 5. This is why things are difficult, right? You gave me 5 things. I responded to some. So as it relates to those particular records, I researched, retrieved records, and gave you records.
You believe you gave me records in response to this?
As it relates, you gave me 5 things in this open records request. Let's go through the first one, right? As it relates to number 1, I think that you told this honorable report that some of these matters have been resolved, right? I gave you those records for number 1. We can agree to that. Is that fair? As it relates to number 2.
No, it's not. I received number 1 in regards to a subpoena in a criminal case from the county attorney's office. I did not receive that from you in regards to the open records request.
Okay, we're gonna have to disagree. Let's move forward.
So let's go through this then. This document, 0025, the only response you sent was on January 25th where it says, please log into the portal to review the attached record. It's been extended, correct?
Let's look at that letter. Yes.
It's, if you can scroll up a little, it's higher up. There we go. Okay. And then the letter that we're referencing is that same letter that you gave us earlier. It's at merchant 0087.
That deals with a whole lot of open
Yes.
records requests.
Yes.
So let's go to that letter.
And that's
Let's look at 011724.
It's 0087.
00. Okay.
And you wrote, in regards to this request specifically, that this office does not maintain responsive records and cannot produce the records I seek.
Show me.
It's number 5.
Number 5. So that's 01924. Right? Number 5, 01924.
Oh, so the
So
request
you
should
changed it.
go,
I'm confused.
so the original request
What's the
is, oh, you go to the next page then, it's 011724.
Okay, you can direct me.
It's number 8. Yes. Number,
If that is 011724 related to promotional material rebranding, that's how I responded. Number 8, yes.
so you never provided any records in regards to this response?
I cannot say that because that is not my contention. You asserted to this honorable court when you started looking at this open records request that this 5 things, some of them have been resolved and there is no longer in this litigation. So I cannot tell you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 what I didn't do. I will take you at your word to say that some of those things, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, was provided to you. So I'm not willing to say I gave you nothing when you have said, hey, I looked at it, some of this stuff has been resolved.
Rude.
Do you have any knowledge as to how some of this stuff was resolved?
Objection, Your Honor. So it's my understanding that as it pertains to this request, that the only issue at hand was regarding the rebranding materials regarding rebranding and promotional materials. So
And
we
the
could-
critical mention payment.
Wow. Guys, we're stopping the show for a second. Legally Shay, thank you so much. She just dropped a $200 super chat and became your stream sponsor. Legally Shay, thank you so much. Really, really appreciate you. She says 52K. Congrats, baby girl. Let me know about the other. Yes, I got you. I was talking to somebody about that last night at 9, and then we got into a different topic. So I owe you an answer to that. It is flagged. And, I think you're fine, to be honest, but I'll respond Legally Shay. Thank you so much. If y'all could type Legally Shay in the chat, that would be fantastic. Thank you again, Legally Shay. You know how much you mean to me, and I'm excited for your journey. When you celebrate this milestone, when it's your time, an attorney in her own right, doing her thing up here in the North. I so appreciate Legally Shay for all the love, support, and motivation. Thank you so much, Legally Shay. Let's get back to this debauchery, guys. Thank y'all for shouting her out in the chat.
Tell me, Ms. Merchant, why in response to Ms. Monroe's objection, why if some of these documents have been provided to you at some point, in some manner, through some method, why is it relevant today that they were or were not produced in response to an open records request that you served or provided to the state?
It's not at all. But he said that part of this was responded to, that he responded to part of it, and that's not accurate. They did not, the open records people did not respond to any of that. It has been made moot outside of that in a separate litigation, so I didn't include it in the lawsuit. But he is very literal with these words, and so I was trying to, that one request is not an issue. It's trying to save time by taking that request out. But then the witness has now said, well, then we complied with it, and they have not actually ever complied with that. So that's not accurate.
Okay. Again, I think we're getting bogged down in semantics. The fact that the information and data or documents that were sought by plaintiffs at various points through their open records requests have now at some point been provided to them is not the same question as were they produced in response to this Open Records Act request, and if so, when? And so to the extent that's the conversation we're trying to have, that's allowable. And with that clarification, please go ahead.
Thank you. And I'm trying to be clear. So in regards to this request, what did you do to actually locate any records?
Received that particular open record request. I went through it. I cannot tell you if this particular request was elevated to me. I do know that I do not know what rebranding is. I do not know that I do not know what promotional material is. I do know that I responded to that. I cannot speak generally about this, specifically about this open records request, but I would have done to this request what I have done in all.
Did you ask for any clarification if you did not understand what the term promotional material or rebranding meant?
I will not, I've said this to the record and I'm gonna repeat this again. I'm not having a private conversation with you, Ms. Ashley Merchant. So no, I would not contact you. I am not going to email you. I am not going to talk to you to look at any clarification. I find you to be extremely disingenuous, so I won't talk to you. And clarifications don't require me to reach out to you. What it does for the open records request is require you to put me in a reasonably calculated situation to give you what you have. But let's be clear. If you think that I'm gonna reach out to you and talk to you, I'm not.
The fourth request, critical mention, any payments, requests for payments, bids, or paying of critical mention. Did you do anything in regards to that request?
So we talked about critical mention. That
Because
was,
I had to ask for the third time. And so in regards to the third request, where I asked for the same check that we now have gotten from critical mention, but not from you, did you do anything?
so I'm gonna repeat this for the third time. The critical mention came in on January 8th. On January 18th, I gave you 44 pages. On January 19th, you renewed the request. Again, the first request had 5 different things. On January 19th, you only elevated one thing. I assumed on January 18th, you got everything. Because when you don't have something, you elevated that one issue. I then worked to work on that one issue that was elevated. So to answer your question for the third time, no, I did not give you anything on January 18th. I assumed that the records was responsive. And they were complete.
You gave no records in response to this request. None.
According to number 8, I said the Office of the Fulton County District Attorney in its normal course of business does not maintain responsive records. As such, we cannot produce the records you seek. Number 8.
I asked you what you did to locate the records to give me that answer. Who did you ask for records, if anybody, to give me that answer?
Let's go back.
Who did you ask, if anybody?
I have to see the request.
Give me that
This request was 5 different things. So if you, again, 1,000 requests, right? What we have discovered right here is all your requests came in from September and a lot came in January, right? So in this particular January, I have to go back to it to tell you what I did on these 5 open records requests. So if you can put those things back on the court, I can tell you.
Oh, I'm not asking about 5, I'm asking about number 8. It's open records, number 8. That's the only one I'm asking.
Gotcha. So we can agree that number 8 corresponds to your open records request. Your open records request seeks 5 things. If you can put those 5 things on the screen, I can answer your question as to relate what I did for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay.
I can make 2 easy. As it relates to branding and promotional, I don't even know what you're talking about. So I told you, let's move on.
Merchant 0025. All right, here it is.
Number 1, outside counsel. That was a.
I'm not asking you about that, so we can move on. I haven't asked you about that.
Okay.
But in regards to number 2, I know you said you don't know what promotional material means, but what, if anything, did you do in response to try to find responsive documents for this?
Can I tell you what I did specifically? That's a conversation with staff, because my POV may be limited. What are promotional materials? I don't know. So I don't know what I did specifically. I don't know what. But what I did do is say that I do not have any process for hiring and bids for paying vendors for promotional material. I don't have that.
Number 3, rebranding. Any payments, requests for payments, process for hiring bids and paying vendors for rebranding material. Did you do anything in response to this request?
As a COO of the office, I know about bidding, and I know that there is no hiring or bids related to period. As to certain things. And then as it relates to rebranding specifically, I don't know what that is.
Did you do anything in regards to this
My
request?
word.
I reviewed it, I accepted it, and consistent with the Open Records Act, I gave you a tracking number and I responded to it. So yes, me or my staff did something to this.
Did you do any searches or request any records in regards to this?
As it relates, I'm gonna say yes. You don't want to talk about number 1, but I'm pretty sure that I did a search because you have those responsive records. As it relates to number 2, promotional material, I told you I do not have process on hiring bids. It doesn't require me to do research on that. As a COO of the office, I know the answer to that question. As it relates to rebranding, I think the court and I can all agree, right, that this particular matter, I don't know what that is. As it relates to critical mention, I have discussed several times, what my position is as it relates to critical mention. And as it relates to TDI, I did respond. There is no responsible records to that. So did I do something? Yes, I responded in compliance with the Open Records Act. That's what I did.
So my question was, what did you actually do to locate the records? Did you perform any searches?
There were no searches to perform outside of number one. So I'm pretty sure I did a search for number one. As it relates to number two, there's no search because there's no process for hiring bids for promotional material.
So tell us what you did in regards to number one then, since you brought it up.
What I would do with any payments, because you requested a lot of payments, right? In previous open records, you requested a lot of contracts. That is something that I can pull as it relates to EMS and provide to you.
So in regards to number one, can you tell us what you did?
Again, Your Honor, this is outside of the scope of what open record requests are at contention here. If we could just focus on the open record requests or the materials that are missing and that have not been provided.
Judge, I think you deserve an answer though, that nothing was done.
Hang on. I'm gonna save you the time and trouble of making that argument and say, I agree with you that what he provided in response to this request isn't relevant, but the process that he followed, the effort that he made to respond to it versus others, or in a similar way as he made, as a process he followed to respond to others, I think is relevant. And so I'm gonna let him answer the question. Your objections are ruled.
Repeat the question, please.
In regards to request number one, outside counsel requested a payment, request for payment, process for hiring bids, paying outside counsel, including the reference retraining, which was discussed during the Board of County Commissioners meeting in November 2023. You'll remember you appeared in front of them. There was a big discussion about this. What did you do in response to that open records, number one?
I cannot recall specifically. I cannot recall.
Do you recall if you did anything in regards to this?
I can speak generally what I would have done. I cannot recall specifically as it relates to this request.
So how can you tell us that it's been fulfilled then if you don't know what you did?
Because as it relates to outside counsel, I cannot specifically tell you what I've done. Generally, for payments, I would have looked to see if there are any outside vendors, which you have asked me for via open records request, and I have supplied to you response records to this. So I don't know how to answer your question, and I cannot specifically talk about tracking number 11724.
What did you do to search for information about the retraining that was required during the Board of County Commissioners meeting? And you remember attending the Board of County Commissioners meeting in November 2023?
I do.
And you remember there was a big discussion about the DA's budget for things, printing, promotional material, things like that.
That's not how it was reframed, but I do remember that I was present and I represented the office at that
Oh,
And
I know what Ashley's doing. Okay. I think I understand where Ashley's going with this. The reason why she wanted the open records request. Remember, there was like a rumor that Fonnie Willis was donated, like money was donated to her office, and that the money, instead of going to its intentional purpose, that money was spent on promotional items, swag, and things like that. Because this is all kind of related to, you know, the whole Nathan Wade debacle and tracking all the money and understanding how much he got paid. So a lot of that is connected to this. And real quick, guys, look at Legally Shay. I just saw pink fly across the screen, and she also included a $50 super chat. She says, my mom is in the chat. Millie Mills, thank you for supporting AV's channel. She is in Boston near New Bedford. Wow. Look at that. Legally Shay's mom is here. Like, we all family. Hi, Legally Shay's mom. It's good to see you. Welcome to the community. I hope you're enjoying the show and looking at our wackiness. This is a really great community. Glad to have family members here. Thank you so much, Shay. Really, really appreciate the $50 super chat. And hello, if y'all see her mother, say hello in the chat.
Purchasing department had some concerns because you had quite a few outstanding debts or payments.
What department?
Purchasing, sorry. Had concerns about all the spending for promotional material.
That's a mischaracterization of the purchasing department.
Okay, I don't want to get down into the weeds of what, because also there's an official record of what went down at the BFC meeting on whatever day, and if it ever becomes relevant, I can find it and listen to it and know what was said. So let's go.
Yes. Okay. What is relevant is, what did you do in regards to when I asked for the communication that was referenced at that meeting? Purchasing said they had gotten with you on retraining your office about purchasing. I asked for that communication. It was referenced during that meeting. What did you do to find that?
That particular training was done by me and the CFO. It was a conversation between me and her. So there's no documents related to that particular training. It was done via Zoom. So that's how, again, I cannot tell you specifically what I did with this open records request. If the conversation is about this particular training, I can tell you what it was. I can tell you that your statement of the purchase department is mischaracterized, and I can tell you that there are no records related because that happened via Zoom and we had a conversation about how to proceed forward.
So you did nothing in regards to looking for correspondence about that, setting up that Zoom or anything like that?
I know I would not set up the Zoom, so no.
Let's move on to the forfeiture reports. So on January 16th, this is at merchant 0019. January 16th, I requested reports and itemization for all property and funds obtained through forfeiture.
If you can, don't recall the characterization of that open records request. If you can allow me to see it, I will definitely bring you up to speed. Yes, familiar.
And this was submitted through the open records portal.
Yes, it appears it was submitted January 16th. Good job, staff. They responded. They gave you a training number on January 16th.
And the response or the request was clear and concise, correct?
Actually, no, it was not.
So
that a
you didn't
tattoo?
understand what I was requesting here.
On his arm?
No, I didn't. I communicated that to you.
You communicated that. How did you do that?
January 26th letter.
You communicated that you didn't understand what I was requesting.
If you can pull up the January 26th letter, I can reference what you're saying.
Sure. The base.
Do you have a physical copy of that letter you can give the witness? Referenced it enough that having to stop and pull it up each time is. Thank you.
Thank you.
So before you go any further, is this the first time you responded to me in regards to this forfeiture request?
No.
Okay, well, you said that what I was asking for was not clear and concise.
That's correct. So, and I told you that, and you gave me this letter, and I'm about to tell you what I communicated. Is that fair?
So you're gonna tell me where you told me it was not clear and concise?
Yes. Do you want me to tell you?
That'd be wonderful.
Let's look at the letter, January 26th. I'm gonna direct your eyes to footnote number 1. Footnote number 1 reads, we believe, emphasis on we believe, you are seeking the office's equitable sharing agreement and certificate. These records were filed in accordance with law, state and federal law. And I want you to, let's go back up to number 6, because you're talking about 011624. I say to you, responsive records are attached. So in this particular letter dated January 26th, I respond to your open records request number 6. I let you know that these records are attached. I give you a footnote, and that footnote lets you know we believe. And if I can, don't want to talk too much, but let me tell you why I believe what I believed. You want me to go there?
No, I mean, if there's something that's relevant to this, but I mean, this is the only response that you're saying you have, right?
For number 1, yes, as it relates to the office's equitable sharing agreement and what I believe that you're looking for, and I can tell you what I did to give you that.
Oh, okay, yes, that would be my next question. Well, that's jumping ahead, give me one minute to get there. So this response, so this one that you sent, and I don't have the date, you've got my copy, it was sent, I believe, January 26th, correct?
Yes, January 26th.
Okay.
I agree.
Can you pull up merchant 0018? So after that, on January 28th, we received something that says apologize for the delay. So after we received this letter, there was an apology for the delay and said that it was still pending.
I'm looking at, what date, January 28th?
January 28th.
January 28th, it reads, this correspondence in response to our response, we apologize for any high additional time needed to fulfill your request. January 28th, yes, it does appear that. If I can, on January 29th, it says all responsive documents were emailed to you on January 26th, 2024.
So, I'm trying to take it one step at a time.
Understood?
My question is, on January 28th, 2 days after your letter, there was an open records response that said they apologized, that they needed more time, and that it was still pending, correct?
That is correct. It appears to be, yes.
All right. Then after that, on January 29th, I received another response that said responsive documents were emailed to me.
On January 29th, and then it says it was emailed to you on January 26th prior. If I met, that was on about where the cyber attack was. So in an effort to communicate to my staff, to all requesters, including you and 1,000 others, we wanted to make sure that everyone has a response that things have changed. So to me, you got a letter on January 18th. I responded to you via email on January 26th. My staff went around this time, hey, let me tell everybody that there is going to be a delay because I don't know what's going on with the cyber attack. On January 29th, it was all responsive documents were mailed to you on January 26th. So I want to clear up that.
Yes, that's what I was trying to get at. So at that point, all you had given me was the equitable sharing summary, and you were saying that's all you have. That's all the responsive documents, correct?
In your open records request, that was all all the documents. That's correct.
What efforts specifically did you do to locate the records I requested?
That was, I didn't know what you were talking about, but you said that this was filed with the county and local government authority. So because it was filed with the county and local government authority, I called the clerk. I said, hey, clerk, is there anything related to this particular account that I particularly filed?
So hold on, so you contacted the clerk in regards to this response?
Yeah, I contacted the clerk.
What's the clerk of court?
Clerk of BOC, I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
The clerk of who?
Board of Commission. You said that I had filed with the Fulton County, a local government authority. So because I'm taking you at your word, if this is something that I had filed with them, I called the clerk of the Board of Commission. I'm so sorry to say, hey, is there something that I filed with the clerk of the commission?
So when did you do that? When did you contact the clerk?
Probably any time between January 24th and January 26th when I responded to your letter, because I had to get the copy to provide to you on the January 26th letter.
And you spoke with the actual clerk?
I don't recall.
Was it by phone or was it by email?
Can't remember.
Did you use a county phone?
I can't remember.
Were you in your office when you made that call?
I can't remember.
Was it a woman or a man?
Your Honor, objection. The answer was you check with the clerk. That should be it. What is the relevance of the gender of the clerk? This is irrelevant.
It's argumentative.
Okay.
I understand what you're trying to do about what maybe refresh his memory about who he spoke to, but you made your point. Let's move on.
I'm trying to find out who it is so I can ask them if they spoke. That's the only way I can ask that. But I'm not. So you talked with someone at the clerk and they said they don't have anything in regards to forfeitures?
That's not what they said. I said, hey, based on your request, right?
Mm-hmm.
You said that you can we pull up your request so we can read it verbatim?
What's up?
Okay, sorry, glasses off. Can we go down? I'm sorry. It says reports and itemizations that were required by law to be submitted to the county as a local government authority, showing what was done with all property and funds obtained through forfeiture, including but not limited to reports showing the funds went and who was paid out of funds. That's what you did. What did I do? I called the clerk of court. I said, is there a report, clerk of commission, I'm sorry, clerk of board of commission. Is there something that I file that deals with property and or funds related to forfeiture? They gave me the equitable sharing agreement. I gave it to you. In footnote 1, I said, we believe you are seeking the office's equitable sharing agreement and certificate. These records were filed. Again, I say responsive records are attached.
Who gave you the equitable sharing agreement?
I can't remember. I know who I called. I don't know who responded. I don't know, but I recognize that this was something that was filed with the local government authority. It dealt with property, it dealt with forfeiture. I sent it to you free of charge. I do know that.
And did they send it to you by email?
I can't remember.
Were any other searches performed?
No, because at that time, I gave you exactly what you was looking for. You looked for reports and itemization filed with the local government authority. I called the county. I said, is there anything filed with this property and seizure? They said it's the equitable sharing agreement. Oh, here we are, responsive. Here you are, free of charge. Item number 6, address closed.
That's
So
it?
no other
You
searches.
did no other searches?
No,
Okay.
no, ma'am.
So you didn't obtain the document that you filed, that you also had to file, talking about, the equitable sharing is the federal one. There's also a state one for state forfeiture funds. Did you file it? Did you search for anything in regards to that?
You educated me. Say it one more time.
There's a federal forfeiture law and a state forfeiture law. You have to file reports for both.
Did you say that in the open records request?
Did I tell you that you had to file reports for both?
No, you're distinguishing state versus federal, right?
Now, you said you gave me the equitable sharing. Equitable sharing is a federal Department of Justice document. There's also a PAC document for forfeiture. 2 different funds, 2 different tracking.
Received.
Did you give me anything about the state tracking?
No,
You gave me the federal equitable funding.
because that's what you asked for. You said, give me the documents that was submitted to the county, Fulton County as the local government authority.
They're
So
both submitted to the county. My question is, you gave me the ones, the federal forms. Did you do any searches for the state forms that you are required to do for the county?
no, I did not. What I did do was call the clerk. The clerk said, I have a forfeiture account based, your open record says local government authority showing what was done with property and funds to forfeiture. It makes no mention of the distinction that you're drawing today. What you're drawing today is completely different. What I did say is say, hey, I have a point of reference, local government authority. Let me call the local government authority. They say, I do have something through forfeiture. I get it.
All right, guys, he's giving me a headache. I can't do it. Let's go back, because if Max is cooking, I want to see what Max is cooking on.
18 is States Exhibit number 294, Yankee Alpha 26 from Atlanta Police Department.
Yeah, maybe we can do a
And
shorter
GBI
video
item
on
number
that.
5A.16. The label indicates Atlanta Police Department submission, and that is States Exhibit number 294, Yankee Alpha 27.
And were you able to verify if these items, what were you able to verify regarding these 4 items?
I determined that these were all fired from the same firearm.
Were you able to come up with a list of what firearms these shell cases could have been fired from?
Examiner Voss did not provide a list.
And what type of shell casings are those 4 items?
Those are 9mm caliber cartridge cases.
And all 5 from the same one?
Correct.
Ms. Hilton, just for terms of break, are you going to be much longer with this witness? It's fine if you are. I just wondered if we should.
We can take a break because I have another large.
Okay, let's take a break and then we'll come back and continue with this witness.
Okay. Luckily, we have accumulated TiVo time. So let's come here.
It's cold in here now.
Yeah, Angela got a freaking winter coat on. Even Shannon got a jean jacket on. That one got a coat on too. Wow, there's a lot of people wearing coats. That's how cold it is in there. Or jackets at least. Me too, Joy.
Thank you. All right, go ahead, Ms. Hilton.
Thank you. Now, we found that 5A group. If you can start with this first batch and identify both the GBI case number and the state's exhibit number.
GBI exhibit number 5A.02 is state's exhibit number 294 Yankee Alpha 2, submitted by Atlanta Police Department. GBI item number 5A.01 is state's exhibit number 294 Yankee Alpha 1, Atlanta Police Department. GBI item number 5A.03 is state's exhibit number 294 Yankee Alpha 3, Atlanta Police Department. GBI 5A.04 is state's exhibit number 294 Yankee Alpha 4, Atlanta Police Department. GBI item number 5A.05 is state's exhibit number 294 Yankee Alpha 5, Atlanta Police Department. GBI item number 5A.06, submitted from Atlanta Police Department, is state's exhibit number 294 Yankee Alpha 6. GBI item number 5A.07, submitted from Atlanta Police Department, is state's exhibit number 294 Yankee Alpha 7. GBI item number 5A.08, submitted from Atlanta Police Department, is state's exhibit number 294 Yankee Alpha 8. GBI exhibit number 5A.09 from Atlanta Police Department is exhibit number 294 Yankee Alpha 9. And state's exhibit number, GBI item number 5A.12 is from Atlanta Police Department and is state's exhibit number 294 Yankee Alpha 10.
And were there additional shell casings with this grouping that you tested?
Jeez, the cough.
Yes.
All right, I don't want to watch her open all this.
GBI item number 5A.19, identification of one firearm to a grouping of cartridge cases to determine if that firearm fired those cartridge cases.
And did you have an identification number, a GBI identification number for the firearm that you tested?
The item number from the GBI for the firearm that I verified was item 1A, and it was also under a different case number than the one we've been referencing throughout this. And that case number was 2015-100-2121.
And do you know what type of gun that was?
I would have to refer to Examiner Voss's report.
Would it help refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay.
That was a Smith & Wesson 9mm pistol.
And which grouping did you test that firearm against when you did your verification?
I verified the firearm, which was GBI 1A, the Smith & Wesson, to the GBI grouping of 5A.10, 5A.13, 5A.15, and 5A.16.
And what were the results of your verification?
I determined that that firearm did not fire those cartridge cases. It was an elimination or an exclusion from that firearm. That firearm did not fire those cartridge cases.
After doing the verification, what would have been your next step? If any.
I know that I also was the peer reviewer on this case, so I would have served as the peer reviewer, which, like I said, it was the primary examination, then verification, then peer review, then the release of the official report. So the next step after I verified it would have been to look over the documentation of the case file.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
We've got some cross coming on this witness.
And what were the results of your peer review?
Almost there.
Was that everything was in order and ready to be released?
So an official report can only be released once it passes all of those phases. And a report was released in this instance. So it would have passed through all of those steps that I talked about.
And did that conclude your involvement in the case once you verified and peer reviewed the items in front of you, as well as the gun that we just discussed?
Other than testifying today, yes.
All right, Your Honor, that concludes my questioning.
Ah,
All right.
all right.
Are there defense questions for this witness? Okay, go ahead.
I think we have Adams up for thought first.
Good afternoon.
Good to see you again. You and I have met before, is that right?
You said, but I'm sorry, I don't recall.
Yeah.
Remember going over in DeKalb County?
I have testified in DeKalb County, but I try not to remember.
It's not just me. All right, so I've got just a few questions for you if you don't mind. So I heard you testify about everything that you've got in front of you, and you made reference to reports and peer reviewing. Now, when these items of evidence initially came into the GBI crime lab, you were not the first person charged with doing any sort of examination or comparison. Is that correct?
That's correct. I was not the primary examiner assigned to this case.
The person who would have been assigned to the case is someone by the name of Mr. Voss, David Voss. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so jumping forward a little bit, your testimony ended with you talking about the results being peer reviewed. Are we talking about any examination or comparisons that you did were peer reviewed? Or are we talking about Mr. Voss's results being peer reviewed?
So the peer review would have been a collection of all of the documentation within the case file. So looking over the worksheets where, an examiner collects all the data in their case file. So it would have been looking through and making sure that all of the paperwork was in line is what a peer review process was.
Okay. And so in terms of determining, and I heard you refer, when you talk about the different categories of types of guns that those items could have been fired from. You had a list of names, different types of guns. Those are determinations made by Mr. Voss that you then reviewed, is that right?
Yes, I do have noted in my verification record that I agreed with his determination of the type of weapon.
Okay. So am I correct that these items of evidence, everything that's in front of you, came into the GBI crime lab somewhere around January the 13th of 2015? Does that sound about right?
May I refer to the report from Mr. Voss?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Would you like for me to read the dates specifically off the report?
Oh, if it helps to refresh your recollection by looking at the report as to what date those items of evidence came in, that's all I'm looking for.
So there was a submission on January 13th of 2015 from Atlanta Police Department. There was submission on January 15th, 2015, January 20th, 2015, and January 13th, 2015, according to the report issued.
Okay. And customarily, when these submissions come in to the GBI crime lab, they're coming in from a particular agency. In this case, it would have been the Atlanta Police Department, correct?
The Atlanta Police Department, and I believe earlier there was also evidence from the Fulton County Medical Examiner as well.
Okay. It would have been on the same case though, true?
There are several cases represented. We have mainly been talking about one, but I did also mention a firearm from a second gun that I also compared.
And the information that you have, or that the GBI has, when that information comes in, is that it's coming in this case, the items that came from the Atlanta Police Department came from an investigator, J. Thorpe Jr. Is that right?
May I again refer to the report?
Absolutely.
Thank you. J. Thorpe Jr. is listed on the report by Mr. Voss as the requester.
And as these items came in, it made reference to case individuals, and specifically it made reference to a victim, the victim's name being Donovan Thomas. Is that right?
The name Donovan Thomas is listed as a victim on the GBI report issued by David Voss.
And that information, the case individuals, information submitted by Investigator Thorpe, also has two subject names, correct?
Yes, it does.
One is Quintez Griffin.
Correct.
And the other one is Kenneth Copeland.
Correct.
And those are the subjects listed on the request for evidence examination testing that was submitted by J. Thorpe Jr. back in January of 2015.
I don't know when those names would have been applied, but it is true that the report does list those individuals and that J. Thorpe was the requester.
All right. Ms. Kelly, that's all I've got for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Sharp.
Kelly, good afternoon. My name is Max Shard, okay?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. As I understand it, you are an expert in firearms and the mechanics of firearms. Is that fair to say?
More so the microscopic comparison of things, but I also am trained in, how they work and how that leads to the microscopic markings as well.
Okay. And I believe that I want to make sure I'm clear on this. Can you just describe in layman's terms, what happens when someone was say, I pull the trigger
Mhm.
of, we'll say a handgun, let's say a 40 caliber semi-automatic handgun.
Okay, sure.
Could you explain the mechanics that lead to the firing of a projectile?
Yes. So in this instance, we have a 40 caliber handgun, a pistol. So one of the parts of a firearm can be a magazine, which is somewhere where you can load those 40 caliber pieces of ammunition, your cartridges, into that magazine. And then the magazine can be inserted typically into the butt of the firearm. And I'll use my hand here. So the magazine will be loaded into the bottom of the frame of the firearm. And then that magazine has cartridges in it, but in order for the cartridge to be pulled from the magazine and loaded into the chamber of the firearm, you need to retract the slide of the firearm and then let it go forward again. And as that slide goes forward again, that's what picks up the cartridge from the magazine and chambers it into the firearm. At that point, you can pull the trigger, and like I said earlier, the pulling of the trigger releases, we'll say, the firing pin. That firing pin makes contact with the primer, which here you can see there's an indentation in the silver part here that's indicating a firing pin impression. And that causes the gunpowder inside the cartridge case to be ignited. That's when the bullet starts traveling down the barrel of the firearm. The cartridge case may be ejected if it's a type of firearm that will eject your cartridge cases. And then if there's more for the next shot, if it's a semi-automatic pistol, you would need to pull the trigger again to do your second and third shots. So those subsequent shots, again, the slide would move rearward and pull the next cartridge with each shot from the magazine.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly. Now, I want to go back to the gunpowder. Gunpowder is made of potassium nitrate, charcoal, and sulfur, correct?
The best I recall, yes.
Okay. Would you agree that the mechanics of the propulsion of the projectile, there's several phases once that firing pin hits the primer, correct?
I'm sorry, could you restate for me?
First, it's ignited, correct? The firing pin hits the primer and ignites.
Yes, it hits the primer, and then there's actually something called a flash hole, if you can see in there. So the igniting of the primer sends that flame into this body of the cartridge case, and that's what then ignites the gunpowder within there.
And once the gunpowder is ignited, it sets off a chemical chain reaction called the combustion phase, correct?
Yes, that is the firing of the firearm, as I stated, does occur because of the combustion.
And that creates heat and pressure within the gun, correct?
Yes, and within the cartridge case specifically, because that's the pressure that's causing that bullet to be pushed out of the mouth of the cartridge case.
Okay, and what causes the bullet to be pushed out, have you ever heard the term release phase?
Release phase?
Yes.
No, I don't think so.
Well, let me ask you this. During the combustion phase, when we have these gases and heat and pressure, that pressure pushes the projectile forward, correct?
Yes, it's a equal and opposite reaction that's occurring. The bullet is being pushed forward out the end of the barrel, and the cartridge case is being pushed rearward towards the back of the slide of the firearm.
And this pressure and combustion is also released from the gun through soot and other particles that leave the gun, correct?
Yes, so the gunpowder, you could see, a plume, or sometimes, the smoke or the fire that comes from that cycle happening. The gunpowder particles could also exit out of the end of the barrel as well.
Okay, so the gunshot residue, we'll call it.
Right.
Is that fair to say, gunshot residue? Or soot?
Yes.
Okay, it releases through the ejection port of a handgun, correct?
It could be released through that area as well.
Okay, and the ejection port of the handgun is on the top side of the barrel of the handgun, correct?
It can vary from firearm to firearm where that ejection port is located. So if I may just explain, the ejection port is typically towards the rear of the firearm, and the ejection port is where the cartridge case is being kicked from the slide of the firearm.
And these gases and particles can be released through the ejection port, correct?
They can be, since that is an opening in the firearm, it can be released from there, and also some can be released at the end of the barrel as well.
From the same part of the gun where the projectile comes from, correct?
I'm sorry, can you restate that?
That was very inartful of me. The particles and gunshot residue can be released from the ejection port of the handgun, and also from the same part of the gun that the bullet leaves the gun from, correct?
So out of the muzzle end of the barrel, yes, it could escape from there as well.
Okay, and this combustion of these gases also creates a sound, a bang, correct?
Yes, it can create a noise.
And it also creates a bright flash of light, correct?
It may, and that can vary depending on the type of gun as well,
okay,
or ammunition.
All right. I don't want to go beyond what you're comfortable testifying to. Do you know approximately how many microscopic particles are released from the gun when a projectile is fired from a gun?
No, I do not.
And when we're talking about these microscopic particles, are these the same particles that are ultimately tested for when we talk about gunshot residue testing?
So as a firearms examiner, in the sense of gunshot residue testing, such as on someone's hands after they've fired a gun, that would be more of a trace evidence type of examination. The only time that at the GBI I dealt with gunshot residue was looking at basically articles of clothing for someone who had been shot.
Okay, and you can test articles of clothing for gunshot residue?
Yes, you can.
Okay. And other cloth objects?
You could test other non-cloth objects or cloth objects as well.
Okay, great. And what you're testing for is microscopic particles that contain 3 specific elements within the same molten particle, correct?
No, as a firearms examiner, we don't look at those elements. That would be more of a trace scientist. Ours is based on visual and chemical testing to determine if things consistent with gunshot residue are present.
Oh, I see. So when you were talking about testing for gunshot residue, you were just talking about trying to find it, not identifying. Yep.
Right. I would have done a physical examination to visually look for pieces of gunpowder residue, but not the elemental analysis would be a trace type of examination.
So the questions about the gunshot residue identification would be better for a trace analyst.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying? Okay. Well, thank you for telling me how a gun works.
All right, does any other defense attorney have questions for this witness? No. All right, is there any redirect?
Hopefully not too long, Simone. It's getting late.
Ms. Kelly, we talked earlier about the item 1A from case number 2015-1002-121A. What was the serial number for that weapon?
I would need to refer to Examiner Voss's report.
Would that help refresh your memory as to the serial number?
Yes. The report from Examiner Voss lists GBI exhibit number 1A for case number 2015-100-121 as a Smith & Wesson 9mm pistol with serial number Hotel Foxtrot 3719. So that's HFF FF3719.
And I'm going to approach you with State's Exhibit 470. Is that a copy of Mr. Voss's report that you've been referencing on both cross-examination and direct examination?
Great observation, Andrew. That did happen. Woody was tested for GSR. She really didn't need redirect. You're right, Panther.
Yes, this report, State Exhibit 470Y, does bear the GBI case number. We've been discussing 2015-100-1545.
And would that be the same report that you peer reviewed, the same items that you peer reviewed and verified prior to that report being released?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would like to send a State Exhibit 470Y as evidence.
Yeah, no, go ahead. The defense team wants to see it.
Turn that mic back on. I think they turned it off when they were conferring.
Do you know the effect, if any, does firing a firearm have any effect on fingerprints that may or may not be on a projectile?
I'm not the a fire fingerprint examiner would be best to answer that question, unfortunately.
Thank you so much. I have no further.
Any recross? Okay, thank you for your time and you are excused.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, the next witness is Mr. Sprinkle, who works for Fonnie's office.
Clean up the witness thing.
I am just skipping ahead so we can get to Mr. Sprinkle. He's actually a very, very important witness to the case. He did a lot of footwork with the investigators. So you guys know that they are trying to poke holes in their story, right? The defense needs to look at how the investigation was conducted. So this is a pretty important witness. It may actually spill into tomorrow as well, but let's see how far they get with him today. All those damn envelopes.
Go ahead and swear in.
I do. First name Michael, Michael. Last name Sprinkle, Sprinkel.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sprinkle. How are you?
I'm doing very well.
Oh, here we go with love.
Well, thank you. Mr. Sprinkle, would you please tell the jury where it is that you work?
I am a deputy district attorney at the office of the Fulton County District Attorney here in Atlanta, Georgia.
And what are your responsibilities as a deputy district attorney here at the Fulton County DA's office?
I am over the unindicted homicide unit. And what this means is that I receive case files from the various police agencies here in Atlanta, and I review these case files, and I prepare the cases for indictment, which basically means I prepare the charging instrument, that being the indictment. And I also make recommendations as to other investigative steps that we might take prior to presenting the case to the grand jury.
All right. Now, when you said all of the investigative agencies here in Atlanta, is that all of Fulton County that you look at cases for?
Yes, more broadly, Fulton County, not just Atlanta.
All right. Now, Prior to working, first of all, how long have you worked as a deputy district attorney over the unindicted homicide?
Specifically as a deputy, I was promoted to deputy in late 2021. I've worked in essentially the same capacity since October of 2013, meaning that since I've been in the role wherein I receive case files from the various police agencies in Fulton County and then review them.
Do you know how many of those case files approximately that you have received since you've been in that role as a unindicted homicide unit and writer? Do you know how many case files you've reviewed since you've been at the DA's office?
Well, over 10 years. I've been doing this over 100. It's going to be over 1,000 case files.
Are all of those homicide case files?
Well, no, they're not all homicide case files.
Now, what other kind of case files then would you have been reviewing?
In my current role?
Yes.
Well, every now and then I'll be I'll be assigned some sort of special case or investigation. Off the top of my head, do you want me to get into specifics?
No, I just want you to tell the jury generally what other types.
I think at one point in the past, I was specially assigned to a case involving the illegal dumping of tires in abandoned lots across Fulton County. There was a terroristic threats case that I dealt with at one point, just cases like that.
All right. Now, when you get a file from a law enforcement agency in Fulton County, is the file always complete to the point that you're satisfied with presenting it to a grand jury?
No, not always. Oftentimes, maybe not more often than not, but so maybe sometimes is a better word. On reviewing the case files, I find that there are deficiencies in the investigation.
All right. So before we go on to those, any deficiencies or anything like that you might find, would you tell the jury, you started out saying that you have been a deputy DA since late 21 and you've been reviewing homicides since 2013. How long have you been at the district attorney's office total?
Since June of 2011.
And what roles have you held there since that time?
So my first role, my first day of the DA's office was June 21st, 2011. And within 2 days of that, I was placed in what was called at the time the complaint room.
Mm-hmm.
And I worked an overnight shift. Oh, no, it was like a late afternoon shift. It was like 3 p.m. to 11 p.m., I believe were my hours. And I would essentially just sit there and wait for cases to come in from the various police departments in Atlanta, any kind of felony case at all. They would fax us the police reports, et cetera, and I would read over them. I would draft a summary of the case that.
You know, it just came to mind. Y'all remember Dave Chappelle back in the day? I think it was a stand-up, and he was saying something about like, oh, just to make somebody look guilty, just sprinkle some crack on them, like make him look like he was on drugs.
Would be notarized somehow right there in the complaint room, and this would be provided to a judge at first appearance. And essentially, what I did is I would in real time receive the case files, the incident reports, essentially from the police officers as they were making the cases, and then I would prepare some preliminary documents to be for first appearance in the morning, and then indictment thereafter. I did that for about 3 months, I believe.
Where did you work after that?
2 months, actually. I then was sent to the non-complex trial division.
What does that mean?
Non-complex at that time, and it may be this way at this time too, I don't know, but at that time, it was a division within the Fulton County Superior Court that handled or concerned certain felony offenses that were considered lower level in severity than others, such as simple possession of coke.
Your Honor, his background is what I'm establishing, and I'm asking him to just give a brief summary.
All right, well, it's not particularly brief in the summary, so let's get a little bit more brief.
Let's go a little bit more brief. What did you do as a attorney in the non-complex trial division?
I basically just handled the prosecution of lesser felonies like possession of drug and minor theft.
After how long did you stay in the non-complex trial division?
I believe 6 months.
Where did you go after that?
The trial division.
And what did you do briefly in the trial division?
I handled cases, the prosecution of cases such as aggravated assaults, armed robberies, drug trafficking, that sort of thing.
Okay. And how long did you stay in the trial division?
A little less than 2 years.
After that, is that when you were sort of went into a different role?
Yes, that was in October of 2013 when I was assigned to the major case division and the unindicted homicide role, which is essentially the role that I'm in right now.
Okay. Did you supervise people in October 2013?
No, not at that time.
Did you have any other persons working with you, like investigators?
I did. I had an investigator named David White.
All right. When you received a case, you were talking earlier, and actually, let me just back up quickly. Your educational background, just
Well,
majored in.
I major in public policy at the Georgia Institute of Technology, and I got my law degree from Georgia State University.
Now, have you always only worked as a prosecutor, as a lawyer? Briefly telling the jury whether or not you have.
Your Honor, I'm actually going to object to that as relevant.
Right. Who cares?
Overruled.
Since I've been a licensed attorney, no, I worked for King & Spalding briefly as a document review attorney.
Have you ever worked for an attorney that did criminal defense work?
I did, Alan Begner.
How long did you do that?
2007 to 2010, I believe.
I'm just going like, listen to his voice.
Coming back to what you.
I'm just going to take these case files and sprinkle some RICO on there, and we're gonna make these guys look like they're guilty as charged.
Currently do. When you say that you receive cases from law enforcement agencies and you review them for deficiencies at times, please explain to the jury what it is that you mean when you say deficient.
Well, I looked through the case file and I just looking at not just from a legal perspective, but a common sense perspective. In my judgment, I believe that perhaps there can be more to prove a case at a forthcoming trial, or there should be things that we should do when, investigative tasks that we should take before we present the case to a grand jury and then proceed to trial.
Does every homicide case that you receive, every unindicted homicide case that you receive, include a suspect that has already been identified or warrants have already been taken out for a suspect? Oh.
Rephrase.
With every homicide case that you receive, have warrants already been taken out for a suspect?
Not every case, usually.
What have subjects or suspects been identified in every homicide case that you receive?
Yes, I would say generally there's at the very least a person of interest.
Okay. Under what circumstances do you receive case files where warrants haven't been taken out?
Well, that could be an instance in which the police feel that they, like I said, have at the very least a person of interest in mind, but they would.
We're almost done with him, but it's just like, yeah, we're just gonna sprinkle some RICO. They've done these crimes. We're all done. Open and shut case, Johnson.
Prefer the DA's office to review the case file prior to them. Generally the procedure is the police go to a magistrate and they swear, they provide some testimony to a judge, and then the judge, on hearing that testimony, decides whether a warrant should issue or not. If a warrant issues, then the person that the officer seeks to charge with the crime is presumably arrested on that warrant thereafter. But sometimes the police may feel it necessary to consult with me prior to doing that. So they'll send me the case file and I'll review it, and I'll consult with the police as to what perhaps they or we can do to improve the case and find more evidence prior to their seeking of an arrest warrant or are presenting the case to a grand jury.
Are you a certified law enforcement officer?
I am not a law enforcement officer.
So what types of things, if you would tell the jury, is it that you are able to do that law enforcement isn't able to do when you get these cases that you feel should have more done?
Why don't you rephrase?
Okay. Would you tell the jury some of the steps that you take to obtain more evidence in the cases you receive when you believe that more evidence could be obtained?
Well, I draft search warrants, which law enforcement officers that work for the DA's office review with me. I already mentioned investigator David White, but there have been others that I've worked with because the DA's office investigators are certified, post-certified law enforcement officers.
Okay.
And they work with me on the cases. And after I review the case file and discuss the case with them, I'll draft the search warrants and I'll go over it with the law enforcement officer with the DA's office, and then they'll present it to a superior court judge. And so these search warrants can be for things like cell phone records, social media accounts, et cetera. I can subpoena things on behalf of the grand jury. Certain records for which finding a probable cause is not a condition precedent to receiving the records, like basic cell phone subscriber and incoming, outgoing call data can be obtained with the subpoena. I can do that. Also, I can also subpoena witnesses to the grand jury, which is something the police can't do.
Do you collaborate with law enforcement officers in further investigating cases, in any of the homicide cases?
Yes.
Do you discuss with them steps that they might take to strengthen or to better investigate their cases?
All the time, yes.
So are they also capable of drafting these search warrants for cell phone records, social media, and all of the things you just testified about to the jury?
Yes, they are.
So why is it that you then would need to be doing these things with files that you receive from a law enforcement agency?
Well, sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes after the police make an arrest,
Well,
they feel like their work is done.
well, we're gonna
essentially.
sprinkle some Rico.
I really don't know how to articulate that any better than I just did. And as a result of that, we being myself and the people with whom I work at the DA's office have to take over the investigation and obtain some of these search warrants ourselves.
When you say social media, cell phone records, and all of the other items that you obtain search warrants for, how do you make a determination if the law enforcement agency hasn't already gathered them, where to look and what to get?
Well, there's a lot that I can glean from just reviewing what it is that law enforcement did find. Let's say this is not specific to this case at all. This is just a hypothetical, but let's say I obtain a file from law enforcement and they did obtain some cell phone records. Okay. What I'll do is I'll just load the records into a spreadsheet and I'll go through the calls line by line and I'll see a specific call at a certain time. And I'll think, based on some of the information that's contained within the record surrounding that call, or regarding that call rather, that being the date, time of the call, the tower that was utilized by the handset that was placing the call, and the person that was, right. I'll be curious, let's say, regarding the other person that was a party to that call. And I'll think, you know what, this call was placed by this person like 1 minute after the homicide. I don't know who this person is. I need to find out who that person is. That would be something that I would follow up on. Maybe send a subpoena, or depending on some other things that I may have seen in the records, may even rise to the level of probable cause. So I draft a search warrant to get the tower logs related to that other number, something like that.
Would you tell the jury whether or not you have any experience collecting or listening to jail recordings?
Yes, vast experience.
Yes, sir. Pull that microphone down closer to you.
I think he's talking about me.
Oh, you're talking about, okay, Miss Love, okay.
Would you tell the jury, just for Mr. Hart, would you tell the jury what experience you have with jail recordings?
Jail recordings are recordings of phone calls placed by inmates at the Fulton County Jail. All calls except for calls made from like contraband cell phones or any other non-regulated phone in the Fulton County Jail are that are placed by inmates are placed from phones that essentially automatically record the phone calls, and the recordings are automatically stored on a server somewhere. Up until very recently, like May of 2024 to be exact, these phones that were in the Fulton County Jail that the inmates would utilize to make these calls were owned and maintained by a company called Securus, Securus. It's now a new company, the name of which I can't recall. But I have access to these jail calls. When it was on Securus, when they're the company that maintained the recordings and the infrastructure that allowed for the recordings, it was there was a website that I would log into. commandcenter.securustech.net was the uniform resource locator, or URL. I had a login and password, and on logging in, I would be able to search for the jail calls using various search terms, using the search form that was provided to me. And then I could listen to any call that was placed by an inmate from a phone mounted to the wall or through a tablet. And they were all voice over IP calls that were placed.
How would you decide out of all of the calls that existed at the Fulton County Jail or from the Fulton County Jail, in any particular case, where to start looking for calls of interest?
Well, there's a lot that goes into that. Okay. So on a typical murder case, I would start with every inmate. Let me back up a little bit. Every inmate is assigned an account number that they have to enter before they place a call from the Fulton County Jail phone. They then have to follow that account number with a PIN. So they type in their account number, they type in their PIN, and then they place a call from the Fulton County Jail, and it debits money from an account that's been set up so they can place calls, because every call costs money. All right. So what I would do is I would first run a list of all phone numbers that the inmate
I'm
called.
going to object based on relevance, based on bolstering. That'll be my objection.
Your Honor, one, this witness will be talking about certain steps that he took to further the particular investigation of the case that we're here on, and how he did it and the extent to which he, the steps and the extent to which he went to find certain things are relevant in terms of how exhaustive his efforts were. So it'll allow the jury to gauge.
Why don't you just ask him if his efforts were exhaustive?
But Your Honor, I think it's relevant that the jury understand what he did to narrow down those numbers that he.
Okay, well, let's get to that without there being a treatise on all of this.
Okay.
Treatise.
All right, Mr. Sprinkle, without the treatise, how do we?
All of the shade, the Whitaker shade.
Or give to the jury a more condensed version of how you determine what calls you want to look at out of the thousands of calls that exist.
Sure. I basically just compile a list of phone numbers that the inmate called, and then I run each phone number individually, and I look at the date and time that the inmate called the numbers, and based on when that call was placed in temporal proximity to something that I deem significant, I listen to that call, and on listening to it, I determine whether or not it was relevant.
And when you say you run each call individually, what does that mean with the Securus system?
You can search for calls based on phone number only. So you can, in the search field in this form at that website that I said that I log into, you can just type in a phone number and a date range and ask the system to return all calls placed to a certain number by any inmate in the entire facility for a certain time period.
Are inmate names always associated with the PIN number, or inmate calls rather, please forgive me, is a call by an inmate always associated with the PIN number that inmate has been assigned?
No, not at all. It's very common for inmates to utilize each other's pins, accounts, rather, to place calls.
What about when a person is first booked into the jail? Is there an account or a PIN number associated with that person?
No, those calls placed in the booking area, they are not required, nor do they have an account and PIN number to even utilize to make the call. So those calls, they don't need to enter any
We need to
account
wrap it up,
information. So
Bob.
the only way you can find calls from the booking area or the lobby area, but for you, you're relevant to your question, the booking area, when the inmates first get there, is to search by the phone number specifically.
Okay. Now, do you listen to, when you say that all calls are recorded, do you go and listen to calls between inmates and their attorneys, things that are privileged?
No, and ideally, the attorney will have registered their number with the system such that the calls aren't recorded at all, but if I ever see,
Overruled. Please go ahead.
yeah, and if I do see calls from attorneys, then I just don't listen to them and I just disregard those.
You mentioned contraband cell phones. Would you explain when you said that except for contraband cell phones, you try to listen to the calls that are made from jail?
Well, I can't listen to phone calls made from cell phones that have been smuggled into the jail and the inmates are using unlawfully because those calls are obviously not recorded. Yeah, I mean, they're cell phone calls. Unless there's a wiretap on the phone, I wouldn't be able to listen to those.
We'll come back to the wiretap, but do you ever have access to calls or cell phones rather that were smuggled into the jail and used illegally?
Occasionally.
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled.
Occasionally, yes, there will be cell phones that are seized from inmates at Fulton County Jail and the contents of them are digitally forensically extracted, and I will review those, yes.
When you're talking about them being digitally forensically extracted, could you break that down in lay terms?
So, sure, a cell phone, as I think we all know, has a port on it, generally that you plug a charging cable into to charge it, but also with most, if not all modern cell phones at this point, that cable can also allow for the transmission and of data to and from the phone. And so when a phone is seized by law enforcement, there's certain software that law enforcement can use to basically plug the phone up to the computer using that same port that can send and receive data. And this software can make an exact copy of the contents of the phone. It's called a forensic data extraction of the phone. And it creates a forensic image, digital image of the phone. And it's meant to ensure that the contents of the phone are not altered at all in this process. And it allows, through the specialized software that law enforcement utilizes, to read the forensic image that is created from this process, to inspect the contents of the phone, such as the text messages, images, videos that were photographed by the phone, etc.
Can you do or find social
So
media
long-winded.
content on those extractions as well?
You can. There's subsections of the reports. One of those is the or not just Instagram, but social media accounts that are registered to various apps in the phone. So yes, those are in there as well.
And do you ever use those extractions to aid in furthering an investigation into the homicides that you received?
Yes.
How do you decide what or how to find social media accounts of interest when you're investigating unindicted homicide cases?
Well, there's a lot that goes into that. Are you saying if I were to have a person of interest or anyone really, and I just wanted to find their social media accounts?
Yes. How do you go about determining what social media platforms and to whom or how a person identifies themselves on social media platforms that you find of evidentiary value?
Well, that can be difficult or easy depending on the person. I suppose I would start by just searching for their name on a social media platform. If they have a very uncommon name, then it can be very easy to find them. but if they have a very common name, they can be a little bit more difficult.
Do you use things like phone numbers or do you use things like phone numbers to narrow that down?
Yeah, so there was a time where if you had someone's cell phone number and you ran it through Facebook in the search field, it would actually just return their Facebook profile. Facebook doesn't do that anymore. So that, you're right, that was one method. Most social media platforms today, I'm not aware of any that allow you to find, except for Cash App, which I wouldn't really consider a social media platform. But things such as like Snapchat or Instagram or TikTok, et cetera, I'm not aware of any of those that allow you to search by phone number now.
Do you conduct interviews with your investigators to further any investigation of the homicide cases you receive?
Yes, and by that, I mean, my investigator and I will just go visit people at their homes or their places of business, and we'll interview them and ask them questions that we may have about the case.
And when you do that, do you write up a report or do you in any way include or somehow memorialize that interview?
So there's a couple of things I do. I'll audio record the interviews, and I will generally write a report summarizing the contents of the interview as well.
Do you end up indicting every suspect that has been arrested or for whom?
Objection as to relevance.
Overruled. Do you end up indicting or presenting to the grand jury every suspect that has been identified or arrested in the homicide cases that you see?
No.
And why is that?
Well, there are times then when on reviewing the case file and
The bolstering.
Y'all want to approach?
Yeah, he is talking way too much. He keeps starting sentences with "well," and it's like, all right, like just spit it out, finish, like just finish. Hold on, they were gone. They were at a bench conference for a little bit. All right, here we go. Sorry, noisy neighbors. If y'all hear background noise.
With everybody here, if you want to give, I don't know where that noise is coming from. A little instruction to Mr. Sprinkle is to.
Okay,
try to-
yes, Your Honor, I will try to tailor the questions that I ask so that the responses are as focused as we can be, while at the same time allowing the jury to understand and gauge how it is that
Even
Deputy
this answer is
Sprinkle
long. They both
goes
have
about
long
making decisions
sentences.
in his cases in general, and specifically how and why he did what he did in this case, and how it is consistent with the way that he conducts himself.
Okay, and I mean, essentially, you're a lawyer, so it's easy enough to just tell you this. What we want to avoid is improper bolstering. All right, so just keep that in mind as you're testifying. And obviously, answer the questions that any attorney asks you, but.
And beyond that, with respect to what was discussed at the bench, Your Honor, I'd like the opportunity to.
Sure. So we're going to excuse you for the day, Mr. Sprinkle, and 9 o'clock for you. And of course, if we end up with a different witness, then it won't be 9 o'clock for you, but be prepared to be over here, ready to testify at 9.
Your Honor,
Yes, Your Honor.
before Mr. Sprinkle leaves, I would just ask that you order that no lawyers discuss
beyond-
these
yes.
matters with Mr. Sprinkle now that he's sworn in as a witness.
Okay, well, I hope everybody knows that that's not appropriate anyway when somebody's in the middle of testifying. So if you need to talk to him about another case, fine, but nobody be talking to Mr. Sprinkle about his ongoing testimony while he's still on the stand.
Your Honor, I believe that the prohibition that Mr. Shard is referring to is akin to the rule of sequestration and talking to him about what he has already talked about. I would ask that the court allow me to continue to speak with Deputy DA Sprinkle. He is our witness and he's not, nobody else is, I mean, I know not to talk to him about other people's testimony, but talking to him about things that I'm going to be showing or saying or whatever to him, I don't know that there's any legal prohibition against that and constraining us from interacting with our witness. He hasn't even been subjected to cross, so we're not trying to tell him what to say, but at this point, there's no difference in terms of his, anything that could be done improperly than there was before he was sworn. So I would ask that the court allow us, and if anyone else wants to talk to him, allow them to talk to him as well. There's nothing that can be, the rule of sequestration isn't going to be, is it violated? So there's not a prohibition against us talking to our witness or any other as
I mean, honestly, I think the rule is actually something like, overnight, it's okay. Something at lunchtime isn't, but essentially you shouldn't, and he's a lawyer again, but you shouldn't be in the middle of testimony trying to coach him about anything, which and you won't be doing.
Right. But speaking to him about or asking him about or showing him evidence that we're going to be doing, or we have, like I said, there's nothing that to coach him about. I've just started on the examination and I don't have any opposition to anybody speaking to him. I don't know if they've done it or not, but there's nothing improper that could be even done at this point with this witness, just because he has started his testimony. And I would ask that the court allow us to continue to work with and talk with our witness.
And I would object to that. He's on the witness stand, he's sworn. That's every opportunity to talk to the witness about his ongoing testimony. If you hadn't talked to him about what you're going to show him before now, it's too damn late, number one.
All right, Mr. Harvey, you keep talking to opposing counsel, and as you know, practicing law.
Oh my God.
As far back as I can remember, I always wanted to be a
You
gangster.
cannot make this stuff up.
Well, for as long as you're supposed to talk through the court. Okay, so can you please
Sure.
try to do that?
Sure, there's
Thank you.
every opportunity. You should have taken the opportunity to talk about his testimony before he got on the witness stand. He's a sworn witness now. And the case is Perry versus Leak. It's a United States Supreme Court case in which the government said that a defendant's lawyer can't talk to his own client overnight because it was improper to talk to a witness while the witness was on the witness stand. And the US Supreme Court said, yeah, that's the rule, except for the Sixth Amendment allows a defense lawyer to talk to his own client overnight. So I object to the state or anybody for the state talking to this witness or any witness while they are on the witness stand and testifying.
All right, so I don't think that the case actually limited it just to defense attorneys and defense counsel. That was the reasoning in that case. But, Ms. Love, I mean, be aware that if you talk to him about something overnight, they're going to get up on cross and ask exactly what y'all talked about.
That's fine. And I understand that. And Your Honor, that's fine. And if there's additional case law on any of this, I know that in the morning we're going to be bringing up, we're going to be briefing the court on some other things,
Okay.
I'll bring it to the courts.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Sprinkle. That actually reminds me, so when Ms. Smith was on the stand, and I may have heard it wrong, but I think that she said that, of course I know this because the trial's been on, live stream. Can everybody please tell or remind anybody that you think might be a witness in this trial to not be watching the live stream before they have testified, to not talk to any witness who has already testified about their testimony, and to not, once they themselves have testified, talk to any other potential witness about what they testified to.
Totally agree.
Y'all all
Judge.
know that, but not every lay person knows that. So just remind all of your potential witnesses not to be doing that.
Your Honor, I just want to point out that we beg, we admonish, all of that. And I've heard people say, it's everywhere. What am I supposed to? I'm like, turn it off.
Correct.
But,
Yeah, no, I know. I'm just saying, to the extent y'all can try to control that, please do. All right. What else do we need to handle tonight? Or can?
oh, yes, you.
Yeah, you're out of here. Thank you for the day.
And so, Judge, there was one other, well, I don't think there's anything I can do about it though now. I'm just gonna have to check on the status of our witness who's currently
Okay.
at Grady. But I mean, I think that I'm not gonna speak for the doctor, but there may be a point at which we present something else to the court regarding finding out with more certainty about his.
Y'all are
condition.
welcome to do that at any time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
I could email it to everyone as well, but I have a couple of cases I'd like you to consider
All
so we
right.
can just start running in the morning. Vega, VEGA versus State. It's 285 Georgia. 32, it's in Division 3. It's a 2009 case. The cases it relies upon are still cited in 2023. And it specifically, what we're targeting is where the conduct and the motives of the actor are not matters concerning which the truth must be found, i.e. are irrelevant to the issues on trial, then the information, etc., on which he or she acted shall not be admissible. Only in rare instances will the conduct of an investigating officer need to be explained. Otherwise,
Hang on just a second.
of course.
Sorry. Have the deputy going in and out of the jury room, and it looks like some of them are still in there. Go ahead.
Only in rare instances will the conduct of an investigating officer need to be explained. Otherwise, it is error to permit an investigating officer to testify under the guise of explaining the officer's conduct to what other persons related to the officer during the investigation. The mere circumstance of an officer's initiation and continuation of an investigation without more is not relevant to the inquiry. And the reason, there's also Leslie, by the way, LESLIE versus State. That's 355 Georgia Appeal 244. 355 Georgia Appeal 244. It's in Division 7. It's a 2020 case. It says the exact same thing. But
Yeah, my understanding of those cases, and it used to be, especially before our new evidence code, that, every time there's a hearsay objection when there was an officer on the stand was, oh, it's to explain his conduct, and that's hardly ever relevant. This is A, not just an investigating officer, but B, if Ms. Love, I know you had said some things up at the bench that I think are relevant in responding to this issue of whether, I don't know if it's so much his conduct, but I'm sorry. The practice that he goes about in deciding to sometimes not, I guess, bring an indictment against somebody that had been arrested.
Yes, the decision, the way that he does his job. I mean, yes.
I want the court to appreciate this then. Then are we allowed to bring in people who've been exonerated by DNA from the Fulton County District Attorney's Office under Ms.Sprinkle murder case that has been found to be innocent? Do we get to bring in individual people who say that they were wrongly charged in their murder case after indictment was dismissed? Do we get to bring in people who have pled guilty, or will not only pled guilty even though I'm innocent? Because this is just opening up, to me, the DA's office reputation. You know, I could put my reputation in this courtroom as well. I could have a lot of people come in and say, you know, I believe beautiful things, but we don't do that. And that's
Which is why, as you know, up at the bench, I instructed Ms. Love to focus and tailor her questioning so that it focuses on what he did in this case.
okay. I thought we were still talking about okay. And I agree with you. Whatever he did in this case may or may not be relevant, but right now he's talking about, I don't indict everybody that's brought to me. Sometimes the law enforcement doesn't do a good job, so I have to pick up the pieces. I don't see why that would do it.
I don't know why Ms. Love asked that question anyway, but I mean, it's Ms. Love's case. Well, it's the state's case being led by Ms. Love. But one thing that I think it is, this is not the typical case in that the defense actually in this case has somebody, a couple of people, I think, who were once indicted for the murder of Mr. Thomas, who no longer are. And we have this other set of people now indicted. And there has been very much suggestion through defense questioning of witnesses thus far. And I don't know, I mean, I suspect will be an opening and a closing as well, which is entirely appropriate as a defense counsel to do, but to poke holes in the state's case by saying, you know, these people, law enforcement thought it was them, XYZ, and all of a sudden, you know, it's not. So y'all actually have somebody you're pointing to and saying, this is who ought to be being prosecuted, but they're not. And it's because of, I don't know, whatever reasons y'all come up with to argue. But that, I think, takes it out of the general, well, conduct's never relevant, because neither side should be hamstrung in not being able to counter what the one side is saying about the case. So. Anything else?
If it's tailored, then we can do it
Yeah.
question by question, but right now it's very broad.
Yeah, I agree. And I do not want Mr. Sprinkle sitting up here saying, you know, hey, I'm brilliant. And when I decide, you know, somebody should be prosecuted, it's because I know, or obviously he's not going to do that, but anything like that, because his thoughts about it aren't really relevant.
And Your Honor, that is the point that I was actually trying to stay very narrowly focused on, because it's not about his thoughts, but there has been a persistent assertion by way of cross-examination and whatnot regarding it. I won't say impugning, but it kind of is why certain decisions were made.
She kind of created this. So let me explain what's going on. So the line of questioning so far has been extremely broad. And because they work together, she's allowing him to talk about his experience a little bit too much. You know how we talk about messy control over witnesses? She's not really, like, she's allowing him to speak, I think, out of professional courtesy about, you know, how he processes or how he decides to bring charges to people in working with law enforcement. However, the problem with that is when you do things like that, right? You're keeping everything too broad. He's talking way too much, but it's not particularized enough. It's not narrowly tailored. That's what Steele's saying. He's like, Love, if you don't fix this, then we can open up the door to other questions, because if you continue to ask him in a generalized way, then we can open up the door to, hey, has anybody ever had false charges put on them? Because remember, what did he say? When he was talking about his experience, she asked him, hey, how many cases have you tried throughout your experience at the Fulton County DA's office? That was a bad question, because guess what? The answer is 1,000. So those 1,000 cases are now open, because you open the door by bringing that in through his testimony. So that's what Brian's talking about right now. Love is trying to get control of it, but she opened the door in a way that made it messy. Let's keep going.
There have been questions posed that have been stricken, that have amounted to, they were just after this person, or you ignored this person. And even when we have witnesses that have testified and, backed up and been given immunity and said certain things, the suggestion has been made that they were given immunity because, the state only wanted to go after X, Y, or Z. And I believe that it is very relevant and important for the jury to be able to gauge what at least was done in this case. And it's not just the decision of the DA's office. This is a person who actually took steps that were of an investigative nature. It is important that they are able to gauge that what has happened here in the context of, and I said it at the bench, what he does with each case. This is not no different. And we did say that we were going to tailor it, and we're going to do exactly as the court allowed, go narrower, and then talk specifically after that, after narrowing it down, generally, is this what you do in each of your cases? So I believe that the court is actually absolutely correct. It would be hamstringing the state's ability to put what this person has done in the context of what they do each time, and then have the defense say, well, he just went this extra mile because he was trying to find information. He went looking for these jail calls. He did all this work because he wanted to find something on this person, versus this is just how he treats an unindicted case. And I would like to, of course, present more case law on bolstering, as the court said that we could in the morning, to argue the point.
Your Honor, can I just invite the court to observe that, to the extent that the court has been listening to the cross-examination and how we've been not presenting our case, it's not our case.
Right.
Our defense is that any challenges to the credibility of the investigation or the investigators has always been in the context of this case. Right? It's been challenging what was done in this case, or what was not done in this case. And so we've been narrowly focused on defending the allegations and the investigation of what we thought were improper investigations, or targeting wrong people, or targeting certain people. So I think that's relevant. And what Mr.Sprinkle did in investigating this case, assisting the police in this case, sure, that may, like Mr. Steele said, may or may not be relevant. Right? But for him, again, I don't want to repeat everything that's been said already, but to have him go on and talk about, well, in this case, hypothetically, I may do this because this is why, and for him to go into explaining about the secure system, and this is what inmates do when they get to jail, when they're down in booking versus elsewhere. All of that is really not necessary for the jury's consideration. It's just not relevant. And for him to talk about other cases really would be improper bolstering. He's bolstering himself. He's bolstering either the work of the DA's office or investigators, and that's just not proper unless he's talking about what was done in this case.
All right. Yes, thank you. I will keep all of that in mind. All right. I will see y'all at, do we even think 8:45 is going to give us enough time? Let's meet at 8:30 in the morning, because I just can't get enough of all of you. All right, see y'all at 8:30. Y'all have a good evening.
All right, court is done for the day, guys. Oh, it feels like every day just gets longer and longer and longer. All types of shenanigans happen. You cannot make it up. We had Intravia pretty much the star of the day, not letting up with the shenanigans of love, right? We saw a few repeat witnesses, which is also kind of a waste of time as well. We saw a lot of things go down, but I think a big failure is what we just saw, which was bringing the investigator or bringing Mr. Sprinkle on, and she was trying to give him a little bit of professional courtesy because they work together, but at the same time, you're opening the door and wasting even more time. So much about this is about time, because these defendants, they have a right to a speedy trial. This, my friends, is not speedy. Even as much as they want to speed it up, this is not speedy. Right. And the poor jury, like we've had so many conversations about that, guys. Anywho, let's take a look at our super chats. I did call out a few of them. Let me see where we left off. And we had a ton of TiVo time. Oh my goodness. I haven't read these in a long time. I think we were right around here. The little gaming channel dropped a 10 and says Thug and the bunch was ninjas doing stupid stuff, trying to be down and protect the golden goose. All those crimes should have been charged to individuals. Diddy was Rico all day. Thank you. Yeah, I think I had showed you guys two different options, or we were just talking about the comparison with Diddy's Rico charges versus these Rico charges. I think we caught that one. Shout out to K Wags with the 5, says I'm trying to gift memberships on an iPhone. I can't figure it out. My phone is smarter than I am. K Wags, that's not you. That is YouTube. YouTube has an issue right now, still not resolved. It's been going on for 3 weeks. If you have an iOS product, Apple, a phone, Apple phone, or an iPad, for some reason the gifting option isn't showing up on mobile devices. But the fix that I've been hearing on other channels is people are saying if you go in through Safari, it does show up there. So that is an option. Usually we try to make it as easy as possible, but that is the workaround until YouTube fixes that glitch. Shout out to Audrey with the 2. Audrey says when love pushes like this, it blows up in her face. Always, we can count on that. Shout out to the Golden Lounge with the 20, says this truly upsets me because after taking high dosage of pain meds for sickle cell, the after effect feels like I've been run over by a truck. I'm sorry to hear that, the Golden Lounge. No doctor can tell anyone a patient's pain tolerance or level. Lawsuit coming soon. Yeah, I think tomorrow's going to be a long day. If Sprinkle keeps talking the way he's talking, his testimony is going to be a while. Now, we can also anticipate that we may see Lil D tomorrow. We saw Lil D's attorney as well getting ready for that testimony. Shout out to, I don't think I finished that. Yeah, no, I did finish that. Thank you so much, the Golden Lounge. Shout out to Sally Sunshine with the 5. Says someone please duct tape Miss Love. Yeah, she does talk quite a bit as well. So you have 2 long talkers on the stand. Interesting. Or one on the stand and one on direct. Shout out to Bossman Bambino with the 2. Says she beat Gucci Man's murder in 05. Shout out to Green Eyes with the 5. Says another day with AV's natural look. Most men won't say it, but melanated woman with their natural hair done just looks better. Looks like better mothers. Oh, wow. Thanks. Thank you so much, Green Eyes. I thought I was expecting a joke in there because that's what we're used to. Thank you so much, Green Eyes. Really appreciate the compliment. Shout out to Montisha with the 10, says after Woody, she's probably afraid to extend immunity to anyone else. Yeah, so they're working on that with Lil D. Hopefully they do something that does make it easier for him. I mean, just hauling somebody into court when they're sick is, I don't know. I mean, morally, not the best method, right? Shout out to Bossman Bambino again with the 2, says can Lil D just say I don't recall to all? He can. A lot of witnesses have been saying that as their answers, so he certainly can. Thank you so much, Bossman Bambino. Shout out to the Golden Lounge with the 10, says no medical professional can accurately predict the patient's emotional state following such medications. Yes, side effects are indeed a concern, but it's all there is to it. Yeah, totally agree. Thank you so much, the Golden Lounge. Shout out to Mango Gelato with the 10, says, hi, AV, YSL Luna. Yes, she made her appearance. Thank you so much, Mango Gelato. Shout out to Green Eyes with the 10, says, I must still be drunk. Ain't no way Hilton is actually dressed presentable today. I'm not okay with this. I just loaded up my money gun. Bring back Magic City Hilton. I can't let those ones go to waste. You are too funny, Green Eyes. Shout out to Jason with the 2, says the state is desperate. They sure are. Shout out to Paradox True, who became a member. Welcome to the squad. Welcome to the community. You're going to love it here. Shout out to Sequoia with the 10, says, you're doing a great job. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Sequoia. absolutely will do. Shout out to Doorman with the 2 says, hello, AV, doing a great job as usual. Thank you guys for all these comments. Really appreciate it. Shout out to Victoria with the 2 says, did I see YSL Quez in the chat? Hilarious. Yes, you did. We saw Little Mike and Quez in the chat today. Shout out to Anthony Peterson with the 2 says, poll, will ballistics casings connect the dots? We did do that poll, so thank you so much, Anthony, for the idea. Shout out to the World's End across the pond with the British pounds, the 5. Thank you for the clarity. AV mods and chat are awesome too. I try to do what I can for you guys. Shout out to Call Me Ace with the 5 says the trial is foolproof whether you enter the field for good. Along the way, you are either silenced for the truth or the reason the truth was silenced. Very, very observant. Thank you so much, Ace. Shout out to Anthony with the 5 says it depends what the word is. List versus records of start dates. Yes. Thank you so much, Anthony. Shout out to Young Black Economist. Been a member for 3 months. Thank you for your time. Says, no question, no comment, just pure love of the game. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Shout out to Mom Plus Kids TV with the 2 says, Timu T.I. sweating his ass off. Yeah. Ooh, Timu T.I. And I told you guys, like, we use the word Timu in this chat all the time. And Timu actually reached out to me with brand deal where they were like, hey, you know, your chat would seem probably interested in doing a deal with us. Are you interested? I was like, I was reading that email crying. You guys are too funny. Like, obviously, people pay attention to our stuff. Thank you so much, Mom Plus Kids. Shout out to Gavin with the 2 says, Timu T.I. got a bad effing attitude. Yeah, he had a terrible attitude. Shout out to Anthony with the 2 says, ask Whit to go grocery shopping at checkout list. Thank you so much. Shout out to One Happy White Girl with 5 says, sorry, jumped off for a minute. What are we watching? Confused. Yes. So in the courthouse next door, Ashley Merchant was at a open records hearing throughout the day. Everyone was in the chat mentioning it. So I just wanted to keep the door open in case Fonnie Willis showed up. She did not. She's been dodging subpoenas. And she's also up for re-election soon. So maybe there's some campaigning stuff going on. I'm sure she's busy as the district attorney for Fulton County, but we had popped our heads into that courtroom just to see what was going on. So thank you so much. One Happy White Girl. Shout out to Buddy 305 Love with the 5 says, I've dealt with county and city government for a decade. They all have lists for everything. They don't just want to give it up. Yes, this is when we were watching that hearing and there was a list of folks that were hired at the DA's office and the open records custodian said that they did not have such records and whatever was asked for was provided. And that's when we cut out of the room. Shout out to Sequoia with the 2 says, shout out to Ashley Merchant, GOAT of GA. She is amazing. I think she makes a lot of female attorneys proud and legal people proud. She does a really great job, stays calm, even though that person was flippant with her or, you know, sounded a little aggressive at times. Or just kind of didn't answer the questions in the most polite way. She remained calm and asked her questions. Didn't get, you know, didn't ruffle her feathers. She didn't get flustered. She just asked her question calmly in a different way. Ashley's a great example of a good questioner. Shout out to Sticks to Born with the 5 says, no weapons are found IRT in nuts unaliving. What's the point of reviewing these in front of the jury if they have no clue who fired the shots? Yeah, all that came out of that testimony was that they connected it to a weapon. Which weapon? We don't know. Thank you so much, Sticks. Shout out again to your stream sponsor, Legally Shay at 250. Such an amazing sister and an attorney. I always love having her in the chat. Sometimes she does like little research and things when we can't. And she kind of helps with explaining some things as well. Always enjoy her commentary. And shout out to Legally Shay's family and her mom that joined the chat today. Shout out to Candy Eggs with 20 says, congrats on 52K, sis. This is just for the beginning of greater things to come. Yeah, absolutely, guys. I've been kind of sharing how this is morphing my dream of maybe becoming the next Law and Crime, maybe having a watering hole where attorneys come and chop it up and just have really deep legal discussions, bring expert witnesses on. We had Doug on. I would love to get Max on. Still need to call. She's on my list. I'm trying to get LA Pink on here, but I really want to have fun, but also intellectual conversations where you guys learn stuff. You know, so I'm really, really looking forward to the future. Thank you so much, Candy. And super happy to have you in the community. Sticks to Born with the 2 says, it's not Timu T.I. That's K-Ron, Karen. Too funny, Sticks. Thank you. Shout out to Keon Walk with the 5 says, if Young Thugs win this case, the lawsuit against the state is going to be crazy. It is. It's going to be insane. Can't wait to see it. Shout out to K Snap Cook with the 5 says, in my opinion, this guy's attitude completely shows that he and Fulton County are hiding information. Yeah. I mean, and he sounded eerily like funny. Like it's just, you know, like he would pronounce certain words like her. And I was just like, wow, you could really tell when people spend a lot of time with each other. Shout out to Mina. Thanks. Therefore, she is with the 2. Thank you, Mina. It's good to see you today. Thank you so much. Shout out to Kelly Applegate with the 3. Thank you so much. A $3 super sticker. Thank you so much, Kelly. All your support today. Super generous. Shout out to Orlando with the 10, says both the jury and Rico are lost right now. I mean, when are they not? They're always lost. Thank you so much, Orlando. Shout out to Tanya, who became a member. Welcome to the squad, Tanya. Shout out to Anthony with the 5, says, I am a forensic? You're a computer programmer and your son is in college for cybersecurity. There is more to a search. I'm just saying. Yeah, because that's where Sprinkle was like, oh yeah, I do my searches in specific ways. Well, here's how I do it. And, you know, it's done like this. And just went down these long rabbit holes that we don't have time for. So thank you so much, Anthony. And that's pretty cool. Thanks for sharing that. Shout out to Love Curly Hair with the 5, says, I'm so disappointed. I was hope for Poppy Chulo with Sprinkle. Oh, for a Poppy Chulo with Sprinkle. Yeah, it's kind of disappointing, huh? Thank you so much. Shout out to Tall Michelle with the long hair with the 2, says, why did Homeland Security raid Diddy and not the FBI? Interesting. So differences between the Department of Homeland Security and the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Homeland Security kind of falls under their jurisdiction because of interstate commerce, things moving on the federal level. But particularly the reason why they stepped in is because of the human trafficking component that came along with it. So that's why it went to the Department of Homeland Security instead of the FBI. Great question. Shout out to Kelly, who became a new member. Welcome, Kelly. Shout out to Michelle with the 10, says, this is not a trial. The DA talks about other crimes, other people, because they have no evidence. Why isn't this a kangaroo court? This is a travesty. It's so tough to watch, Michelle. But we're watching it. We're watching it unfold before our eyes. Like, still baffles me every day. Shout out to Amy. Amy gifted 5 AV memberships. I haven't seen you in a long time, Amy. I know sometimes you hang around in different chats. I've seen you in Leeds chat, Classy Beats' chat. It's always good to see folks that we haven't seen in a while. So thank you so much for gifting memberships and investing in this community. Shout out to Michelle again with the 5, says, Judge, stop babysitting and tutoring the unprepared Miss Love. Yeah, I mean, there are just certain things that you shouldn't have to coach. I mean, and remember, Miss Love used to be a judge. She used to be a judge. She used to wear a robe. She used to preside. She used to be on a bench. Maybe that's where the yelling comes from. Thank you so much, Michelle. Really appreciate you. Shout out to S. Williams with the $5 super sticker. Really appreciate you, S. Williams. Shout out to Michelle again with the 5, says, yes, Steele needs to report judges' behavior of coaching the DA. He needs to do something. They all do. Shout out to Scooby with the 5, says, hard work works. Keep working at AV. Yes, we are still 3 videos in production, but we're working on them. We're slowly going to get them out. The weekends always help because after stream, I can like record my stuff and then they can start working on their research and getting stuff done. So really excited about that. Shout out to Devontae with the 10, says, guy gets on the stand and says how great he is. Shirts ASAP. AV, I'm brilliant. With the Fulton County DA. I mean, yeah, our shirts, we're going to have a mall. By the end of this trial, we're going to have a full mall. We're going to have a full trial streaming collection just on this case. Thank you so much, Devontae. And he comes back with another 10 and says, got a jury summons in the mail. After watching this, I'm working on excuses day and night. Oh my God, did I tell you all the secrets? I spilled the beans. Thank you so much, Devontae. Let us know how your jury duty goes. Hopefully, you know, you may or may not get selected, but we'll see what happens. Shout out to T Baby, who became a new member. Welcome, T. Love to have you over here. Welcome to the community. Coming over to my Cash App squad. Not many today, but I'm just going to do a quick scan since we started the stream. Shout out to Freddie with the 10, says caps don't mean I'm yelling. Nope, I did catch that. Thank you, Freddie. Shout out to Freddie again with the 5, says all caps because some people can't read the fine print. I'm so done with you. Thank you, Freddie. And then shout out to Liz with the last one. She sends $1 and says this trial is being shown everywhere, even in Walmart. Damn, they're showing it in Wally World? That is interesting. Thank you so much. And then last one, I'm going to grab Green-Eyed Lady with the 10, says, does love get paid by the word? I've watched a lot of trial and no one uses paragraphs like she does. She does. They're just super long Paragraphs. Remember earlier, we were talking about the Black law student and excellent legal writing. A big part of excellent legal writing comes with brevity, brief, legal briefs, brevity, simple sentences, simple words used in those sentences, answering questions without thoughts, answering questions without thinking or freezing or loading. All right. With that being said, I'm going to run, guys. Thank you so much for watching today. We will be back tomorrow. They are starting at 8:30. Likely that I'm going to start at 9:30, but I do need to jump at 5. Tomorrow's going to be a long day. Got invited to a panel. Can't spend a lot of time there, but I'm definitely going to pop in. I think it's, you guys know Nick Starles. He has Nick Starles Trial Watch. He is a brother to this channel. I've known him for just as long as I've been on YouTube, and he finally hit a milestone with his sub. So doing that Friday night, but tomorrow will be a pretty long one. Anywho, you guys have a good night. I'll see you in the morning, and we'll stay safe out there. See you in the next one. Bye.